Okay. So in the previous lecture, we completed some topics and I requested you to go through exemptions, whether you have revised it once. Fine. So we will discuss quickly these exemptions and the questions related to that. And today we will also focus on completing the questions, that comprehensive questions like this 10-mark questions also. So first of all, the exemptions are given under section 11 of CGST Act. So whenever you are writing a particular activity as exempted, you need to write as per section 11 of CGST Act, read with notification number 12 of 2017, the said activity is exempted. So what is the legal reference? Section 11, read with section 11 of CGST Act, read with notification number 12 of 2017. Okay. So government on the recommendations of the GST Council can notify goods or services which are exempt from GST, that is given in section 11. And section 11A talks about past general practice. For example, a particular activity was exempted in the past and suddenly if the government is levying tax on it, whether the government is having rollback provisions or rollback power. Rollback power means taking back the tax provision which they have given. Example, say the GST on education is exempted for quite a long time. Now suddenly government thought, so we should levy GST on education services. I am not talking about coaching, I am talking about normal education like schooling, etc. and all. So then immediately at that time, when government is taking this action, people will not keep quiet, they will make a protest. And when the people are making a protest, whether the government is having power to roll back, yes, they have the power to roll back, I mean withdraw from that levy. So that is 11A. Government on the recommendations of GST Council may not recover GST short levied or not levied as a past general practice, that is 11A, section 11 and 11A. Then the first sector that we have with respect to exemption is agriculture related services, and we know that any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce is exempted, any service, but very important, that service should be within the farm, within the agricultural farm, then only it will be exempted. Suppose if the service is outside the agricultural farm, that is not covered under exemption. Example, this sorting, grading, packing, etc. of fruits and vegetables. Usually fruits and vegetables, what they do the grading. So like good quality, for example tomatoes, if you see, so good quality tomatoes and all they will separate and they will pack it, so and that will be sent to this big supermarkets, etc. Whether this activity of packing, grading, etc. is it taxable or exempted? It is actually exempted, provided that activity of packing and grading is happening within the agricultural farm. Suppose if it is happening in a different place, then it is not covered under the exemption. Got it? So because this point was tested in CA final exam last attempt. So many students at final level, they wrote it as exempted, but actually it is taxable, because they clearly mentioned that the activity was done at some other person's premises like that. So that point may be tested for intermediate also, be careful. Only if the activities are carried out inside the agricultural farm, then only it will be exempted. Okay. So any service in relation to agriculture, agricultural produce is exempted. What is the meaning of agriculture? Agriculture means, the cultivation of plants, rearing of life forms of animals. Basically agriculture is cultivation of plants. Not only that, rearing of life forms of animals. So except rearing of horses for food, fiber, fuel, raw material or other similar products. So rearing of life forms of animals means like breeding fisheries, sericulture, all those will be coming under rearing of life forms of animals, and except rearing of horses. So why horses is excluded? Because horses will not come under food, fiber, fuel, raw material or other similar products. So this rearing of life forms of animals for what purpose? Food. So what and all will come? Poultry farms, fisheries, that will be coming. Then fiber means sheep farming, then sericulture, that is silkworm farming, then fuel. So fuel we have cattle rearing, because in agriculture we use cattle for the purpose of ploughing, etc. So that cattle rearing. Then raw material, example honey bee farming, then any other similar products. Sir, horses can be used as fuel now, sir. So that is for the purpose of transportation, correct? But inside the farm where we use horses, we will not use. Inside the farm we use only cattle, we will not use horses and or for ploughing. So that's the reason why excluding horses. Then agricultural produce, so that this meaning of agriculture you need to remember. So repeat once again, what is the meaning of agriculture? Cultivation of plants and rearing of life forms of animals, except horses, But this rearing of life forms of animals for what purpose? Food, fiber, fuel, raw material or any other similar products, okay. Then agricultural produce means what? The primary produce out of agriculture on which no processing is done, or some processing as is usually done by a cultivator, which does not alter its essential characteristics but makes it marketable for primary market. That is known as agricultural produce, okay. That is, you take coconut is agricultural produce, tender coconut, and tender coconut they dry it for some more days and peel off a layer and inside there will be coconut. So that is also agricultural produce only, and that coconut they sun dry for some more days and remove the shell and there will be copra inside, even that is also agricultural produce. So all these are process carried out by the farmer which does not alter its essential characteristics. So it will still come under agricultural produce, either the goods on which no process is done or some process as is usually done by the cultivator which does not alter its essential characteristics, okay. And here whether coconut to coconut oil will come under agricultural produce? No, because that is processed. Same way potato is agricultural produce, but potato chips is not agricultural produce. Tomato is agricultural produce, but tomato ketchup is not agricultural produce. Like that, whether paddy is agricultural produce? Paddy, yes, but rice not an agricultural produce. Why rice is not an agricultural produce? Because paddy to rice is a process not done by the cultivator. It is usually done by the rice mills, usually. That is, some of the farmers will do, but majorly paddy to rice will be done by whom? Rice mills. So due to that reason rice is not an agricultural produce. Same way tea leaf is agricultural produce, but tea is not agricultural produce. Coffee beans and coffee berries are agricultural produce, but coffee is not agricultural produce. Are you understanding? Green tea agricultural produce or not? Green tea. Lot of people will consume green tea, na? Is it agricultural produce or not? No, because it is processed, okay. So green tea will never be in green color, actually speaking, okay. Green tea will be in black color, because the moment the tea leaves are dried, it will become black, and they put lot of essence and they convert it into green color, because people feel green tea means it should be in green color, then only it is green tea. Got it? So that is processed. Green tea is not agricultural produce. Is that clear? So because we will be thinking, so that storage of green tea, like that they will give. So is it taxable or exempted? Taxable. Storage of tea leaves, exempted, because that will come under agricultural produce. Then paddy is agricultural produce, but rice is not an agricultural produce. Even though rice is not an agricultural produce, but relating to rice, few activities are exempted. What are those activities? Loading, unloading, packing, storage. These 4 activities in relation to rice will be exempted, even though rice is not agricultural produce. What about these 4 activities for agricultural produce? Anyhow, it is covered under the first point and it will be exempted. Then artificial insemination of livestock. So through artificial process they give injections to the animals for reproduction, that is known as artificial insemination of livestock, that is exempted, but other than horses. Why other than horses? Because agriculture excludes horses, na, that's why other than horses. Then service by way of storage or warehousing of cereals, pulses. So what are cereals and pulses? Means dals, like urid dal, gram dal, chana dal, etc. All these dals, lentils are called as pulses and cereals, and these are agricultural produce or not agricultural produce, not agricultural produce, because these are processed. We use lot of dals at our home like moong dal, urad dal, etc. Is it processed? Definitely it is processed. It is not the way in which we get it in the agricultural form, but the whole grain is there. For example, you take channa. Channa is a whole grain, that is agricultural produce. Green peas is agricultural produce, but from channa and green peas we get the dals which we use for cooking, etc. That will not come under agricultural produce, okay. But even though it is not agricultural produce, but its storage is exempted. Then next one, warehousing of minor forest produce. Again, minor forest produce is not agricultural produce. Why? Because minor forest produce is available in the forest, no one is going there for cultivation, naturally it will be coming. That's why even though it is not agricultural produce, but its storage is exempted. There are 3 products which are not agricultural produce, but its storage is exempted. What are they? Rice, cereals and pulses, minor forest produce. What about warehousing of fruits and vegetables? Warehousing of fruits and vegetables is already covered in the first point, any service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce. That's what I have given. Warehousing of fruits and vegetables and other agricultural produce is covered in point number 1 above, that is service in relation to agriculture or agricultural produce. Then next one, second, so insurance services, following are exempted with respect to insurance services. So first one, service of life insurance business provided by way of annuity under excuse me, under National Pension System. So NPS, National Pension System, is created by Government of India for the purpose of providing a kind of insurance as well as pension support to the people. So monthly some money will be collected by them, that will be exempted. So the moment you see NPS in the question, it will be exempted. Then second, group life insurance by Army, Navy, Air Force, Coastal Guard, Central Armed Police Forces and Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. Group insurance means, first a group of people will create an insurance fund. Monthly they will contribute some amount towards the fund, and in that group if any member has suffered any loss, out of that fund money will be paid. For example, army people is having a group insurance fund. So every army personnel will contribute out of their salary a portion to the group insurance fund. If any army person is dead, so out of that group insurance fund to their family members money will be paid. So this group insurance fund, monthly some money is collected now, whether it will be subject to GST, no, it will be exempted. Like this, what are the group insurance funds which are exempted? Army, Navy, Air Force, these 3 easily you can remember. Along with that also remember Coastal Guard. Next, Central Armed Police Forces, the CRPF. So Central Reserve Police are there na, in airports and other places they will be there. So that Central Armed Police Forces. Next, we think them as military. No, that is not military. And even whenever there is some protest or 144 section, etc. and all, central government will deploy some people. We think them as military. No, they are not military. They are Central Armed Police Forces. So these 5. Then one more is also there. What is that? Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. So these are the 6 group insurance funds. What is Motor Vehicle Accident Fund? Today, lot of road accidents will be happening. So what will happen? One vehicle will be hitting a person and the vehicle will go. So we don't know who is that vehicle and there is no proper vehicle number, etc. and all. Now the person has suffered the damage or loss. Now for that purpose, so government will be giving some money to him for his medical treatment. But from where government can give that money? Because lot of times in road accident, government will be announcing to every person, we are announcing 5 lakh rupees, 2 lakh rupees, like that they will announce. Na? From where they will announce that money? From the Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. So this particular Motor Vehicle Accident Fund, how it got created? Every one of us who owns vehicle, we take insurance on the vehicle. In that vehicle insurance, a portion is called as third party insurance. That third party insurance will be taken by the insurance company and will be giving to the Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. If government is announcing a relief, that is not out of their pocket. Actually it is our money only which was contributed into Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. So from there only it will be paid. Got it? So that particular Motor Vehicle Accident Fund is also, that money collected into that fund, that is exempted. Now you may get a question like this: insurance company collecting insurance premium from the motor vehicle owner, taxable or exempted? Insurance company collecting motor vehicle insurance premium from the owner of the motor vehicle, taxable or exempted? Taxable. Third party insurance premium, taxable or exempted? Taxable, taxable, taxable. Everything is taxable. Thereafter, that insurance company will contribute to the motor vehicle accident fund, that will be exempted. Okay, you understood now what is exempted? Money collected by insurance company is not exempted. Money collected by insurance company is taxable. Insurance company will make payment to the motor vehicle accident fund, that money paid to motor vehicle accident fund is exempted. Okay. Next, third point, services of general insurance business. There is an insurance company which is providing general insurance services, but that general insurance services are under government notified schemes. So if that government notified scheme premium collected, that premium collected will be exempted. Okay. What are the government notified schemes? These schemes are basically targeted to agriculture and farmers, below poverty line, then women and unemployed. So say this, targeted to agriculture and farmers. For example, failed well insurance, or hut insurance. Hut insurance means for below poverty line people. Then women, even Nirmaya health insurance. This Nirmaya health insurance is for the persons with mental retardation, autism, etc. and all. So you can remember it easily, Nirmala health insurance, like that. Okay. So Nirmaya health insurance, okay, people with mental crack, etc. So for them this insurance is there, is also exempted. That is the C point. Then D, life insurance under various government schemes. Again, there is an insurance company. That insurance company is providing insurance services. Which insurance? The previous point is general insurance and this point is life insurance, but this is under government notified schemes again. How do you know that it is a government notified scheme? Usually it will end with the words Yojana. Pradhana Mantri Awas Yojana, Pradhana Mantri Bima, Suraksha Bima Yojana, like that. So this Yojana word, if you see, definitely it is a government notified scheme. Therefore the money collected will be exempted. Then micro life insurance. Micro life insurance means rather than paying so huge amount as insurance premium, a small amount monthly will be paid. That is called as micro life insurance. But in case of micro life insurance, if the sum assured does not exceed 2 lakh rupees, then it will be exempted. So the maximum sum assured should be 2 lakhs, then only it is exempted. Next, insurance services provided to government. So now government is receiving the insurance services. The previous one is government notified schemes, but here directly government itself is receiving the insurance service, even that is also exempted. Then reinsurance of any exempted insurance service is also exempted. If the main insurance contract is exempted, its reinsurance is also exempted. For example, you see this, there is a insurance company, say Tata AIG is an insurance company. This Tata AIG insurance company is providing insurance services to, say, Government of India, central government, to central government with respect to its employees or building. So they are providing insurance services. Whether insurance services provided to government is taxable or exempted? Exempted. So the premium is received, so this premium will be exempted. Is that clear? So insurance services provided to government will be exempted. Now this Tata AIG will take reinsurance from another insurance company, say Max, Bupa, like that. One insurance company is there. From that insurance company, Tata AIG has taken reinsurance. Reinsurance means what? Insurance of insurance contract. Already insurance is given. Again we take a reinsurance on that. That is insurance on insurance is known as reinsurance. So reinsurance. Why we take reinsurance? Because if something happens to the central government, I mean property, etc., majorly Tata AIG has to pay money, but there is a huge risk. So now Tata AIG also will pay, Max Bupa also will pay. That's the reason why. To mitigate the risk, they will do this, and the premium will be paid to this. And this reinsurance premium, is it taxable or exempted? It is also exempted. That's what I told you. If the main insurance contract is exempted, okay, this is the main insurance contract. As the main insurance contract is exempted, its reinsurance contract is also exempted. Is that clear, pa? Then now here one more point. What about the retrocession? Retrocession means what? That is reinsurance of reinsurance. Already insurance contract, if you take again insurance, that is reinsurance. That reinsurance contract again you take reinsurance, that is called as retrocession. Now there is another insurance company, say ICICI Lombard, which is giving insurance, okay, to Max Bupa. But what is it called as? Retrocession. This is not called as reinsurance. First level is insurance, next level is reinsurance, thereafter next level is retrocession, and for this retrocession again a premium will be received. What is the treatment of this premium? That is also exempted, okay. So if the main insurance contract is exempted, its reinsurance contract also exempted, and its retrocession is also exempted. That is the meaning of this statement, okay. You can see here, insurance services provided to government is exempted, and reinsurance of any exempted insurance service is exempted. Reinsurance includes retrocession, that is reinsurer further transferring risk to another insurer. Therefore, if reinsurance is exempted, retrocession is also exempted. Then next point, point number G, that is services provided by business facilitator, services provided by business facilitator or business correspondent to insurance company in rural area. That is, there is a business facilitator and correspondent, like an agent appointed by insurance company, and where they are working in rural area and they get a commission. That commission received by them will be exempted, okay. What if they are working in urban area? Then it will be taxable. Only in rural area it is exempted. And next we have one more point, that is a latest amendment for May 26 exam. Say this: if there is an insurance company which is providing life insurance or health insurance to individuals or family of individuals as a group, or that is individuals or family of individuals as a group, what service? Life insurance or health insurance services. So family, okay, that is individual, you understood. Family of individual means what? That's what. Either the individual can take the insurance, or for their entire family also they can take insurance. Example, I have taken a medical insurance for my family, for me, my wife and my 2 kids. For 4 of us, I have taken a medical insurance policy. Now, I don't have to pay for 4 people, I have to pay only 1. Out of these 4, if anything happens to anyone, medical treatment expenditure will be borne by the insurance company. This is called as family floater. Got it? So either insurance service is provided to individual, the premium is exempted, or the insurance service is provided to family of individuals, then also the premium will be exempted. What if that is not family of individuals but employees? Because usually employees also like a family only. So then in that case, for example, for all my employees together, if I take an insurance contract, whether that insurance premium is taxable or exempted, that will be taxable. So only in case of individuals or family of individuals as a group is only exempted, but if it is employer-employee group, then it will be taxable, or non-employer-employee group also it will be taxable. Example, so this ICI will take insurance on all the practicing members. For all the practicing members of the ICI, they take an insurance contract and they pay the premium. Now in this case, is this premium taxable or exempted? Taxable. ICI can tell that all our members are our family, but is it really the family? No. So that's why only for individuals or the real family of individuals it is exempted, whereas for others, employer-employee group or non-employer-employee group or others, it will be taxable. Got it? Next, above exemption is not applicable if insurance services are provided to a group, that is employer-employee group, non-employer-employee group. So with this, insurance service is over. This point will definitely be tested in the forthcoming exam because it's an amendment. Then look into the next area, banking and other financial services. In banking services, the first exemption is with respect to interest, that is transaction in money is divided into two. Any transaction that involves money divided into two. Transaction in money without separate consideration or for a separate consideration. Transaction in money without consideration is neither goods nor services. Example, I am having 500 rupee note and I need to convert into 100 rupee notes. So I am giving you 500 rupee note and you are giving me 500 rupee notes. Does it mean I am selling you 500 rupee notes? No. So it does not mean that. So transaction in money without any consideration. So therefore it will neither be goods nor services. Consequently there is no GST. But transaction in money for a separate consideration. Suppose in the same example there is a demand for 100 rupee notes. Say 500 rupee note is getting banned soon, for example. Then automatically what will happen? There is a huge demand that everyone wanted to convert 500 rupee into 100. So at that time, so people will tell, okay, I will give you 450 rupees, means 50 rupees is the commission. Now will it be treated as transaction in money for a separate consideration? Yes, that 50 rupees will be treated as service, and if the consideration is interest or discount, then it will be exempted. If it is some other consideration, then it will be taxable, including interest on credit card. For example, bank will be collecting debit card, credit card charges. Taxable or exempted? Debit card, credit card charges. Is it interest or discount or other consideration? Other consideration. So taxable. Then minimum balance non-maintenance charges. Taxable. Then checkbook charges. Taxable. Suppose if it is interest on housing loan, exempted. Interest on credit card, taxable. Interest on personal loan, exempted. Then bill discounted, discounting of bill of exchange, exempted. Discount, okay, interest or discount. What is the difference between interest and discount? Interest will be at the end. First you will borrow money. When you repay, you pay with interest. That is interest. But when you go to a money lender, what money lender will do? If you ask for 10,000, he will not give you 10,000. He will deduct 1,000 rupees and he will give you 9,000. And you need to repay 10,000. That 1,000 rupees is known as discount. Okay. Even factoring also they will do this discount. In financial management, there is a concept of factoring. So the factoring agent will also collect some discount. Taxable or exempted? Exempted. If it is interest or discount, it will be exempted. What about discount charges? Taxable. Only discount is exempted, but discount charges will be taxable. Documentation charges, taxable. Processing fees, got it? All these are taxable, including interest in case of credit cards. This is the first exemption. Look into the second exemption. Services provided by a banking company to basic savings deposit account holders under Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Under Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana PMJDY scheme, so the bank will be providing services to the account holders. Who are these account holders? Basically they are nil balance account holders. In bank, lot of banks, nationalized banks will open nil balance accounts. That is Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. To those account holders, if bank provides any services, the money received will be exempted. That is the second point. Next, third, foreign exchange transactions. So foreign exchange transactions means what? Converting one currency to another currency. If the transaction happens between banks, it is exempted. Between forex dealers, there will be some dealers who will exchange one currency to another currency. Between them also it is exempted. Between bank and forex dealer also exempted. Then when it will be taxable? Between bank or forex dealer and customer, then only it will be taxable. Then number 4, services by an acquiring bank to any person in relation to settlement of an amount up to 2,000 in a single transaction. This was the point yesterday I discussed. I told you processing charges for the card transactions. So yesterday I have drawn one chart. I told you if there is any processing charges for card transactions or UPI transactions like that. For card transactions, if the transaction is up to 2,000, the processing fee will be exempted. If the card transaction goes beyond 2,000 rupees, entirely it will be taxable. That is this. And it can be, the card transaction can be offline or the card transaction can be online. What is card transaction offline? You go to the merchant, you swipe your card. That is card transaction offline. What is card transaction online? You visit their website, using your debit card you will make the payment. So that is card transaction online. Whether it is offline or online, the processing charges will be exempted. Okay. What about gateway charges? This point also I told you. Payment gateway charges is always taxable. That is this. Amount collected by payment aggregators for online transactions. If it is processing charges, up to 2000 exempted, beyond 2000 taxable. But the gateway charges will always be taxable. Next. Services by an intermediary of financial services. So there is a multi-service SEZ in India called as GIFT City, Gujarat International Fintech City. In that multi-service SEZ, if there is an intermediary who provides services to their customers outside India, they receive a consideration that is exempted. Just remember this much, that is enough. In a multi-service SEZ, in India, how many multi-service SEZ is there? Only one. Who will be doing business in that multi-service SEZ? A foreign company. What business they do? Financial services. They provide services to whom? Their customers outside India. They are not providing service to the people in India. They are providing services to their customers outside India. And whatever money that they receive will be exempted. Then why the hell they do business in India? Mainly for this. This is called as tax haven. This is called as tax havens. Like if they do business there in their country, they have to pay tax. But if they come to India and in that gift city, if they do business, whatever money they earn, they don't have to pay, because of which what will happen? Employment will increase. Correct? So that is this concept of gift city, that is intermediary of financial service in a multi-service SEZ with IFSC status, providing service to customer outside India for international financial service in currencies other than Indian rupees. Then next one, business facilitator or agent of business facilitator, business correspondent or agent of business correspondent, providing services to banking company in rural area. Total 4 agents. Who are the 4 agents? Business facilitator, agent of business facilitator, business correspondent, agent of business correspondent. To whom they are rendering services? To the bank. To the bank. But where the bank is located in rural area, then the commission will be exempted. What if they work in urban area branch? Taxable. Now same point we have in insurance also. But what is the difference between that point and this point? Can you read insurance also? This point is there, and tell me what is the difference you can find. There only business facilitator and business correspondent. But here agent of business facilitator as well as correspondent. So agent of business facilitator or agent of business correspondent to insurance company in rural area. What is your answer? Taxable. Very good. You write down there. You write down there. Agent of business facilitator, agent of business facilitator or agent of business correspondent to insurance company in rural area. To insurance company in rural area. What is your answer? It will be taxable. Only in case of business facilitator or business correspondent it will be exempted. But agent of business facilitator, agent of business correspondent, we don't have any exemption, that will be taxable. Is that clear? Suppose if it is banking company in rural area, exempted. So for insurance company it is taxable. So but agent of business facilitator, agent of business correspondent, banking company in rural area will be exempted. Now you need to answer this. Discount involved in bill discounting or check discounting. Don't see your book. Please tell me. Discount involved in bill discounting or check discounting. What is your answer? Exempted. Reason? Discount. Interest or discount. If the consideration is interest or discount, it will be exempted. Discount charges with respect to above. Taxable, because only discount is exempted, discount charges is taxable. Margin earned in repo or reverse repo transactions. First listen. Repo or reverse repo transactions means these are transactions between RBI and the bank. So RBI will be giving finance to the bank, for which they have to pay the margin. The margin is nothing but interest. The margin is nothing but interest. So this will be taxable or exempted. This will be taxable or exempted. Exempted. Why? Margin means what? Interest. Any consideration represented by way of interest or discount is exempted. Then margin including future and options, taxable. Why taxable? Because future and option is what? Securities. Futures and options are treated as securities. Transaction in securities is neither goods nor services. So the answer is not a supply. Understood? Next, interest or penal interest involved in credit card, taxable. Why? Generally interest on credit card is taxable, even penal interest. If interest is taxable, penal interest also taxable. Balance transfer in credit cards or loan transfer from one bank to another bank. Transfer of loan from one bank to another bank. Not a supply. Very good. Why not a supply? Transaction in money. Sir, loan only going, sir, from one bank to another bank. Where is additional consideration? For example, you have a loan in SBI. That loan is taken over by HDFC Bank. There is no consideration for that. So in that case, there is no supply. But for doing that, if there is any charges paid, then the charges will be treated as supply. Got it? Next, you can see health services. Health services following are exempted. Healthcare services by clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner or paramedics, including ambulance service, is exempted. First, we need to understand what is the meaning of healthcare services. Healthcare service definition is given below. Pre-treatment, that is diagnosis. In diagnosis, what and all covered? X-ray, scanning, MRI, blood test, all those will be covered under diagnosis. Then treatment. Treatment means what? Surgery or operation will be called as treatment. Post-treatment, that is a patient will be kept in the hospital for observation. So that is post-treatment. For what? Any disease, illness, injury, pregnancy, in any recognized system of medicine. So what are the recognized system of medicines? Allopathy, naturopathy, homeopathy, Siddha, Ayurvedic, all these are recognized system of medicines. Do we have any unrecognized system of medicine? Yes. That is pranic healing treatment, Reiki healing treatment. Then these Babas and Swamijis who will put some ash, okay, if they put, then even in Christian missionaries, they put the holy water. So water they sprinkle so that the disease will run away, okay. So all those are not recognized system of medicine, okay. That will be taxable. But what they do is that they do it in the name of trust. They do it in the name of trust, and trust advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga will be exempted. So they will enjoy the exemption there, okay. But otherwise here it is not covered under healthcare services. Then in any recognized system of medicine, including transportation in ambulance. So ambulance service will also be exempted, but does not include cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery, hair transplantation, because these three are no way connected to healthcare, correct? So therefore these three are taxable. But these three, when is it connected to health? Suppose if a person is met with an accident, or there is some deformity, like by birth itself some genetical issue is there, or that is called a genetical issue is called as congenital defects, or developmental abnormalities during their growth, or any injury or trauma. At that time, suppose if there is cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery, hair transplantation, then it will be covered under exemption. Example, a person met with a fire accident, completely his skin is burnt, for which a plastic surgery is done. Whether this will be taxable or exempted? Exempted, because it is because of a injury, that is fire accident, etc., like that. And suppose if a person underwent a chemotherapy, cancer treatment, lot of people who undergo cancer treatment, so they will be having the hair loss, completely hair will be gone, because that much amount of heat will be sent to kill the cancer cells. So these chemotherapy patients will undergo hair transplantation. For example, Yuvraj Singh, etc. So they will undergo hair transplantation. In that case, is it taxable or exempted? Exempted. Normally, if they undergo hair transplantation, taxable, okay, because none of the cricketer is having real hair. everyone has underwent hair transplantation, because basically sports players will not be able to maintain the hair, so therefore they will be undergoing a hair transplantation, including Dhoni, everyone for that matter, Dhoni, Virat Kohli, everyone. So but this hair transplantation will be taxable, but Yuvraj Singh hair transplantation will be exempted, because he underwent chemotherapy and afterwards he had a hair loss, so he did that, so that will be covered under healthcare service and it will be exempted. Is it clear? Then next, healthcare services by a clinical establishment. What is a clinical establishment? Any place where the healthcare service is provided. Then authorized medical practitioner. Who is authorized medical practitioner? Doctor with MBBS qualification and registered with the medical council. Then paramedics. Who are paramedics? Means these people who assist the doctors, like nurse, lab technician, physiotherapist. So then compounders, all these people are called as paramedics. Their service is also exempted, including ambulance service. If you observe, in healthcare service definition itself there is ambulance, but separately also there is ambulance service. So if the ambulance is given, private ambulance, they will just to do the transportation, even then it will be exempted. But they should be transporting patient. Transportation of patient in ambulance is exempted. What about transportation of dead body in ambulance? Excluded from supply, not exempted, excluded from supply, because that will come under exclusion from supply. Death related activities, funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased, that is excluded from supply. But transportation of patient, you need to write it as exempted. Okay. Then, sir, all healthcare service is exempted? Yes. What about room charges? Room charges is also exempted, provided the room charges per day does not exceed 5,000 rupees. Room charges collected by a clinical establishment for providing healthcare services. If it is ICU charges, that is intensive care unit, emergency rooms and all will be there, na, that will be exempted always. But other room charges will be exempted if the charges per day does not exceed, per day or per month? Per day does not exceed 5,000. What if it exceeds 5,000 rupees per day? Entirely it will be taxable. Then next exemption you see, healthcare service in relation to animals or birds. So first point is related to individuals, human beings. The second one is in relation to animals or birds, that is veterinary clinic services, that is also exempted. Then you can see some additional points related to this. Renting of rooms to inpatients. Who are inpatients? Those who are admitted in the hospital is known as inpatients, up to 5,000 rupees per day. And food supplied to inpatients, even food will be given to them, that is also part of healthcare service and it is exempted. Then in some hospitals there will be consulting doctors, ENT specialists, gynecologists and the pediatricians, etc. They are expert doctors. They will not be employees of the hospital. They will be working there as consulting doctors. They get money from hospitals, that is also exempted. Service provided by consulting doctors to hospitals is also exempted. Then this infertility treatment is there, IVF, ART, like that. Whether that will come under healthcare service and it is exempted? Yes. We have a CBSE circular which says that that is to treat infertility and it will be covered under healthcare services. What about this LASIK treatment, that is eye, for people who have eyesight and all, they undergo LASIK treatment, you know that? Whether that will be taxable or exempted? Exempted. Why? Because there is a kind of deformity. To cure the deformity they are undergoing, therefore it will be coming under exempted. What about braces? Taxable, because that will not come under healthcare services, so that will be coming under taxable. Okay, so this invisible braces or caps or even this that metal braces, etc., they put, all those will be taxable because that comes under cosmetic category. What about root canal treatment? We have got a cavity issue. To cure that cavity, they do root canal treatment. What about that? Taxable or exempted? Exempted, because there is a deformity. See, normally why people will put braces? To look good. That's the correct answer. To look good. There is no issue for them. Got it? There is no health issue here, but to look good. So for that, they will be doing that. and this will come under the category of beauty treatment that is not related to health. So that's the reason why that is taxable. But root canal treatment is cavity issue, means there is a problem. To rectify that, it will be coming under healthcare services. Then exemption to rehab services. So lot of people who are having this kind of mental diseases or drug addiction or some other kind of addictions, so they need to be sent to the rehab centers. And if there is a rehab professional, and if that rehab professional is working in educational institution, then the consideration received by them will be exempted. If the rehab professional is working in medical establishment, then also it will be exempted. So services provided by rehab professionals recognized under the Rehabilitation Council of India Act by way of rehabilitation, therapy or counseling at medical establishments, educational institutions, rehab centers established by central or state government or union territory will be exempted. But remember, in case of rehab center, it should be only by central, state or union territory, because basically in India this mental health is regulated by Government of India. Private people and all are not allowed. It should be only by approved by Government of India. But of course some private people are doing, that is illegal. It should not be there, and I don't know when government will take action on them, but it is illegal, it should not be there. Reason, mental health should be treated only by certain people approved by government, because that can be misused. You are normal, but they will tell you have some issue, and unnecessarily they will make you consume certain medicines and undergo the treatment and loot money from you. Got it? So that's the reason why only Government of India approved. So that's why rehab centers established by central government, union territory or entity registered under 12A or 12AB of the Income Tax Act, then only it will be exempted. What about private rehab centers? That will be taxable. Okay. Next, look into the next point, point 5, entry ticket. Following entry tickets are exempted. First one, irrespective of the ticket price, few entry tickets are exempted, and ticket price does not exceed 500 rupees per person, few entry tickets are exempted. What are they? First, irrespective of the ticket price, and I request all of you, if you are leaving in the middle for washroom etc., use that back door. Okay, don't use the front door because that will cause disturbance to others. You go, just use the back door. Here to there you can walk now, and at the back door one door is there, that door you use, so that it will not cause disturbance to anyone sitting here. Okay, say this, following entry tickets are exempted irrespective of the ticket price. Irrespective of the ticket price, what is exempted? So remember, 6 entry tickets, 3 related to animals, tiger reserve, then wildlife sanctuary and zoo. Then 3 places. What are those 3 places? Museum, national park and entry to protected monuments. Total these 6 entry tickets, irrespective of ticket price, it is exempted. Whereas there are some 9 entry tickets, so where the ticket price per person does not exceed 500 rupees, it will be exempted. 4 related to performance, 4 performance related. What are they? Dance, music, then theatrical performance and concert. 4 performance, dance performance, theatrical performance. Theatrical performance means drama, stage shows etc. That includes stand-up comedy also. Then concert and musical performance, these 4 performances. Then 4 events. What are those 4 events? Circus, award function, then pageant and sporting event. So 4 events. Then finally one place, that is planetarium. Planetarium. So these are the 9 entry tickets where the ticket price does not exceed 500 rupees will be exempted. For example, you are going for watching IPL matches. What is the ticket price? 2000, 3000, 5000, like that only. Where is it less than 500 rupees here? It is not. So it will be taxable. What if the ticket price is 450? exempted. That is sporting event. Any sporting event, it can be recognized sporting event or unrecognized sporting event. If the ticket price does not exceed 500 rupees per person, then it will be exempted. What about cinema theatre? Ticket price does not exceed 500, taxable or exempted? Taxable, because cinema theatre is not in the list here. Sir, theatrical performance is there. That's why I said cinema theatre example. Cinema theatre is not theatrical performance. Theatrical performance means drama, stage shows, etc. So not cinema theatre. Cinema theatre will be taxable. What about entry to theme parks? Water park, theme park, etc. Whatever may be the ticket price, it will be taxable because that is not given in the list here. Got it? Sir, won't theme park come under national park? No, no. National park is different, theme park is different. Then look into the next one, pension services. There are two pension schemes. One is Atal Pension Yojana, then state government operated pension fund. So monthly they will collect some money. That money collected is exempted. What about private pension scheme? That will be taxable. When it comes to pension, there are three pension schemes which are exempted. What are they? Already we discussed before, national pension system. Now Atal Pension Yojana and state government operated pension. The next, services by specified organizations. These are some specified organizations. If they provide any service, the money received will be exempted. What are those organizations? ESIC, Employee State Insurance Corporation; EPFO, Employee Provident Fund Organization; CMPFO, Coal Mine Provident Fund. So EPFO is for normal employee provident fund. CMPFO is for the workers who are working in coal mines. ESIC is like state insurance, like health insurance to the factory workers. Then NCCCD, National Center for Cold Chain Development, to set up the cold chain. And foreign diplomatic mission in India, that is UN agencies or international agencies, embassy or consulate. These people, if they provide any service, that is exempted. The moment you see them in the question, the money received by them will be exempted. But remember, service provided by foreign diplomatic mission is exempted, but service provided to foreign diplomatic mission is not exempted, which means service provided by them is only exempted, not to them. Next, look into the next one, eighth one, charitable and religious services. There is a charitable trust under section, registered under section 12A or 12AB of the Income Tax Act, but not all activities of the trust will be exempted. Maybe all activities of the trust is covered under income tax exemption, but for GST exemption, not all activities of the trust is exempted. We have only few charitable activities which are exempted. What are they? Total 4. Number 1, public health. Public health. If there is a charitable trust, like a NGO or a trust, etc., public health will be charitable activity. That is exempted. Number 2, advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga. So all the temple trust, Baba, Swamijis and all will come in this category. That is advancement of religion, spirituality and yoga. Then number 3, that is educational programs. Educational programs to whom? Orphans or homeless people, that is orphans, prisoners, mentally, physically traumatized persons, and persons over 65 years. Over 65 years, not equal to 65 years. Over 65 years means greater than 65 years. And where they should be located? Urban area, rural area? Rural area, then it will be exempted. Then fourth point is environmental preservation. So these are the 4 charitable activities. By doing that 4 charitable activities, if they earn any money, that will be exempted. Okay. So see this, public health, advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga, educational programs to orphans, physically or mentally traumatized persons, prisoners and persons over 65 years residing in rural area, and environmental preservation. Then services by an old age home. Who is running that old age home? Either central government or state government or a charitable trust. And in that old age home, they will give accommodation to whom? Old people. Who is considered as old people? See there. Who is considered as old people? Greater than or equal to 60 years. Here, greater than or equals to 60 years. But in the previous point, it is more than 65 years. Exactly 65 years. rural area, educational program by a trust to people 65 years, aged 65 years in rural area. What is your answer? Taxable. Here exactly 60 years exempted. Okay. Then next one, and this charges, how much should be the consideration? Old age home consideration up to 25,000 per month per member. Then number 3, services by any person by way of conduct of religious ceremony. Who will conduct religious ceremony? Purohit, priest, etc. Money earned by them will be exempted. Services by specified organizations for religious pilgrimage. What are considered as religious pilgrimage for the purpose of exemption? Kailash, Manas Sarovar Yatra and Hajj Yatra. But remember, these two should be done only by specified organization, not everyone. First it should be a religious pilgrimage, these two religious pilgrimages only by specified organization, then the money collected is exempted. Then incubator and incubatee services. Incubate is a place where research is carried out. A place where research is carried out, that laboratory is known as incubate. The owner of that laboratory will be known as incubator. Incubatee is the one who is working in that laboratory. Incubatee services will be exempted. Up to how much it will be exempted? Up to 50 lakhs. Incubatee services will be exempted up to 50 lakhs provided two conditions are satisfied. Condition number 1, previous year their consideration, that is previous year aggregate turnover or aggregate receipt should not exceed 50 lakhs, and this exemption is only for a period of 3 years from the date of signing contract. Thereafter they will not get this exemption. Now look into the illustration below. There is a incubatee who is getting first year 60 lakhs. Whether it is taxable or exempted, up to 50 lakhs is exempted. Two conditions. Condition number 1, previous year whether their aggregate turnover exceed 50 lakhs? No, because this is the first year, means previous year 0, and therefore up to 50 lakhs they will get exemption. Remaining 10 lakhs will be taxable. Second year 40 lakhs, whether they will get exemption for the second year? No, because for second year what is the previous year? First year, and first year it exceeds 50 lakhs, that's why second year they will not get exemption, so full 40 lakhs will be taxable. Third year again will they get exemption? Yes, because for third year what is the previous year? Second year, it does not exceed 50 lakhs, so third year they will get exemption for 50 lakhs, so remaining 20 lakhs will be the taxable value. Is it clear? So two conditions, previous year aggregate turnover does not exceed 50 lakhs and the exemption is only for period of 3 years. This is for incubatee services. What about incubator services? Incubator services will always be exempted if they are approved by Government of India. If they are not approved by Government of India, then it will be taxable. If they are approved by Government of India, then it will be exempted. Who are approved by Government of India, sir? Only 2 people are approved by Government of India. You can write down the list. You can write down the list. TBI, Technology Business Incubator. Technology Business Incubator. In India, only 2 people are approved by government for the purpose of acting as incubator, and their consideration receipt will be exempted. One is TBI, Technology Business Incubator. Then NSTEB, National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Board. National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Board. National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Board. These are the 2 people recognized by Government of India. So any service provided by them, fully it will be exempted. Then next look into education services. When it comes to education services, so first point is that any service provided by an educational institution to its students, faculty and staff will be exempted. So here, what is the meaning of an educational institution? So we have 3 category education institution. First one is up to 12th standard or equivalent. So that will be category 1. Category 2 will be colleges, universities, professional colleges, that will be coming under education for obtaining a qualification recognized by law. So whether ICI will come in category 2? Yes. That's the reason why ICI registration fees or exam fees and all, there won't be any GST. But coaching center will not come under category 2. Why? Because it is not recognized by law for giving the curriculum. So that's why. So but ICI, ICMA, ICSI, then colleges, even private colleges, because private colleges are recognized now. So all those people collecting money will be exempted. That is category 2. Category 3 will be approved vocational education. Vocational education means skill based coaching. Okay, so that is also exempted. These are the 3 category educational institutions. If they provide services to students, faculty and staff, it is exempted. What service? Any service. It can be like education related, or it can be any service. Okay, any service provided by them to its students, faculty and staff will be exempted. Then next one, you can see here, application fee for entrance, or fee charged for issuing eligibility certificate, or fee collected for issuing migration certificate to the ex-students is also exempted. So here you may get a doubt, sir, I have not yet joined the college. Now I am purchasing the application form, or I am buying the prospectus. Now whether that fees is also exempted? Yes, because you are considered as a prospective student. You are not a student but a prospective student. Due to that reason, the fees paid will be exempted. Same way, you completed the college. When you completed the college, you need to get the transfer certificate or migration certificate. To get the transfer or migration certificate, you will pay some charges to the college, some 50 rupees or 100 rupees. Whether that will be taxable or exempted, that is also exempted. So migration certificate to the ex-students will be exempted. Only fee collected for issuing migration certificate, per not all services to ex-student is exempted. Okay. Then what about this campus recruitment fees collected by college from corporates? Is it taxable or exempted? Campus recruitment fees collected by college from corporates, is it taxable or exempted? Taxable, because it is not from students, faculty and staff, it is from others. Due to that reason, it will be taxable. Is it clear? Then next one, service provided to an educational institution. In this, first 4 activities: transportation of students, catering and security within the premises, housekeeping within the premises, to category 1 education institution will be exempted. These 4 activities to category 1. Okay, what are they? Transportation, catering, security, but security and housekeeping should be within the premises. Then admission to or conduct of examination, all 3 category institutions it is exempted. Online periodicals and journals, only category 2 will be exempted. Okay. Now for example, if the school is conducting, school is category 1, if the school is conducting a function, annual day function in one auditorium, for that auditorium if they receive catering service, is it taxable or exempted? Exempted, because catering service to category 1 institution, anywhere it will be exempted. Suppose to that auditorium, if they receive housekeeping services, is it taxable or exempted? Taxable, because housekeeping should be within the premises. Okay. Next, here there is a educational institution that is receiving these services, then only it will be exempted. These are service provided to educational institution. Now there are some Anganwadi schools, that is like this Palwadi schools, daycare. So basic education and all they will be providing up to first standard, kids and all they will be dealing with, and they provide afternoon food facility. For that they receive catering service. Whether catering service provided to them is taxable or exempted? Exempted, because catering service they will fall under category 1 education institution, therefore it is exempted. That is this circular. Exemption is provided to service supplied to an education institution, including Anganwadi, which provide preschool education also, by way of serving of food including midday meals under any midday meal scheme sponsored by government, irrespective of the funding. Anyone can pay that money. The funding can be from government grants or from the corporate donations, but the service to whom we are providing is only relevant. Who is making payment of that consideration is irrelevant. We provided catering service to category 1 education institution, therefore it is exempted. Then third point, whether IIMs will come under educational institutions. Yes, IIMs will fall under educational institutions if the IIMs are providing short-term courses like up to 1 year, then it will be taxable, wherein they will be giving participation certificate. If they provide long-term courses, what is it? Long-term courses means greater than 1 year, either it will be called as degree or diploma, and that will be exempted. Okay. Then number 4, services provided by an educational institution by way of conduct of entrance exam. So there are some educational institutions, there are some bodies which will only conduct entrance exam and they will give the result. Based on that result, they can join in any college which will accept their score. For example, we have National Testing Agency. You might have heard of this name, National Testing Agency. This National Testing Agency, NTA, is only conducting the NEET exams. All these exams are conducted by them. IIT JEE, say this, NEET exam, National Eligibility Cum Entrance Test, then this CUET, then even, so this, what is that, JEE, first one, Joint Entrance Exam, IIT JEE, they say, na, these are all the main exams in India. In India, if you see competitive exams, IIT JEE, NEET, CUET, CLAT, these are the competitive exams which 12th students will be writing in order to go into colleges, etc. and all. So these exams are conducted by National Testing Agency, but they will not give any qualification. They will just conduct the entrance exam, collect the fees, entrance exam fees, and give the result, rank. Based on that rank, whichever college accepts that rank, that person can go and join in that college. Whether these people are treated as educational institutions, for which we have a point, yes, even though they don't offer any qualification, but even then they are treated as educational institution, because without writing this NEET entrance exam, they cannot become a doctor, means it's a part of curriculum, correct or not? Without writing JEE exam, they cannot join in IIT, which means it's a part of curriculum. So that's why this National Testing Agency or National Board of Examination, even though they are conducting only entrance exam, they are treated as educational institution. Read that point number 4. Services provided by an educational institution by way of conduct of entrance examination against consideration in the form of entrance exam fee. So there are some central and state education boards which are treated as educational institution for the limited purpose of providing service by way of conduct of examination. Therefore, National Board of Examination and National Testing Agency is educational institution. So entrance exam fee collected by them will be taxable or exempted? Exempted. What about some colleges which will be collecting entrance exam fees? Because if you see some popular colleges like DG Vaishnav, then MOP, then even Stella Maris, so these colleges, even Etiraj, these colleges, they will conduct the entrance exam and then only they will be giving admission there. Just like that, I want BCom seat means, come, I am waiting for you, like that they will not. Okay, you have to write the entrance exam and only when you qualify they will be giving, or otherwise a huge donation has to be paid. Okay, so if not donation, you have to write the entrance exam. Whether this entrance exam fee collected by these colleges is taxable or exempted? Exempted. Why? Because college will come under education institution and entrance exam fee collected by them will be exempted. Even though you may not join there, you are not the student there, you are not the student yet, you are just writing the entrance exam. You may join, you may not join, because people and all are so smart nowadays that for 4 or 5 different colleges they will apply and they will write the entrance exam and then they will decide which college they wanted to join. Okay, so yes, people are doing. So you think that Gen Z is one stupid generation like that. No, they are the greatest generation according to me, because we are all dumb. So what we were doing in our 10th standard and 12th standard and all, what you guys were doing, you don't know anything what to do, like this and all, we were thinking, got it? So yes, we were not actually having any career focus, etc. and all. Now 8th standard, 10th standard students, they know what they wanted to do. They have a very good clarity. They know what they wanted to do. They know the career. So how they wanted to plan their career, they have planned very good in advance, because I am meeting lot of students and completely I am clueless, because they have everything, they have every knowledge, and they are telling, so I advise them, why don't you join CA, CMA like that, one option is there like that. They are telling me, sir, they are taking a lecture for me, sir, CA course, so you have to work this much hard to get CA degree. After completing CA, what is the average salary, sir? 12 lakhs. Now, sir, I'll do MBA in some good college. Now, you know, sir, what is my average salary? 18 lakhs. Then why should I work hard, sir? You got it? My parents are able to afford for MBA, and I will go for MBA. And here there is no guarantee, because I have seen lot of people who are aged 25 and 30 and still they are doing CA. Sorry, don't get offended, okay? So still they are doing CA, but by that time I can get settled and I can give birth to 3-4 people also. They're so matured and so calculative, so correct. That is the way in which the generation is, and they write entrance exam in multiple colleges. So they are telling, I have applied for Christ University, sir. Then I applied for Symbiosis, sir. Then one some Nadar, Shiv Nadar college like that is there. There also applied, sir. And wherever I get seat, I will go there, sir. Now, not necessary that everywhere where they write entrance exam, they need to join. So even though it is not to student, it will be covered under exemption. That is this point, okay. Then next one. But sir, what about you? You are one of the cursed generation. So wherein you don't know why you joined into CA, but you joined. Because someone said, some coaching centers or someone is telling, if you do CA, your life will be so happy that you will have a bank balance of 1 crore, 2 crores, etc. and all. And you will go for shopping in flights only, and you will have a luxurious lifestyle like that and all. I don't know who that idiot is who told you, because there are some people who tell so nicely about this CA course, etc. and all, and seeing them they will join BCom plus CA like that and all, and thereafter, you know, they will put the cloth on their head. Got it? So this you know, you join now and all, there is no other way, complete it and come out, okay. You jump into the well. Before jumping into the well, Thambi, Vana, Vindiduva, Settuduva, like that people will tell. No, 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 I will fall on the well like that. You will think, okay, Gucci Save. So therefore, you will go into the well, and thereafter, you have to learn swimming and you need to come out. No other go. Got it? So you are in that stage. You don't compare with them. But I am telling you, your competition is so severe. They will be your competition, okay. So that generation is so smart that, you know, they are going so fast, and you won't believe, 8th standard they are learning AI. AI, there is a subject called AI in 8th standard, okay. But even today you don't know what is really AI. That much generation gap is there, okay. Then 5th point, amount paid to training providers under Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Grameen Kausalya Yojana, DDUGKY. It's a Government of India scheme. Under this scheme, they will recruit lot of training providers and send them to the rural places in order to provide education. So that particular people, training providers, money received will be exempted. Then any service provided by National Skill Development Corporation. This is the highest body to provide skill courses in India. Then National Council for Vocational, it is vocational, National Council for Vocational Education and Training. So they have some awarding bodies. Awarding bodies will give the certificate. Then assessment agency will conduct the exams. Training body will prepare the curriculum. Training partners will provide the training. There are a lot of skill courses in India today. So all these skill courses are approved by National Skill Development Corporation, and these are the people involved, and any service provided by them will be exempted. Who are the 4 people? Awarding body, assessment agency, training body, and training partner. Then services by assessment bodies under Skill Development Initiative Scheme. Just remember this Skill Development Initiative Scheme. Under the skill development initiative scheme, there will be some assessment bodies, they get some money, that will be exempted. Then affiliation services. So any school, if they need to provide admissions to the students, they need to get an affiliation. Affiliation from where? Either state board or CBSE. And for getting this affiliation to the state board of education or the central board of education, they have to pay the affiliation fees. Every school for that matter, for example, matriculation schools and all will be getting license from state board of education, CBSE schools and all will get the license from central board of education. This is called as affiliation fee. Whether that affiliation fee will be taxable or exempted, hold on. We are not talking about outright exemption. The affiliation fee will be exempted provided that school is either owned or operated by central government, state government, local authority, government authority or government entity, then only it will be exempted. What about affiliation fee payable by private schools? That will be taxable. Then some special points say this: fee collected by ICA or ICMA or ICSI is exempted as their educational institutions. However, fee collected by coaching centers or individual faculties will not be exempted, that will be taxable. Then up to 12th standard, it can be in any board, that is category 1 is there na, that is up to 12th standard or equivalent, that can be any board. What are the boards that we have? State board, CBSE, or even it can be ICSE, international board. Private tuitions or home tuitions are taxable because it is not educational institution. Tuition centers are taxable. What is the meaning of approved vocational education? Here we have category 3, approved vocational education. What is the meaning of that? Approved vocational education means course run by ITI or ITC, Industrial Training Institute or Industrial Training Center, affiliated to NCVT, SCVT, like how for CBSE, that is a normal school, we have a recognized body called as CBSE and state board. Like that for vocational courses also we have NCVT and SCVT. NCVT is National Council for Vocational Training, SCVT is State Council for Vocational Training. If they offer courses under Designated Trades under Apprentices Act or modular employable skill course under Ministry of Skill Development or Entrepreneurship, then it will be called as approved vocational education and the fees collected by them will be exempted. Mainly polytechnic colleges. Polytechnic colleges will come into this category and the fees is exempted. So this is about education services. So we have seen some 10 different sectors. Let's see some questions based on this and then we will see the remaining. I just wanted to break, give a pass, otherwise now you will sleep, that's why. Look into question number 11 in page number 30. Question number 11 in page number 30, practice manual. Messrs. Apna Bank Limited, a scheduled commercial bank, has furnished the following details for the month of August 2018. Extended housing loan to its customers 100 crores. What is your answer? Taxable, exempted, not a supply. Not a supply. Very good. Why it is not a supply? Sir, just giving loan is transaction in money, but for giving loan, if they are collecting any interest, then only it will be supply. But just giving loan, but nowhere they mention about interest, etc. That's why it is not a supply. That is transaction in money without any consideration. This point. Transaction in money, in banking services we have transaction in money without any separate consideration. Without consideration, it is neither goods nor services, consequently it is not a supply. Then second, processing fees collected from its customers on sanction of loan, taxable. Processing fees is taxable, we don't have any exemption. Commission collected from its customers on bank guarantee, taxable. What is exempted? Only interest or discount. Interest income on credit card issued by bank, taxable. Interest received on housing loan, that is exempted because it is interest on housing loan. Minimum balance charges collected from current account holders and savings account holders, taxable. So first one is not a supply and 25 will be exempted, remaining and all taxable. So 20 plus 30, 50 plus 40, 90 plus 1, 91 lakhs. So this will be the value of taxable supply, but in exam you have to present it like this. First you need to write heading computation of value of taxable supply of who is the person, Apna Bank, for the month of August 2018. One heading you need to give. Thereafter you need to prepare a table, particulars, amount. In the particulars itself you write down each and every point, because they give the step marks. Here itself they will give the step marks. So housing loan for customers, it is not a supply, but what is the reason? Since money does not constitute goods or services, it is not a supply. Then processing fee, interest does not include processing fee, hence the same is taxable. Same way, commission over and above interest is not exempted, like that. So we need to write about the explanation, just at least 1 line, 2 lines enough. So if you give this na, so that if it is a 5 marks question, minimum 4 marks we will get. Okay, minimum to minimum 4 marks. But if you are not giving proper explanation or proper presentation, you will get 1.5 mark. Same answer, correct answer only, but 2 marks you will be losing unnecessarily, 2.5 marks because of the presentation. Okay, so that's why my suggestion to you, be patient, have the perseverance, and please try to present it properly. When you are presenting it properly, automatically you will be getting some 5-10 marks, because for one question 1 mark you take, you will have 5 questions, automatically 5 marks will increase. A student who is getting 45 will know the worth of that 5 marks. Got it? You understood? Because aggregate problem, lot of you are failing in aggregate only. So not that you are failing because you don't know the subject, because you know whatever I am teaching now, you know. Actually you are learning it for the purpose of revision. So it is like a revision for you, you know the subject. But what is the problem here is that every one of us is getting score in 40s. But if you get the score in 50s only, you will be able to clear that. So that is where majority of the students are in. That's why presentation, please focus. Okay. Then next, look into question number 12. Sun Grow Private Limited, a registered taxable person having the gross receipts of 50 lakhs in the previous financial year, provides the following information relating to their services for the month of July 2018. Running a boarding school. What is your answer? Exempted. School will come under category 1. Boarding school means hostel also they provide, everything will be exempted. So all services provided by educational institution will be exempted. Okay. Then next, fees from prospective employer for campus recruitment, I told you, taxable, because they are not receiving it from the students, they are receiving it from the corporates. So taxable. Only to student, faculty, staff is exempted. Education service for obtaining the qualification recognized by law of foreign country, taxable. If it is India, exempted. For example, ACCA fees, taxable or exempted? Taxable. CFA, CPA, etc., that fees will be taxable. Why? Because this is not a qualification recognized by law of India, therefore it will be taxable. Then next, renting of furnished flats for temporary stay to different persons. So rent per day is less than 1000 rupees per flat. For renting, do we have any exemption? Yes. For renting we have an exemption. What is that? Renting of residential property for residential purpose to an unregistered person is exempted. First point. Remember, for renting we have 3 exemptions. Renting of immoral property, 3 exemptions are there. What is the first exemption? Renting of residential property for residential purpose to an unregistered person. Number 2, renting of residential property for residential purpose to a registered individual for their family stay, for that individual's family stay, then it is exempted. Third, accommodation service, that can be commercial property or residential property, accommodation, but that should be at a stretch for how many days? 90, means hostels, PG, everything will come into this category. At a stretch they should be giving for 90 days, minimum 90 days. And how much should be the charges per month? It should not exceed 20,000, then it is exempted. In this case, 1000 rupees, less than 1000 rupees per flat, but we don't know for how many days, correct? But at a stretch it should be for 90 days, then only it will be exempted. So in this case it is not exempted, it will be taxable. Next, conducting modular employable skill course approved by National Council for Vocational Training. What about that? Modular employable skill course, just now we discussed, it will come under approved vocational education. See the definition. See the definition. Approved vocational education includes modular employable skill course under Ministry of Skill Development. So modular employable skill course means it comes under educational institution, therefore it will be exempted. Conducting private tuitions, taxable. Running martial arts academy for young children, taxable. Why? So that is not educational institution, but we have a different exemption. Training in arts, all training in arts like dance school, music schools, karate, etc., all training in arts will be exempted, provided it is by an individual, provided it is by an individual. Here it is arts, martial arts, but by company, not individual. Sungrow Private Limited, company, due to that reason it will be taxable. What if it is by individual? Exempted. Conducting career counseling session, anywhere we have exemption related to this? No. So therefore it will be taxable. So what is the taxable here? 1,70,000 plus 3,10,000 plus 1,20,000 plus 3 lakh plus 55 plus 1,65,000. How much? 11,20,000. Correct? Then on that they are asking compute the GST. If they give rate of GST in the question, then you need to compute the GST also on show. Got it? So there are few queries to our friends. If the school has auditorium, in such case housekeeping will be exempted, sir. Yes, if there is an auditorium within the school, and for that auditorium if they receive housekeeping service, will it be taxable or exempted? Exempted, because it is within the premises. Okay. Next, another question. See this question number 4. Determine GST payable at 18% with respect to each of the following independent services provided by the registered person. Fee charged for yoga camp conducted by a charitable trust registered under section 12A of Income Tax Act. What is your answer? Why? Yoga is considered as a charitable activity provided by a trust, therefore it is exempted. Amount charged by business correspondent from banking company for the service provided to rural branch of the bank with respect to saving bank accounts, exempted. That is business correspondent, business facilitator, agent of business correspondent, agent of business facilitator to rural area branch is exempted. Amount charged by cord blood bank for preservation of stem cells, whether we discussed it in healthcare services. So if you don't know anything, it will be taxable. Okay, va? In question when you read, if you don't know what it is, if you feel like you never read it for once also, the answer will be taxable. Okay. Explanation not covered under exemption, therefore it is taxable. Okay, va? Next, amount charged for service provided by selectors to recognize sports body. This point already yesterday I told you. So who are exempted? Player, referee, umpire, coach, team manager. But selector is not there, therefore it will be taxable. So this 5 lakhs alone will be taxable, 5 lakhs and 5,20,000 alone will be taxable. On that GST will be payable. Next, and this point also we discussed yesterday. Performance artist. Performance artist will be exempted if the consideration does not exceed 1,50,000. That too, what type of performance? classical or folk. In what genre? In what genre? Either music or dance or theatre. Okay, see this question number 13. Kesar Maharaj, a registered supplier, gave a classical dance performance in an auditorium. The consideration charged for the said performance is 1,48,500. Is Kesar Maharaj liable to pay GST on the consideration received for the said performance? If such performance is not for promotion of any product or service? If yes, determine his GST liability. Will your answer be different if Kesar Maharaj is brand ambassador? First one. So he is performing classical dance. And sir, performance artist means not one who is performing before the camera. So cinema actors is not covered into this category. Only performance before the audience. Okay. And what if 1,48,500? So not for promotion of any product or service. What is your answer? Taxable or exempted? Exempted. What will be your answer if he is a brand ambassador of a food product? If he is a brand ambassador, whatever may be the amount, that will be taxable. Suppose if the dance performance is given by Kesar Maharaj is not classical but a contemporary Bollywood style dance performance, taxable, because it should be classical or folk. And consideration, what if the consideration is 1,60,000? Even then taxable, because the consideration exceeds 1,50,000, entirely taxable. Remember, in entire exemption chapter, wherever we come across the monetary limits, if you cross that monetary limits, entirely it will be taxable. Only in one place we have exception, that is incubating services. Incubating service, if you cross 50 lakhs, the excess is only taxable. But in all other places, if you cross a particular amount, entire amount will be taxable. Then next, look into question number 20. Question number 20. Green Agro Services, a registered person, provides the following information relating to its activities during the month of February 2020. Gross receipts from service relating to rearing of sheep. Is rearing of sheep falling under agriculture? Yes, rearing of all life forms of animals. So therefore, except horses, therefore it will be exempted. Service by way of artificial insemination of horses. Generally, artificial insemination of livestock is exempted, but horses is not covered, therefore it will be taxable. Processing of sugarcane into jaggery, because this jaggery is not agricultural produce, therefore it will be taxable. Then milling of paddy into rice, taxable. Why? Because rice is not an agricultural produce. As rice is not an agricultural produce, that's why it will be taxable. Okay. Then next one, service by way of fumigation in a warehouse of agricultural produce. Fumigation means filling the warehouse with pesticides, insecticides, etc. Because lot of termites, etc. and all will be there na, they put the pesticides, that is known as fumigation. Is it taxable or exempted? Taxable, because it is fumigation to warehouse. It is not service in relation to agricultural produce. It is service in relation to warehouse. Due to that reason, it will be taxable. Okay. So except one, all others will be taxable. So total 21,30,000 will be the value of taxable supply. Okay. Next, we will see the remaining exemptions. Look into the next area. Services provided by government. So this is one area where I want you to have utmost focus, because this is the place where they will twist. Services provided by government and service provided to government. Okay. You all stand up and sit once. Get up. Okay. Now sit. Concentrate pa. I want 100% focus. First, services provided by government. When I say by government, I am referring to central government, state government or local authority. This services provided by government is divided into two. Panchayat or municipality functions under constitution, liquor license by state government. These two activities are excluded from supply. all other activities of government will be covered under supply. Only municipality or gram panchayat and liquor license by state government is excluded from supply. Other activities of government like Indian Railways or this fees collected for the purpose of issuing the certificates, completion certificate or any other activity of the government will be covered under supply. Once it is covered under supply, it is divided into total 5. Services by Department of Post. Department of Post, we have 3 exemptions: inland letter, postcard, registered post or book post of envelope less than 10 grams. These 3, only these 3 are exempted for Department of Post. What about the other activities of Department of Post? Taxable. What are the other activities of Department of Post? Speed post, express parcel post, life insurance, even agency service like payment of telephone bill, electricity bill, gas bill, etc. So all those things which are done by the post office will be taxable. Only these 3 are exempted, that is inland letter, postcard, registered post or book post of envelope less than 10 grams. Okay. Then services by Indian Railways. Department of Post also Government of India undertaking. Indian Railways is also government. In this case of Indian Railways, these are the activities which are exempted. Services to individuals by way of platform ticket, then waiting hall charges, clock room charges, clock room means luggage, clock room charges, then battery operated car services. For example, if you go to Chennai Central Railway Station, there in the entrance itself they are having this battery operated vehicles, buggies, small battery vehicles are there, and if you tell which compartment, which platform, they will take you and they will drop you. 10 rupees only you have to pay. Okay. Whether it is taxable or exempted, it will be exempted. So you don't have to worry about carrying the luggage and going. Just as soon as you enter, there itself they have lot of vehicles, and if you pay 10 rupees only, they will drop you near that platform. Okay. And this 10 rupees is exempted because it will come under battery operated cars. Okay. So services to individuals by way of sale of platform tickets, waiting rooms, clock room, battery operated cars. Then second, services by one zone or division to another zone or division. In railways, all the railways network is divided into zones and division. Southern zone, eastern zone, northern zone, south central zone, like that they have divided. In that zone again divisions, we call it as junctions. Okay. So like Katpadi junction, Jolarpet junction, like that they divided into divisions. One division to another division, or one zone to another zone, or division to zone, if there is any services between railways, that will be exempted. Then third point, maintenance services. So Indian Railways will provide the maintenance services with respect to the infrastructure which is owned by a special purpose vehicle. For example, you are laying down a railway network. So you have a factory, say there is a railway network which is going in this way, and you have one factory, here. Now from your factory you wanted to lay down a network to connect this regular railway line. So you construct a new railway line to connect this. You will construct a new railway line to connect this. You are private company. You will lay down this railway network mainly for your purpose. Got it? And for what reason? So that whatever goods etc. and all you can load here itself from your factory gate, and you can connect it to the regular railway line. Now this railway network is owned by special purpose vehicle. You are that special purpose vehicle, you own it. You give it to Indian Railways, because not only you, even Indian Railways can use this. And when you give it to Indian Railways, this particular asset maintenance who will do? Indian Railways will do. For giving it to Indian Railways, they will pay you charges. First you are the owner of this network, you give it to the Indian Railways. For giving it to the Indian Railways will pay you consideration, that is exempted. It's a different part, we will see later. But as you give the infrastructure to them, they will do the maintenance on that. For that maintenance, they will collect some money from you. that maintenance charges collected from you will be exempted. Got it? See that. Maintenance services to special purpose vehicles. Maintenance services to special purpose vehicles in relation to infrastructure built and owned by SPVs during the concession period. Okay. Then same way, suppose there is one more point also, services provided by, you see this in page number 52. You see this in page number 52. Services provided by special purpose vehicle to Ministry of Railways by allowing them to use the infrastructure built and owned by SPVs during the concession period against consideration. Now covering these 2 points, I gave a chart in the next page. See that. There is a special purpose vehicle. Who is that special purpose vehicle? Just now I told you, a company which will build the network, railway network for use by the Indian Railways. That is special purpose vehicle. What that special purpose vehicle is doing? They are giving the right to use the infrastructure owned by them to Indian Railways. For that, Indian Railways should pay the consideration, and this consideration will be exempted. This is service provided by government or service provided to government. Service provided to government. Service provided to government by SPV, for which they get a consideration, that will be exempted. What is this concession period? Concession period means a particular period of time. What will happen after that period? After that period, this entire network will be owned by Indian Railways only. This is like build, operate, transfer. Highways and all, lot of builders will lay down the road. They will collect the toll charges. Once the toll charges is recovered, they will transfer that road to the government. Like that, this infrastructure will be transferred to government. Now, right to use infrastructure owned by SPVs, for which Indian Railways will pay consideration, that is exempted. Now, this infrastructure is owned by SPV, but Indian Railways will do the maintenance service, because they already have lot of people to do the maintenance of that network. That railway line maintenance, anyhow they have labor force, correct? So this particular network which is laid down by you also will be maintained by them, because they already have the labor force with them, for which they collect some maintenance charges from you. Now Indian Railways will provide the maintenance service with respect to infrastructure of SPV, for which special purpose vehicle should pay the maintenance charges. That maintenance charges is also exempted. That is this point. Maintenance services to special purpose vehicle in relation to infrastructure built and owned by SPVs during the concession period. Next one, transportation of goods or passengers. For that we need to refer to transportation sector, that we will see later. Then we have airport or port services, that is always taxable. We don't have any exemption for airport or port services. Last one, other services. This other services, other than 4. What are the other than 4? Other than Department of Post, Indian Railways, transportation, airport or port service. Other than these 4, all other services. These other services to business entities, to other than business entities. If it is to business entities, we have a separate discussion here in the next page. If it is to other than business entities, that is individuals, then it will be exempted. For example, I will give you this point. Metro Water, Chennai Metro Water Supply and Sewage Corporation is there. What they do? They provide the metro water. For my house, there is a metro water connection. For that metro water connection, I have to pay the water charges. These water charges, whatever I am paying, is it taxable or exempted? First, is it panchayat or municipality functions? No. Is it liquor license? No. So it is other activities. In that other activities, is it Department of Post? No. Indian Railways? No. Transportation of goods or passengers? No. Airport or port? No. Others, correct? In that others, to whom they are providing service? To business entity or to individuals? Individuals. So what is the treatment of that water charges? Understood? That is exempted. Same metro water they are laying down for a business establishment. then is it covered under the exemption? No, that we have a chart below. Okay, next page you see, next page you see. You understood the connecting point? So what is this chart about? Services provided by government to business entities. Which services? Other services. What is that other services? Other than post, transportation, railways, airport or port services. In that we have specific exemptions and general exemptions and others. There are 14 specific exemptions, sorry 13 specific exemptions. With respect to these 13 specific exemptions, any service, if you see that service in the question, whatever may be the amount, it is exempted. What are those 13 exemptions? Number 1, RTI charges, that you know better, correct? So but when you apply for RTI, you pay some charges. Are they taxable or exempted? Exempted. Where to individuals it is exempted. Like you, business entity also can apply for RTI, correct? Like how individuals apply for RTI, business entity also can apply for RTI. So that RTI charges will be exempted. That is specific exemption, point number 1. Then next, number 2, interdepartmental service. Interdepartmental service means one department of government to another department of government. If they provide any service, it is exempted. For example, income tax department is going for a raid. When income tax department is going for a raid, so they will take the department of police as a security. So that will be department of police providing service to income tax department, and it is exempted. That is interdepartmental service. Not only this, any department to department. Okay. Next, assignment of right to use telecom spectrum before 1/4/2016. Telecom spectrum is owned by Government of India. They give it to the telecom companies, called as telecom license. If the license is given before 1/4/2016, all the charges collected will be exempted. It may be one-time charges or it may be annual charges. This telecom license, even you have in income tax also in PGBP. So in PGBP, telecom license fee paid will be allowed as deduction over the period of the license, like that. We have one point in PGBP. So like that here, telecom license fee which is paid, there will be two types of charges. One is annual charges, another one will be one-time charges. One-time charges always exempted because it is assigned before 1/4/2016. Even annual charges which we pay this year also will be exempted if the telecom license is given before 1/4/2016. What if the telecom license is given after 1/4/2016? Then it will be taxable. What is the importance of this 1/4/2016? Supreme Court gave a judgment only on that day, stating that from that day onwards only tax can be levied. Okay. Next, look into fourth point. What is the difference between third point and fourth point? Third point is assignment of right to use telecom spectrum, but fourth point is assignment of right to use natural resources. What are the natural resources that we have? Like mining resources, bauxite mines, lignite mines, then even this gas reserves and all, we will have ethane, methane gas reserves, all those things. Assignment of right to use natural resources, but when it should be assigned? Before 1/4/2016. And what is exempted? Only one-time charges. What about annual royalty? That will be taxable. Then look into point number 5. Assignment of right to use natural resources to an individual farmer, but when it should be assigned? Assigned anytime. Anytime it may be assigned, it will be exempted. All these three are related to giving right to extract the natural resources by government to various people. Okay. Next, point number 6. Fee for birth certificate, death certificate, driving license, visa, passport. Right now we are discussing it under services to business entities. Why will a business entity require birth certificate, death certificate, etc.? That business entity will have an employee. That employee, they might be taking keyman insurance policy. For that purpose, business entity will apply for the birth certificate and death certificate. Then business entity is sending their employees outside India, for which they need to process the visa, passport. Then business entity may be into the business of transportation. So they will take the driving license for their employees who are drivers. So these 5 services received by business entity. What are the 5 certificates? Birth certificate, death certificate, driving license, visa, passport. Next, look into 7th one, registration charges under any law for the time being in force, like property registration charges or vehicle registration charges, company incorporation charges, all types of registration charges is exempted. Then number 8, safety certificate charges, that is establishments which are dealing with public at large, like shopping malls, auditoriums, cinema theatres, factories, etc. They need to get a safety certificate, and that safety certificate obtained, they have to pay money to the safety officer, that is also exempted. Then 9, merchant overtime charges. This is collected by customs department. Customs department will be working even after office hours and holidays, for which they collect some extra charges, that is merchant overtime charges, that is exempted. Next, number 10, consideration for tolerating an act. You entered into contract with government and you did not complete the work on time. As you did not complete the work on time, they will be collecting some liquidated damages from you. That liquidated damages collected from you will be exempted. I gave an example, charges for delay in completion of construction or demurrage charges. Okay, demurrage charges means if you import the goods and you did not clear the goods within the time, you have to pay some charges, that is demurrage charges. All these are consideration for tolerating an act, that is exempted. Then 11, guarantee commission for guaranteeing the loan taken by PSU. There are some public sector undertakings which will take the loans. Public sector undertakings means we have now Steel Authority of India, SAIL, then Bharat Heavy Electronics Limited, like that. So these public sector undertakings will borrow money from bank, but that loan is guaranteed by Government of India, for which these PSUs will pay commission to the government. That commission received by government is known as guarantee commission, that is exempted. Then point number 12, national permit or state permit charges. That is whenever you are taking a yellow board vehicle, that is travels vehicle, to another state, you need to pay the permit charges in another state. That charges collected by them is exempted. Finally, services to excess royalty collection contractor to the extent of variable royalty. What is that excess royalty collection contractor? Say this, I am just explaining with one example. We have state government of Tamil Nadu, state government of Tamil Nadu is giving right to extract natural resources to one leaseholder. State government of Tamil Nadu is giving right to extract natural resources. Right to extract natural resources. We have lot of natural resources in Tamil Nadu. Okay, n number of natural resources are there. So this lignite is there, and even this gases is there, methane, ethane, and even rocks. N number of different varieties of rocks like granite rocks, etc. are there. Hills and all they are demolishing. Okay, big hill is there. Suddenly if you see after 10 years that hill itself will not be there. So that hill itself they are demolishing, because that much they are breaking that stones and using it for constructions, etc. and all. So there are lot of natural resources which the government will be giving to the leaseholder, for which the leaseholder has to pay the royalty. Okay, but this royalty which is received by state government of Tamil Nadu will be fixed amount or variable amount. It will be variable amount, because if they extract 10 tons, accordingly they need to pay. If they extract 100 tons, accordingly they need to pay. So therefore the type of royalty will be variable royalty. But government don't want variable royalty, they want fixed royalty. Now they appoint one other person called as ERCC, excess royalty collection contractor. To this excess royalty collection contractor, they will give a right to collect variable royalty. Right to collect variable royalty. Right to collect variable royalty. Now you understood two supplies. What is the first supply? What is the first supply? Right to extract natural resources to the leaseholder. And what is the second supply? Right to collect variable royalty to ERCC. Now leaseholder will make payment of variable royalty to ERCC. variable royalty they will pay to ERCC. Suppose if that variable royalty is 50 lakhs and ERCC is required to pay fixed royalty. What is that fixed royalty? Say that fixed royalty is 60 lakhs. Okay. Now, what happens in this case? So, to government, that is central government or state government, to government, the leaseholder will pay GST under RCM. GST under RCM, the leaseholder will pay on what? On what? Variable royalty. What is that variable royalty? 50 lakhs. The leaseholder will pay GST under RCM on 50 lakhs to government. Okay. And as already on 50 lakhs, leaseholder is paying the GST. So, ERCC is required to pay GST on what? Only on 10 lakhs. GST under RCM, on 10 lakhs. Only on 10 lakhs they need to pay GST under RCM. Why? What is the overall money collected? 60. In that 60, already 50 GST is paid under RCM by the leaseholder. So, ERCC is required to pay GST only on 10 lakhs. Means ERCC is exempted to what extent? To the extent of variable royalty, that is this. Services to excess royalty collection contractor to the extent of variable royalty, that is exempted. Okay. Now, suppose in this case, what if variable royalty is, one second, what if instead of 50 this is 65 lakhs, 65 lakhs, what would have happened? What would have happened? Here leaseholder will pay GST on 65 lakhs. How much government is getting? Tamil Nadu government is getting 60, but already GST is paid on 65 lakhs. Whether ERCC is required to pay any GST? No, because the variable royalty is more than fixed royalty. Will they get any refund? No, no refund. At the same time, they are not required to pay any GST also, which means they are exempted to the extent of variable royalty. That is this. ERCC is exempted to the extent of variable royalty. These are the 13 specific exemptions. You don't have to by heart this. Just try to read it before the exam. In exam, if you see this transaction, then you need to write it as exempted. Okay. Next, apart from these 13 specific exemptions, if there is any other activity, then check the general exemption. See the first general exemption. Services other than renting of immobile property to a business entity where aggregate turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit for registration. Apart from this 13, any other service provided by government to business entity. Don't sleep. Okay, listen everyone, don't sleep. You will get sleep, which means that it is important topic. Okay. While reading, if you are getting sleep and all, it's important topic, because ICI also will analyze like that only. Whichever topic student neglect or not read properly, from there only they make question. Okay, don't sleep. Clear? So I don't want to tell anything beyond that. Polite solra, maryadya solra. Okay, clear? Don't sleep. Then say this. Already you slept a lot, because of which only this situation for us. Okay, don't sleep again. At least this bloody 4 days focus properly, that is enough. Okay. Then so specific exemptions over general exemptions. Services provided by government to business entity If not covered under this, check the business entity turnover during the previous year. If the business entity turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit for registration, then that service will be exempted. But this first general exemption is not applicable in case of renting of immovable property. Then second general exemption, you see, value of supply does not exceed 5,000. But these two are two separate exemptions, not one is dependent on other. First point is separate, second point is separate. So if the value of supply does not exceed 5,000 rupees, then also it is exempted. But sir, what if it is a continuous supply of service? Then that 5,000 rupees you need to see for per annum. Otherwise per invoice. If it is a continuous services, then you need to see it for 5,000 per annum. What is a continuous service? That also I have given. A service which takes more than 3 months to complete and involves periodic obligation. Example, renting, construction, all these are continuous services. For that 5,000 rupees should be seen per annum in a financial year. These are the two general exemptions. If the government service to business entity is not covered under these 13 specific exemptions, two general exemptions, in other cases it will be taxable. Got it? Now, so we completed this RCM part. You don't have to bother now, anyhow we will be discussing later, but you understood what are exempted and what are taxable with respect to government services. Now we need to know certain definitions here. What is the meaning of business entity? Business entity means what? Business entity means any person engaged in business. They can be individual, they can be HUF, they can be firm, or they can be company. Any person engaged in business is known as business entity. Here you may get a doubt. Sir, you are telling fifth point, assignment of right to use natural resources to an individual farmer. How individual farmer will come under business entity? Because this is services provided by government to business entity. That's why I gave this note. Farmer is also a business entity because any person engaged in business. So farming is occasion, so therefore they will come under business entity. Then related to liquidated damages, we have one point. If any liquidated damages is collected which are compensatory in nature or penalizing in nature, that will not be treated as consideration. Please focus, please listen. Any liquidated damages which is collected as compensatory in nature or penalizing in nature, that will not be treated as consideration. What is the meaning of that compensatory or penalizing in nature? Please concentrate. First, I suffered a loss or damage. I suffered a loss or damage. I suffered loss or damage. I suffered loss or damage. For that reason, I get some money. Then it is compensatory in nature. Example, say my house was burnt in a fire accident, for which the person who has put the fire to my house is giving me 20 lakhs. That is compensatory in nature. Or I was walking on the road, someone hit me from back, because of which I fell down and I lost my leg. So I received some 20 lakhs. That is compensatory in nature, not treated as consideration. Insurance company gives compensation for the accident. That is compensatory in nature, not treated as consideration. Got it? Whenever a person suffers a loss or damage, and that too it is irrecoverable loss or damage, for that when the money is received, that is called as compensatory in nature. I entered into contract with my faculty. My faculty said, sir, I will not be able to take class. Why, sir? No, I joined some other coaching center, I will not join the class. Now will I leave? No, pay 50 lakhs and go. Got it? So now he pay 50 lakhs. He pay 50 lakhs. This 50 lakhs will come under compensatory in nature. That is not my consideration. Why? I suffered loss. I suffered loss. My students are suffering loss. Because of that reason, so I am charging him. So that is compensatory in nature, not treated as consideration. Puridappa, whenever there is a stoppage of contract or breach of contract, etc. and all, if the person is suffering the loss, for that reason if they collect, that is compensatory in nature, not treated as consideration. Second, there is no loss. There is no loss. But I want to discourage the person from doing such act. I want to penalize the person or discourage the person from doing that act. Example, check dishonor charges. Check dishonor. What is check dishonor? You have drawn a check, but there is no balance in your bank account. Okay. Now, who will be collecting check dishonor charges? Bank will be collecting check dishonor charges. Is there any loss to the bank? No loss to the bank. Then why are they collecting? To discourage you from drawing the check unnecessarily. Got it? So this is called as penalizing in nature. Penalizing in nature, again not treated as consideration. There is no loss, even then they are collecting, but what is the intention? To penalize a person, not treated as consideration. One more example, traffic fines. Traffic fine. So if you are crossing the signal, if you are not wearing helmet, you have to pay fine. Is there any loss? If you are crossing the signal or not wearing helmet, is there any loss to government? No, na. Perhaps actually it is a gain to government because the population will be controlled. If you are not wearing helmet and if you are driving, and because of which, suppose if some accident happens and if you die, na, government will be so happy that the number has come down. They will be very happy because now there is a continuous production left, right, center that is happening. So wherein everyone is thinking government will take care, because every idiot is coming and announcing you don't have to do anything, sit at home, do the continuous production, we will give you 2000, no, 2500 we will give you. Got it? So everyone, someone started a party and with very good intention I thought, okay, he will do something good. He is also in the same line, I will give free. From where you are giving all these free? You got it? From where your free and all will come? And he is telling bus free. Every bus free for women. Male, kill the male. Why male is required? Kill them. Okay. For female only bus means, okay, you put that bus on the male, let the male die. Got it? So for male also should be given. Na? So that and next it is like fish market they are bargaining. I will give 1000 rupees per month. Another one is telling 2000 rupees per month. Yet another one 2500. Next to 5000 rupees. And they are telling I will give and prove. So I will transfer like that. He transferred also. Arey yaar, with that money and all, a number of infrastructure creation can be done and lot of employment opportunities can be done. But they are doing all these things. So therefore, this government will be happy na if you die. But why they are levying this? To discourage you from doing that act, to discourage you from not following the traffic rules, to discourage you from not wearing the helmet. If you are not wearing the helmet, not only you, because of you some other innocent person also will die because of that reason. So therefore, to discourage a person from doing it. Another example, one employee is leaving from my organization and he is not serving the notice period. When he is not serving the notice period, definitely I will levy some penalty on him. That is, you have to pay this much money and then only you can leave like that. Is there any loss for me if he is leaving? No loss. Then why am I levying? To discourage other employees from doing like this. You got it? So that is the intention which is penalizing in nature. That is also not treated as consideration. Apart from this, all others are treated as consideration. Got it? Now, I enter into contract with you and you have to complete the work in 30 days. But you completed the work in 45 days, for which I am collecting some damages from you. Now, first, is it compensatory in nature? No, I did not suffer loss because you are completing the work. You are completing the work, pa, I am not suffering the loss. So it is not compensatory in nature. Okay, sir. Is it penalizing in nature? No, because construction you are doing, 30 days you need to construct means somehow you construct and give, then who will live in that house? You got it? So therefore, it's okay, it happens, it's not to discourage you. Properly you construct, okay, but you exceeded, that's why you have to pay some charges, which means I am tolerating your act. Got it? I am tolerating your act, for which I am collecting, it will be coming under others. So will it be treated as consideration? Yes, it will be treated as consideration. Say this. Liquidated damages collected by government which are compensatory or penalizing in nature are not treated as consideration and does not constitute supply. related to this. Why I given here? Because here there is one point, consideration for tolerating an act, means this is which one, other than compensatory or other than penalizing in nature. This is others. That's why I gave an example, charges for delay in completion. What if you stop the construction, for which I am collecting charges? Compensatory, not treated as consideration. You are delaying, for which I am collecting, so it will come under others. Okay. This circular is a very, very important circular. In your study material, they have given this circular for 10 pages with different examples, but they did not create a clarity there. Okay. So this circular is in supply chapter. Just keep this page and go back to that. Whatever I discussed, everything, all those points I have given there. Page number 26. Page number 26. Page number 26. GST on liquidated damages, compensation and penalty arising out of breach of contract. Say this chart, liquidated damages divided into compensatory in nature, mere compensation to compensate the loss or damage or injury. I am having loss, I am having damage, I am having injury. For that you are paying me money. That is called as compensatory in nature. Treated as consideration or not treated as consideration? Not treated as consideration and not taxable. Example, compensation ordered by court, insurance compensation, these are some examples. Then suppose it is not because of loss, there is no loss. However, these charges are in the nature of penalizing a person to discourage such act. Means the intention behind the charges is what? To discourage the person, to penalize a person to discourage such act. Again, not treated as consideration, not taxable. Example, check dishonor charges, traffic fines. All other cases will be treated as consideration and it will be taxable based on principal supply. Treated as consideration and taxability depends upon principal supply. I gave an example of train ticket cancellation charges. Please listen. Whenever you book a train ticket and cancel the train ticket, you will be deducted with some cancellation charges, correct? And remaining amount they will refund to you. Now, is this cancellation charges compensatory in nature? No, because is there any loss to railways because of this? When you cancel the ticket, furthermore they will be happy because they will allot this ticket to some other person who is in the waiting list or RAC, correct? Which means there is no loss then. So it is not compensatory in nature. Is it penalizing in nature? No, because they want you to cancel the ticket. Please cancel, then only we can allot that seat to some other person. So it is not to discourage, but it will be others. Why they are collecting then? Because they have to prepare a chart separately and they need to modify, they need to allot the ticket to some other person. That's why some nominal charges they are collecting from you. So it will be others. Okay, Papa? Now, if it is AC ticket, generally AC ticket is taxable. So cancellation charges for AC ticket is also taxable. If it is a sleeper class ticket, it is exempted. So cancellation charges for sleeper class ticket is also exempted. Understood? So that is this discussion. Then we will continue further. Government services, we discussed that note. Then next, see the before page, I have given various meaning of government. You can see various definitions related to government. Government, government authority, government entity and government agency. So who will be called as government? Just now I told you. Who is government? Central government, state government, local authority. That local authority means what? Panchayat, municipality or municipal corporation or cantonment board, that will be coming under local authority. Okay. So this will be government. Then what is the meaning of government authority? Government authority. any body, board or authority established under an act of parliament or state legislature, or government has invested greater than or equals to 90%. So board or body established under an act of parliament or state legislature, board or body in which government invested greater than 90%. Mainly for what purpose? To carry out the functions under constitution. There are lot of government authorities like RERA, Real Estate Regulatory Authority, like that you would have heard, and then we have even this IRDA, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority, then CMDA, Chennai Metro Development Authority, like that. All these are government authorities, and this government authority definition, be careful, either established an act of parliament or state legislature, or investment by government is more than or equal to 90%. Then government entity, who will be called as government entity? Same, ditto, government authority, but only difference is that government authority is to carry out functions under constitution, but government entity is to promote trade or commerce, like PSUs will come under government entity, like ONGC, SAIL, etc. Government agency means generally government has to do certain work, they outsource it to some contractors, those contractors will be called as government agency. Example, government should lay down the road, but that road they will not lay down, they will outsource it to one contractor, that contractor will come under government agency. So urbaser, like they have to do the cleaning of garbage, etc., but they outsource it to one company called urbaser, that urbaser is a government agency. Okay, so these are the definitions related to this. Now look into services provided to government. So far we were focusing on services provided by government. Now we are looking into services provided to government. First, there is a government authority. Who is government authority? Just now I told you, central government, state government, or local authority, that is government authority, correct? No. What is government authority? Board or body or authority established under an act of parliament or state legislature, or authority where the government has invested more than or equals to 90%, that is government authority. Remember, any service provided by government authority is exempted. Okay, pa? Any service, whatever may be the service provided by government authority will be exempted. So services provided by government authority to any person will be exempted. The moment if you know that they are government authority, it will be exempted. That's why directly they will not give government authority. They will tell so and so authority in which government has invested 85%, like that. Taxable or exempted? Taxable, because it is not a government authority. Are you understanding? Next, services provided to government authority. This is service provided to government authority. What are the activities which are exempted? Water supply, sanitation conservancy, solid waste management, slum improvement and upgradation, then public health. Okay, easily remember, like people who are living in the slum area, all these are required for them, correct? First, people living in slum will have lot of fever and other typhoid, malaria, etc. That is public health. Number 2, so the garbage and all here and there will be thrown, so solid waste management. Then sanitation conservancy, open drainages, because lot of slum people and all living next to that Kuam river side, drainages side. So therefore again that sanitation conservancy. Next, slum improvement and upgradation, they need to be taken to some other place and they need to construct some buildings for them, that is slum improvement upgradation. And water supply needs to be given. So these are the 5 activities. What are the 5 activities? Public health, sanitation conservancy, solid waste management, slum improvement upgradation, and public health. That is exempted. Other activities provided to government authority will be taxable. Second chart you see, services provided to government. Previous is government authority, this one is government. In that the first point already we know, pure services provided to government under article 243 GRW yesterday we discussed. Then one more, composite supply of goods or services. Means what? There will be both goods element as well as service element, but how much should be the goods element? It should not exceed 25% of total, then it will be exempted. Composite supply with respect to article 243 GRW of the constitution, where value of goods does not exceed 25% of total. Then fair price shops. Fair price shops means what? Ration shops. Ration shops will get commission from government, that is exempted. Then training program, they are conducting a training program. In the training program, how much should be the expenditure borne by government? Greater than or equals to 75%, then it will be exempted. Others will be taxable. What about these activities provided to government? Water supply, sanitation, conservancy, solid waste management provided to government, exempted, because that is anyhow covered under pure services. All above service like water supply, solid waste management provided to government falls under pure service and it is exempted. This third point already we discussed. Look into the next one. Services by governmental entity. Who is government entity? Same as government authority, but government entity is to promote trade or commerce. So for government entity, there is only one exemption. If there is a government entity which will provide services to government or person specified by government, for which they get a grant, that will be exempted. Next, what about government authority? Fully it is exempted. Every activity will be exempted. So real estate regulatory authority is a government authority and whatever collections made by them will be exempted. But this exemption is not applicable to government authority. So, sorry, government entity. Government entity is also same as government authority except that it is not established to carry out functions under constitution. Hence, the above exemption is not applicable to government entity. Then we have few circulars. We will complete that and take a break. Listen. Generally, this exemption is so confusing. Pure services with respect to article 243 GRW of the constitution. First, we need to understand that government has to do certain activities as per constitution. That activities, if they outsource it to any person, then the person providing services will be exempted. Now, Indian Army is receiving, Indian Army is government. Indian Army is receiving sanitation services. Sanitation service, that is cleaning of toilets, etc. Sanitation services they receive. Is it taxable or exempted is the issue. First, is it the work of Indian Army to do the sanitation under constitution? What is the work of Indian Army under the constitution? To safeguard the country. So it is not the work of Indian Army to do the sanitation. So if they receive sanitation services, that is not covered under this exemption. So therefore it will be, that is this. See this. Sanitation services provided to Indian Army is not with respect to article 243W and therefore it is not covered under exemption. Same way, Delhi Municipal Corporation is receiving some housekeeping services. Like whether their job, it is their job to provide the housekeeping service? No. So if they receive housekeeping service, again it is not covered under article 243W. That is the next one. Facility management services, that is housekeeping, maintenance, etc. provided to Municipal Corporation of Delhi is not with respect to article 243W of the constitution and therefore it is not covered under the exemption. These two are connected points. Okay, what is the principle in these 2 points? First, the government should do it as per the constitution, and if they outsource it to any other person, that person providing the pure service is exempted. First of all, it is not the work of the government to do. When they outsource it, it is not covered under the exemption. Is it clear? Next, say this. Accommodation services provided by Air Force Mess or similar mess to its personnel. Where it will come? Air Force Mess is providing accommodation service to its personnel. Is it services provided by government or to government? By government. Is it Department of Post? No. Is it airport or port? No. Is it transportation? No. Is it railways? No. Others. Others to business entity, other than business entity, other than business entity, therefore it is exempted. Then supply of wheat flour after fortification to government for public distribution in fair price shops. That is Fair price shops means ration shops. Ration shops should distribute the goods to the general public. So they are purchasing the wheat flour, and what you are doing, you have purchased the wheat, converted into wheat flour, and you sold it to fair price shop. Will it come under composite supply with respect to Article 243 GRW of the Constitution? No. Why it will not come under that category? Because the value of goods should not exceed 25% of the total. But in wheat flour, what is the major supply? Wheat is the major supply. Converting into powder is only ancillary. So the value of goods exceeds 25% of the total. Therefore, not covered under exemption. Read it once again. Supply of wheat flour after fortification to government for public distribution in fair price shop is taxable as the value of goods exceed 25% of total. Then last one, Delhi Development Authority. Where it will come? Delhi Development Authority, it is like a local authority. Got it? Local authority or not a local authority? Not a local authority. Just because authority is there, don't put it under local authority. There are 2 points: local authority, government authority. Local authority is different, government authority is different. Local authority means municipality or panchayat or municipal corporation or cantonment board. Otherwise it is not local authority. So Delhi Development Authority is local authority or government authority? Government authority. So service provided by them will be fully exempted. Delhi Development Authority is not a local authority, and service provided by them to business entity is not covered under RCM. It falls under government authority as they are established by an act of parliament. Therefore, all services provided by them are exempted. With this, we completed government services fully. Okay. If at all in exemption chapter they wanted to torture you, this area only they will be testing. Okay. Otherwise, all other areas will be easy. But this is the area so much complicated. Lot of times we make mistakes in these areas only. Okay. We will take a break for 15 minutes. Then we will continue with the remaining exemptions and questions. Okay, we'll start. Look into the next sector, that is renting of movable property and immobile property. When it comes to renting of movable property, we have only 4 exemptions, that too with respect to motor vehicles. Number 1, I have a motor vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers, given on rent to a state road transport corporation. That is the first one. So in relation to movable property, only 4 exemptions we have. First one, hiring of means of transport that can carry more than 12 passengers to state road transport corporation. Number 2, I have a motor vehicle that can carry goods and I am giving it on rent to a GTA, for which the rent received will be exempted. Third one, I have an electric motor vehicle and that electric motor vehicle can carry more than 12 passengers to a local authority. Then number 4, I have a bus, that bus is given on rent to a person who is providing transportation services for educational institution up to 12th standard or equivalent. That is, you are providing the transportation services to school and you take bus on rent from me. You are one individual or one person, you provide the transportation service to educational institution, that is school, and you take bus on rent from me. For me the rent will be exempted. These are the 4 exemptions with respect to movable property. When it comes to immobile property, for building already I told you 3 exemptions, that is renting of property for residential purpose to an unregistered person, renting of property for residential purpose to a registered individual for their family stay, accommodation services for a continuous period of 90 days where the value of supply does not exceed 20,000 per month per person. Then when it comes to land, we have 2 exemptions. Number 1, upfront charges, that is for lease of land, we have 2 exemptions for land. First exemption I am discussing, 5 points you need to remember. Who is the supplier? Who is the recipient? What is the type of land which is exempted? What is the lease of land? What lease? Long term or short term? And then what is the exemption we need to know. First, who is the supplier? Read there. Who is the supplier? In the first exemption, who is the supplier? Supplier should be government. Government should be the supplier. Second, who is the recipient? Government authority or government entity. Then what is the type of land which is exempted? Any land, it can be industrial land or agricultural land, any type of land. Number 4, what is the type of lease which is exempted? Only long term lease or short term lease, any lease, they did not give any lease. And number 5, so what is the amount of exemption? Only upfront amount and annual charges, not only upfront amount but also annual charges. Again I am repeating these 5 points, concentrate. Number 1, supplier should be government, recipient should be government authority or government entity, and type of land, any land, type of lease, any lease, and what is exempted? Both upfront amount and annual lease rentals is exempted. Means government is giving the land on lease to government authority or entity, whatever money that they receive is exempted. Now look into the next exemption, this exemption, second point. In the second exemption, who should be the supplier? Supplier will be State Government Industrial Development Corporation, that is SIDCO. SIDCO, State Government Industrial Development Corporation. And who is the recipient? Recipient can be any person. 3, what is the type of land which is exempted? Either industrial land or land for development of infrastructure for finance business, that land. And 4, what is the type of lease which is exempted? Only long term lease. What is long term lease? Lease for greater than or equals to 30 years is known as long term lease. And last, what is the amount of exemption? Only upfront charges including preferential location charges. So this is an untapped area related to land, because related to motor vehicle already they tested many attempts, related to building also they tested many attempts, related to land they have not tested much. Definitely they can make question related to this. Then look into the next one, renting of precincts of a religious place meant for general public. So I have a, like there is a religious place meant for general public. What is a religious place meant for general public? That is a temple or church, gurudwar, mosque, etc. is a religious place meant for general public. That religious place meant for general public is given on rent for what? For accommodation. Then it is exempted. How much should be the charges per day? less than 1000 means 999 rupees per day, then it is exempted. Suppose if it is hall given on rent like marriage hall etc., then how much it should be so that it is exempted? Less than 10,000 per day, that is 9,999 rupees, then it is exempted. Then suppose if they give the precincts of the religious place for shops, then how much it should be so that it is exempted? Less than 10,000 rupees per month, that is 9,999 rupees per month, then it will be exempted. Got it? But very important, it should be a religious place meant for general public and registered as a trust, any trust. They did not give which trust. So it can be section 12AA trust or 12AB trust or 1023C or 1023 trust. So under section 10 also we have some religious trust. It can be any trust. Then next, sports services, already one point we discussed. Services provided by individual as a player, referee, umpire, coach or team manager is exempted to recognized sports body. Then second exemption, sponsorship money collected by recognized sports body is exempted. So any sponsorship money that is collected by them. BCCI is a recognized sports body. They collect sponsorship money crores and crores from many companies. Taxable or exempted? Exempted. Because any sponsorship money collected by recognized sports body is exempted. Then one recognized sports body providing service to another recognized sports body is also exempted. For example, BCCI is providing services to Indian Hockey Federation. So whether it is exempted? Yes, both are recognized sports body. One recognized sports body to another recognized sports body is exempted. That is this. Services provided by one recognized sports body to another recognized sports body. Then look into the next one. Services provided by unincorporated association to its members. There is an unincorporated association, they are providing services to their members, and what and all is exempted. If that association is a trade union, then it will be exempted. If it is an industrial labor union or agricultural labor union, whatever charges they collect from their members, it is exempted. What are the three unions? Trade union, industrial labor union, agricultural labor union. Suppose if they are providing exempted services, then also it is exempted. If the association provides exempted services to its members, then anyhow it will be exempted. Then next, apart from that, if they collect any membership fees or maintenance charges for resident welfare association, how much should be the maintenance charges per month so that it is exempted? Does not exceed 7,500 rupees per month per member, then it is exempted. If the resident welfare association is collecting an amount up to 7,500 per month per member, then it is exempted. If it exceeds 7,500 per month per member, then entirely it will be taxable. Apart from that, any other association, so less than or equals to 1,000 rupees per annum per member will be exempted. Greater than 1,000 rupees per annum per member will be entirely taxable. Next, this point already we discussed, and remember, resident welfare association, if they collect more than 7,500, entirely taxable, even though we have some contrary judgments, but it will be taxable. Also one more point, statutory charges collected by resident welfare association and remitted to statutory authorities not include in the value, because it will come under pure agent. First of all, who should pay that money? The flat owner should pay, but the municipal charges or property tax which is paid by the association and recovered from the member will not be included in the value, because it will come under expenditure incurred as a pure agent. In September 26 exam, they made a question related to this. So we can see that September 25, suggested answer I am just showing you. In this, I think case scenario 3, case scenario 3, say this, it is September 25 MCQ question. Mahadev Housing Society is registered under GST in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. The society has in all 200 flats and 20 shops as under. So block A, B, C, D, E, F, and they have 3 BHK, 4 BHK flats, number of units is given. Now the society received or paid the following amounts in the month of January 2025. Maintenance charges collected including property tax 1000 for a 3 BHK flat and 1500 for a 4 BHK flat collected on behalf of municipal corporation. Should this 1000 and 1500 be included or not included in the value? Not included. Hey, we discussed just now. I said that property tax and municipal charges which is required to be paid by the flat owner but paid by the association will come under expenditure incurred as a pure agent, so it should not be included in the value. If it is excluded from value, what is the value in this case? 8000 minus 1000. 8000 minus 1000 is 7000. Whether it exceeds 7000 or it does 7500 or it does not exceed 7500. It does not exceed 7500. So what is your answer? Taxable or exempted? Exempted. Why it is exempted? Because the charges, maintenance charges per month does not exceed 7500. Due to that reason, it will be exempted. So let's do this question. So here if you see, for 3 BHK flats, 8000 minus 7500, 8000 minus 1000, that is 7000, which is exempted. So 3 BHK flats is exempted, correct? 3 BHK flats maintenance charge is exempted. 4 BHK flats, 10,000 minus 1500, how much? 8,500. 8,500. So whether it will be exempted or taxable? Entirely it will be taxable. So means 4 BHK will be taxable. Next, maintenance charges collected from each shop is 7,000 during the month. Taxable or exempted? Taxable or exempted? Taxable, because this exemption is only for resident welfare association, means housing society, not for commercial. Got it? Only for residential it is exempted. For the shops, even though it is not exceeding 7,500, it will be taxable. Got it? Now, here what is the interest? Interest 75,000 received on fixed deposit with the nationalized bank. What is your answer? Taxable or exempted? Exempted, exempted. I don't know why. The problem with you is that you know the provision. You have a question, but you don't know to apply. Today only we discussed interest or discount on loans, advances, deposits, loans, advances, deposits, deposits. Okay, this is deposit. So therefore, interest on loans, advances, deposits is what? Exempted. So which interest will be taxable? Interest on credit card. Interest on loans, advance, deposits is exempted. It is there in banking service. We discussed it today. So it is exempted. Then 4 generators, each costing 1 lakh, were purchased from a registered supplier for power backup of the blocks, of which 2 were installed for 3 BHK blocks, 2 for 4 BHK blocks. The amount capitalized in the books, but no depreciation charged. Means, can we take ITC? Yes. But please concentrate. 3 BHK flats, outward supply is exempted because the maintenance charges does not exceed 7,500. As 3 BHK flats, outward supply is exempted, can we take ITC with respect to the generator purchase for 3 BHK flats? No. So which means on 2 generators we cannot take ITC. Why? Because we have this standard provision that when inward supply is used for exempted outward supply, we cannot take ITC. When inward supply is used for taxable outward supply, then we can take ITC. Means 4 generators we purchase, 2 generator for 3 BHK flat, 2 generator for 4 BHK flat. As 3 BHK flat is exempted, so that particular generator purchase we can take ITC or we cannot take ITC. We cannot take ITC. But 4 BHK flat is taxable. So therefore, for the 2 generators purchase, can we take ITC? Yes. Next, pipes and other sanitary fittings costing 25,000 were purchased for block A from registered supplier and debited in P&L. What is block A? 3 BHK flats, which is exempted. So can we take ITC or we cannot take ITC? We cannot take ITC. So here also only for 2 generators we can take ITC. Then 3 members own 2 units each of 3 BHK type. Irrelevant. That is irrelevant, because if a single person owns 4 flats also, it will be treated as 4 different memberships. So therefore, for each membership there will be 7,500 exemption. Okay. All inward and outward supplies are intrastate supplies. Ignore the effect of common credit if any. Assume all conditions necessary for claiming ITC were complied and not claimed any depreciation. All figures given are exclusive of GST wherever applicable. Assume rate of CGST 9%, SGST 9%, IGST 18% on all inward and outward supplies wherever applicable. Based on the facts of the case scenario given above, choose the most appropriate answer for the following question. First, the total value of exempted outward supply for the society for the month of January 2025. What and all is exempted? 50 units into how much is the charges? 7,000. 50 into 7,000. 3,50,000. Then here 50 into 7,000, that is 3,50,000. So 3,50,000 plus 3,50,000, 7 lakhs plus here interest is exempted 75,000. So 7,75,000. 7,75,000 will be exempted. Option D is the answer. Understood? How? Sir, this is taxable. Commercial will be taxable. Shop will be taxable. So that will be taxable. Only exempted is 50 units into 7,000, 3,50,000. 50 units into 7,000, 3,50,000. 3,50,000, 3,50,000, 7 lakhs. 7 lakhs plus this fixed deposit 75,000. So the answer is 7,75,000. The amount of ITC that the society can avail for the month of January is. So what is the ITC they can take for these 2 generators? Whatever GST paid, correct? So each generator is 1 lakh. 2 generators will be 2 lakhs. On the 2 lakhs, what is the GST paid? CGST 9%, SGST 9%. So 2 lakhs into 9%. So option B, 18,000 CGST, 18,000 SGST. Sir, what about these pipes and sanitary fittings? We cannot take ITC. Okay. Then, so the gross GST liability before reduction of ITC for the month of January 2025. First we will see what and all is taxable value. So 50 into 8,500. Please calculate. 50 into 8,500. 4,25,000. Another 50 into 8,500. 4,25,000. Shops 10 into 7,000. 10 into 7,000. 70,000 and 70,000. These are all taxable. Correct? And what is the total of this? 4,25,000 plus 4,25,000 plus 70 plus 70. 9 lakh? 9,90,000. 9,90,000 into all are intrastate. So therefore we need to take CGST, SGST. So into 9% into 9%. 9,90,000 into 9%. So option B, 89,100 CGST, 89,100 SGST. So for this case scenario 3, D, B, B. is the option you can see. So question number what? 9, 10 and 11. 9, 10 and 11. So A, B, A is given. Okay, so I don't know why A. Oh, this is correct only, no? The society has 200 flats, 20 shops. We did correctly only, are exempted. 50 units, it is exempted. So 50 into 7,000, 3,50,000 correct, 3,50,000, 3,50,000. What else is exempted? 75,000. I don't know why 11,65,000. I think they did not exclude the municipal taxes, I think. I mean this 1,000 for 3 BHK flat, 1,500 for 4 BHK flat. If that is not excluded, then it will come. Check once. 8,000 you take, 50 into 8,000. 4 lakhs. 4 lakhs plus 4 lakhs, 8 lakhs. Plus 75,000, 8 lakh. Oh, that we don't have. Seriously, I don't know how A is the answer. The value of exempted outward supply of the society for the month of January 2025. So January 2025 only we took. I think some mistake in the answer, but this is the correct answer, okay, because you only tell me. All these numbers we considered, nowhere we made a mistake, and this should be excluded. 1,000 and 1,500 should be excluded. So 7,000 and 8,500, this is correct only. This maintenance charges is 7,000. They are asking exempted outward supply. So if the consideration does not exceed 7,500, then it is exempted. So therefore 3 BHK flat is exempted. Accordingly, this 50 flats per month it will be 7,000. Okay. Then even if you take this also, this is 3 members own 2 flats each of 3 BHK type. Again that is relevant in this case. So this is correct only for what we did. Okay, don't worry. And GST liability is also correct, because we need to see what are all the taxable. So this 4 BHK is taxable, and here also this 4 BHK is taxable, and shops are also taxable. So 9,90,000, and on that CGST and SGST. It's okay, but I have a doubt about your marks. அப்போ இது பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் உங்களுக்கு மார்க்ஸ் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்கல்ல. Too much here. Okay. Shops exempted anta. No, we considered it as taxable only. If you consider it as exempted, you calculate then 20 shops into 7,000. 1,40,000. So 3,50,000 plus 3,50,000 plus 75,000 plus 1,40,000. How much? Another 11,65,000 is not coming, no. Okay. So 11,65,000 is the answer they have given. Okay, fine. but I don't know September 25 what is the life of those students. And next, that is based on this. Next, look into transportation of passengers, page 57. Property tax is not exempt supply, that should not be treated as exempt supply, that should be taken as exclusion, because that will not be forming part of value. I will show you from your study material only it is there. You should not include it in the value, you should not treat as exempted and all. Say this. Resident Welfare Association, they gave this point, you see. Cooperative Housing Society, GST exemption on Cooperative Housing Society. In this, statutory dues such as property tax, electricity charges, etc., forming part of the monthly maintenance bill raised by the society on its members would be excluded while computing the aforesaid monthly limit of 7,500. That's what we did. While computing that, we excluded, we did not consider it as exempted. Okay. Then transportation of passengers following are exempted. Whenever there is transportation of passengers by railways, so other than first class or any AC or metro, mono or tramway, this notified service already we discussed. Individuals, that is platform tickets, clock room charges, waiting hall charges, battery operated car service is exempted. This already we know. But what you need to remember is purely transportation of passengers. For transportation of passengers, when it comes to railways, two exemptions are there. What is the first exemption? If they transport passengers other than first class or AC, metro, mono or tramway, that is exempted. Then airways, if the starting point or ending point of the passengers is in economy class and that is at northeastern states or Bagdogra, West Bengal. So either starting point or ending point. What are northeastern states? MMTN, ASAM, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, Assam, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya. Then consideration as viability gap funding for a period of 3 years. Okay, that is generally there are some regional airports wherein the airports, in that regional airports, like for example Trichy airport, Madurai airport, like that, in regional airports, when airlines are operating, they will collect some money from the government to recover their expenses. So this is called as viability gap funding. This money received from government will be exempted for how many years? For a period of 3 years. 3 years from when? 3 years from the date of commencement of operations. So for railways, two exemptions. What are they? For railways, two exemptions other than AC or first class. Next, metro, mono, tramway, same way. For airways, two exemptions. What is that? Starting point, ending point or ending point, economy class, northeastern states or Bagdogra and West Bengal. Consideration as viability gap funding for a period of 3 years. Waterways, what are the exemption? Inland waters. Inland waters means river. Then coastal waters means seaways between places in India, but other than for tourism purpose. For example, we have Chennai to Andaman and Nicobar, some ships which will be transporting the passengers on a daily basis. That is public transportation between places in India. In which way? Seaways. Therefore, that will be taxable or exempted. Exempted. Suppose if there is a tourist ship which is taking the people on tour to Andaman and Nicobar, then it will be taxable. So if it is predominantly for tourism, it is taxable. If it is for public transportation, then it will be exempted. Then from Kanyakumari shore to one Tiruvalluvar rock or Vivekananda rock, people will be transported through boats. That is inland waters or coastal waters. Coastal waters, seaways. But that is for what purpose? Tourism purpose. It will be taxable. Got it? Next. Inland waters, coastal waters within India for tourism, for other than tourism purpose. And who should operate that travel? Anyone, either government or private, but it will be exempted. Whatever we discuss here is common between government and private. Then when it comes to roadways, we have 3 exemptions. Number 1, non-AC stage carriage. Stage carriage means which stops at every stage during the journey, that is known as stage carriage. Okay, and stage carriage non-AC will be exempted. Example, share autos or local bus, etc. If it is non-AC, exempted. What if it is AC? Then it will be taxable. Then contract carriage. Contract carriage means point to point travel. It will start at one place, it will end at another place. That is called as point to point travel. And contract carriage, which contract carriage is exempted? Read there carefully. Non-AC contract carriage other than for tourism or hire purpose. Okay, for example, these buses will be there, intercity buses. All these are now AC, so definitely taxable. If it is a non-AC used for public transportation, then it will be exempted. What if it is non-AC given on rent? For example, marriage function and a lot of people will take bus on rent to transport their relatives, so that will be taxable because it is on hire. Or if they use it for tourism purpose, then also it will be taxable. Then metered cab or auto rickshaws. Normal autos are there na, that autos, and metered cabs means car with fixed with meter. These are metered cabs, that is exempted. But remember these 3, which 3? Non-AC stage carriage, non-AC contract carriage other than for tourism or hire, and metered cab or auto rickshaw. If it is through e-commerce operator, then it will be taxable. That is, normal auto will be exempted. If the same auto is Ola auto or Rapido auto, then it will be taxable. You understood? That is this. With effect from 1/10/2022, exemption is not available if the service are provided through e-commerce operator. Then what about transportation of passengers other than this? These are all exempted. Other than this, transportation of passengers will be taxable or exempted? Taxable. Example, transportation of passengers by ropeway or cable car, taxable or exempted? Taxable, because it's not covered under the exemption. That's the first point you can see. Transportation of passenger other than above is taxable. That is ropeway, cable car, horse cart, rickshaw, chartered flights, helicopter, etc. will be taxable. But sir, rickshaw and all taxable, sir? Yes. Manual rickshaw is there na, that is taxable. Horse cart is taxable. But they will not register and pay GST. Why they will not register and pay GST? Because their aggregate turnover does not exceed threshold limit. If their aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, better don't do CA, quit now itself, and do horse cart or bullock cart like that, so that you will cross your threshold limit. And if you do CA also, how much you will earn per annum? Less than 20 lakhs only. It will take, if you need to earn more than 20 lakhs, it will take at least 5 years of experience. Fresher and all 20 lakhs impossible. So 12 lakhs to 16 lakhs, this is the salary package for a CA. So which means, so you need to get 5 years of experience, then only you will, correct? And if you are able to earn by cable car, horse cart, rickshaw and all that much money, then we can do this itself, now better. 4 or 5 horse carts we can buy and we can run it. But no, they will not cross the threshold limit. That's why they are not required to register and pay GST. But the service is taxable. Just because the service is taxable, it does not mean they will pay GST. The service is taxable, but if they register only, they will pay GST. Otherwise, they are not required to pay GST. Then, renting of motor vehicles versus transportation of passengers. What is the difference? Because before this chart, we saw renting of motor vehicles. What is the difference between renting of motor vehicles and transportation? If, please listen, if the vehicle is at your disposal for a period of time, it is renting of motor vehicle. I have a car, I gave that car to you, and the car is with you for a period of time, say 1 week, 10 days or 15 days or 1 month like that, then it will be renting of motor vehicles. If I transport you on a trip basis, etc. and all, then it will be transportation of passengers. Read that, because you should know, depending upon the question, which chart you need to refer. Read that. Renting of motor vehicles is different from transportation of passengers. In case of renting of motor vehicles, the vehicle is at the disposal of the recipient for a period of time which is absent in case of transportation of passengers. Then look into the next one, transportation of goods, what are exempted. So far what we saw is transportation of passengers. When it comes to transportation of goods, first, railways, only one exemption. Transportation of specified goods by railways is exempted. What are those specified goods? Total 6 specified goods. Agricultural produce, number 2, food grains, including flours, pulses, milk and salt, number 3, organic manure, number 4, newspapers and magazines, number 5, relief material for natural and man-made disasters, and last, defense and military equipment. You can see that specified goods below. If these specified goods are transported by railways, then it is exempted. Not only by railways, if these specified goods are transported by coastal waters within India, then also exempted. Not only this, if this specified goods is transported by GTA, then also it is exempted. So there are 3 places where we come across these specified goods. Number 1, railways. Number 2, coastal waters between places in India. And number 3, goods transport agency services. Now, for railways, transportation of specified goods is exempted. Then next one, airways. When it comes to airways, transportation of goods by airways from outside India to India will be exempted. What about India to outside India? Taxable. Only outside India to India, that too by airways. Then waterways, we have 2 exemptions, that is inland waters and coastal waters within India specified goods. So 2 exemptions we have. Number 1, inland waters. If you observe, these inland waters we have even in case of passenger transportation, and coastal waters within India, here other than tourism purpose, here specified goods. Then roadways, here there is an amendment now. Previously, transportation of goods by roadways other than goods transport agency or courier agency was exempted. But now they added one more point, transportation of goods by roadways other than goods transport agency, courier agency or instant local delivery by e-commerce operator or through e-commerce operator is exempted, which means GTA is taxable, courier is taxable, instant local delivery is also now taxable. Instant local delivery of what? Either by e-commerce operator, through e-commerce operator. Can you give me example of instant local delivery by e-commerce operator? Everyone, not Amazon, not Amazon, not Amazon. Every instant commerce, Swiggy, Zomato, Blinkit, Zepto, everyone, they charge delivery charges to you. You order anything from Swiggy, immediately delivery fee will come. You order from Blinkit, Zepto, etc., delivery fee will come. That is called as instant local delivery, which will be taxable by e-commerce operator. Through e-commerce operator, example porter, Rapido parcel, etc., wherein there is a person, driver, who transport the parcels through e-commerce operator. So that is also taxable. That is the meaning of instant local delivery by e-commerce operator through e-commerce operator. See this, instant local delivery, whether by e-commerce operator or through e-commerce operator, it will be taxable. What about transportation of goods by waterways from outside India to India? Transportation of goods by waterways from outside India to India, taxable or exempted? Taxable. India to outside India, taxable. We don't have the exemption here. That's what I have given. Transportation of goods by waterways from outside India to India or India to outside India will be taxable. When it comes to goods transport agency, we have 3 exemptions. First exemption just now we saw, that is specified goods. Second exemption you see, if the recipient is government. Which government? Either central government, state government, local authority, which is registered only for deducting TDS, means they are not registered normally. They are registered only for deducting TDS, means they don't have a regular registration. They have registration only to deduct TDS. TDS under which TDS? Income tax TDS or GST TDS? GST TDS. GST TDS. To them, if GTA service is provided, it is exempted. Okay. Next, suppose if the recipient is individual, HUF, AJP or trust. Individual, HUF, artificial juridical person or trust, and they are unregistered and not having factory, even then GTA service will be exempted. These are the 3 exemptions for goods transport agency, others will be taxable. Now listen, there is one amendment with respect to GTA also. Goods transport agency has 2 options to pay GST. This already you know, FCM and RCM. They can opt to pay GST under FCM or RCM with respect to each financial year. But when they need to exercise that option, before financial year, that is preceding financial year, last quarter they need to exercise the option. For example, 2026-27 financial year, if the GTA wants to go for FCM, they should have decided by last quarter of the previous year. Previous year is current year, 25-26. In the 25-26 last quarter, 1st January to 31st March, they should have decided, then only that FCM or RCM will be applicable. But what is the default option for GTA? If nothing is given in question, we should take RCM. Only in question if it is given that they opted for FCM, then it will be FCM. Then, if they opt for FCM, they have 2 rates. What are the 2 rates? 5% without ITC, means they cannot take ITC on their inward supplies, whereas 12% with ITC, now the 12% is changed to 18%. They have changed the rate. So previously 12% with ITC, now they changed it to 18% with ITC. See this. Who is GTA? Goods Transport Agency. Goods Transport Agency is a person engaged in transportation of goods by road and issues a consignment note by whatever name called. Very important, and issues a consignment note by whatever name called. What if they are not issuing consignment note? They are not called as GTA. If they are not GTA, not courier agency or not instant local delivery, then it will be covered under exemption. So therefore, and issues a consignment note by whatever name called. GTA has option to choose either FCM or RCM. If it is FCM, 18% with ITC or 5% without ITC. If it is RCM, who will pay? Recipient will pay, but always the rate will be 5%. But they need to decide it during a financial year. By when they need to select this option? Between 1st January and 31st March of the previous year, and option 1 selected remains till the subsequent selection is made. Then, if they are not issuing consignment note, they are not called as GTA, and consequently transportation of goods by roadways will be exempted. And what is that consignment note? Usually that consignment note is a paper that contains consignor. Who is the consignor? Who is the consignee? In which vehicle it is transported? All those details will be there in the consignment note. Then, related to this amendments of instant local delivery and GTA services, in the amendments material, I have given 2 questions. So, see this. In the amendments material, 2 questions I gave on this. This is one question related to instant local delivery. Suppose if they make a question on instant local delivery, this is how they will be making. Messrs. Quick Drop Private Limited operates a digital platform in Bengaluru, facilitating hyper local delivery of goods within the city. A very good question. Please concentrate, because it is also connected to e-commerce operator 95. Okay, please concentrate. During April 2025, the following transactions were undertaken. Quick Drop used its own delivery riders. So Quick Drop is a e-commerce operator. they use their own delivery riders to deliver groceries from local shop to customers and collected 12 lakhs as delivery charges. Now, this 12 lakhs, first question, this 12 lakhs is taxable or exempted? Taxable. Instant local delivery taxable. Super. Who will pay GST on this 12 lakhs? Whether that delivery riders will pay or Quick Drop will pay. Why Quick Drop will pay? Because it is their own delivery riders. So therefore, they will only pay GST on this. Is it clear? So see the answer. Own fleet deliveries by Quick Drop, amount 12 lakhs, nature of service local delivery by e-commerce operator, liability to pay GST is on Quick Drop e-commerce operator, and it is own supplies. It is not coming under 9.5. Listen, very important point. Section 9.5 liability you have to pay only using cash ledger. Section 9.5 liability. What is 9.5 liability? Sir, there are 5 services, sir. I hate. Through e-commerce operator, always e-commerce operator will pay. That is 9.5 liability, and it should be paid always through cash. You cannot use ITC. But is it 9.5 liability or normal liability? Normal liability. So they can pay using credit ledger as well as cash ledger. Means input tax credit also they can use for payment of this. Understood? Next, second. Through its mobile application, Quick Drop connected customers with independent delivery partners, not its employees, for local delivery of parcels and collected 18 lakhs as delivery charges from the customers. Is this 18 lakhs taxable or exempted? Taxable or exempted? Taxable. Because instant local delivery by e-commerce operator or through e-commerce operator is now taxable. So this 18 lakhs will be taxable. Now, who will pay GST on this 18 lakhs? E-commerce operator, delivery partners. E-commerce operator, because it is covered under 9.5. It is covered under 9.5. But what is the condition? The supplier should be unregistered. Where is it? Please check. Go back to the discussion which we have seen yesterday. We have seen now that I hate. Take that. It is in last page of 3rd chapter, page 38. Page 38 you can see. If it is old book, somewhere near that, 38 only. Same page, oh? Okay. In that you can see I hate, correct? And for IHA, how the supplier should be? Unregistered, then only it will come under 9.5. What if supplier is registered? Not covered under 9.5, who will pay? Supplier will pay, correct? Now concentrate, see this question. Third point you see, out of the partner fleet deliveries, 5 lakhs pertains to deliveries carried out by Speed Cart, a courier agency which is registered under GST and independently liable to be registered under 22. Now out of this total 18 lakhs, 5 lakhs is supplied by registered delivery partner and 13 lakhs is supplied by unregistered delivery partner. Okay, first for 5 lakhs what is your answer? Taxable, but who will pay GST? Supplier. Supplier means that Speed Cart will pay. What about 13 lakhs? Through e-commerce operator. So e-commerce operator will pay under 9.5. So see this. Second, partner fleet deliveries through the platform excluding Speed Cart, 13 lakhs. It is local delivery through e-commerce operator. So who will pay GST? E-commerce operator will pay, but this is 9.5 liability, which means it can be paid only using cash ledger. Whereas deliveries by Speed Cart, registered person through e-commerce operator, it's not covered under 9.5. Supplier only will pay GST, that is Speed Cart will pay GST. Understood? So like this, they can make a question and connect both exemptions point as well as that 9.5 point. Okay. Next, look into another question. This is related to GTA measures. See, all these questions are in these amendments PDF. Okay. So last three attempts. So in my website, in downloads in the last 3 attempts of intermediate, that is May 26, May 25 and September 25. These 3 attempts I have given questions on amendments. Okay. So May 26 definitely you should do the questions on amendments. 25 September and May 25, okay, these two, if time permits, somehow squeeze the time and see the questions on amendments once and go. Okay. So because here also I have given some questions on amendments for September 25 exam. This for September 25 exam. You can skip this theory and all, but at least these questions alone you see. These are the questions on amendments. Okay. So I have given questions on amendments. These questions at least you do. Got it? Fine. So but May 26 definitely very, very important. Say this question. Measure Swift Road Carriers, a goods transport agency registered under GST in Maharashtra, has excised the option to pay GST under forward charge mechanism. So they excised for FCM option for the financial year 25-26. Means who is going to pay GST? Goods transport agency or their recipient? Goods transport agency, GTA. Accordingly, it is eligible to charge GST at 18% with full ITC or GST at 5% without ITC. Sir, this 18% with ITC and 5% without ITC, that also they should decide in the beginning of the financial year? No. With respect to each invoice they can decide. For example, I am a GTA, I opted for FCM. Now you are my customer and you are a registered person. If I charge 18% to you, you don't mind because you can take ITC. So therefore you will say okay, you charge 18. But if you are an unregistered person, you will fight with me. Why are you charging 18%? Charge 5%. You understood? Which means in the same month, I will have few transactions where I will charge GST 18%, few transactions where I will charge GST 5%. Now in that case, proportionately I will take ITC. Is it clear? So say this. So 5% without ITC on outward supplies at its option for each consignment. For the month of August 2025, the following details are available. Outward supply, freight charges bill, particulars, taxable value, GST rate charged. Freight billed to registered manufacturing companies, 18 lakhs, GST 18%. Freight billed to traders, opting for concessional rate, 12 lakhs, GST 5%. Now you tell me to what proportionate we can take ITC? To what proportionate? Proportion, 18 by 30, 18 by 30. To what proportion I can take ITC? 18 by 30. Because 18 is the rate, 18% with ITC and 12 is 5% without ITC. Means to the extent of the 12 lakhs I cannot take ITC. To the extent of that 18 lakhs I can take ITC. Means what is the proportion of taxable to total? What is the proportion of taxable to total? 18 divided by 30. But always remember this. How do we take ITC? We will take ITC. First we will avail the ITC. Then we will reverse the ITC. So then we will get the net ITC for utilization. ITC availed. ITC availed minus ITC reversed. Reversed for what? With respect to exempted. ITC reversed with respect to exempted. Now the balance is known as net eligible ITC. Is it clear? This is the process in which you need to take ITC. First you need to avail ITC, then you need to reverse the ITC. With respect to what? With respect to exempted turnover, we need to reverse the ITC. Means to the proportion of exempted turnover, we need to reverse the ITC. Then we will get the net eligible ITC. Now, tell me to what proportion we need to reverse the ITC? To what proportion we need to reverse the ITC? 12 by 30. See, 18 by 30 you can take ITC. Total ITC into 18 by 30 you can take. Then what is the ITC to be reversed? Total ITC into 12 by 30 you need to reverse. Okay. Now look into this. Inward supplies during the month August 2025, inputs diesel, spares and consumables, taxable value 3 lakh, CGST, SGST and input services, capital goods. And here assume that for inputs can you take ITC? Yes. Input service also you can take ITC. Capital goods also you can take ITC. Truck and all you can take ITC. There is no issue. And tell me what is the ITC availed. Total is how much? 1,35,000, 1,35,000. So the ITC availed will be, respond here. So ITC availed, CGST, SGST, ITC availed. What is the ITC availed? 1,35,000, 1,35,000 minus ITC reversed. ITC reversed. What is that ITC reversed? 1,35,000 into exempted divided by total. What is the proportion of exempted divided by total? 12 by 30 into 12 by 30. What is that? 1,35,000 into 12 by 30. 54,000 we need to reverse. 1,35,000 into 12 by 30. 54,000 you need to reverse. Now you will get net eligible ITC. What is it? Net eligible ITC? 1,35,000 minus 54. 81,000 is the net eligible ITC. Okay. Now gross liability. What is their gross liability pa? If you observe here, 18 lakhs into 18%, 12 lakhs into 5%. Please do. 18 lakhs into 18% plus 12 lakhs into 5%. Divided by 2, that is CGST, SGST. 1,35,000, sorry, 1,62,000, 1,62, 30 and 30, 1,92, 1,92, correct? From 1,92 to 1,92, you will reduce 81,000, you will get the net GST payable. Is it clear? So this type of question also not tested in exam so far. So there is a high chance that they can make a question like this. Next, look into one CBIC circular related to transportation in page 59. There is a owner of a vehicle who is providing the services of non-AC vehicle. Suppose if it is operated on a predetermined route based on a predetermined schedule, it will come under contract carriage other than tourism or hire and it will be exempted. What is the meaning of predetermined route on a predetermined schedule? Lot of companies wanted to transport their employees from the house of employees to the office and office to house. For that purpose, they will not be taking a vehicle on rent, but they will speak to the travel operators because they need the service of transport only in the morning and evening. Rest of the time, the vehicle is not required. So therefore, they speak to the transport companies that you need to pick our employees in this location, drop to our office and again pick the employees from office in the evening and drop them back at this location, which means the transportation service is provided on a predetermined route, correct? What is the route? And predetermined schedule. So this will come under contract carriage, but it is not tourism or hire and it is non-AC. We studied just now. Non-AC contract carriage other than tourism or hire will be exempted. Because of that reason it will be exempted. What if the transportation is provided for a particular voyage or journey? For example, the company is taking their employees to a Goa trip. For that they book the bus. Now in this case, whether that will be coming under contract carriage? Yes, but this will be contract carriage for hire or tourism and it will be taxable. What if the bus is completely given to the company for a month or 10 days like that? Then it will come under renting of motor vehicle and then also it will be taxable. Is it clear? Then see this, stage carriage means a vehicle which transport passengers where they can board at any stage during the journey. On the other hand, contract carriage is for point-to-point journey. Suppose if there is a vehicle which is transporting minerals within a mining area by vehicles deployed with driver for a specific duration, means it's not transportation, it is renting of motor vehicles and it will be taxable. Got it? That's what, whenever the vehicle is at the disposal of the recipient for a period of time, it will be called as renting. Please don't bring it under transportation. Then construction services, this first point already we discussed, that is any construction service for construction of an individual house is exempted, but it should be a pure labor contract. And suppose if, second point, if you see, construction, repair, alteration, renovation, etc. of housing for all mission, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. What is the difference between first point and second point? First point is individual house, second point is a project. And in the first point, construction service is exempted, but in the second point, both construction as well as repair work, patchwork, okay, that is also covered under exemption. But in the first place, only construction. Then next, usually when we buy flat, we are also paying for the land below the flat. When we buy an apartment, one flat, we are not only buying the flat, but we are also paying for the land below that flat, so that GST will not be payable on the total value. For example, if the sale value of the flat including the value of land or UDS means what? Undivided share of land, then 1/3 will be excluded towards the land. So 75 lakhs minus 1/3, 25 lakhs is excluded, only 50 lakhs will be treated as the value of taxable supply. Suppose if the land value is given separately, even then the same story. What will be your answer if the value of flat is 40 and value of land is 50? Even then 50 plus 40, 90 lakhs, 1/3 we will exclude, 90 minus 1/3, that is 30 lakhs, 60 lakhs will be taken as a value of taxable supply on which GST payable. Got it? But when we will reduce 1/3 pa? Whenever the value of flat includes the value of land also, land or undivided share of land. Undivided share of land means what, sir? Simple. There is a 2500 square feet of land. In this 2500 square feet of land, if one building is constructed, okay, say 5 flats are constructed, then what is the undivided share of each flat? 2500 divided by 5, that is 500 square feet will be the undivided share. That is the meaning of undivided share. Then look into one circular related to taxability of preferential location charges. What is this preferential location charges? Many people have different specifications. Some people want east facing flat, some people want north facing flat, some people want roadside, some people want beach view, some people want first floor. Like that, whenever people have different requirements, what builders will do? They will try to charge extra money from them. That is called as preferential location charges. Some people will say, I have 2 cars, so I need 2 car parkings. And some people will say, I need closed car parking. I don't want open car parking. I need closed car parking. So what builders will do? Regular flat is say 1 crore. And if you want this extra, you have to pay 10 lakhs, you have to pay 20 lakhs. Like that, they will be collecting extra charges. That extra charges is known as preferential location charges. Please concentrate. What is the treatment of this preferential location charges? If it is collected at the time of sale of flat, it will be treated as composite supply, which means whatever is the rate applicable to the flat, the same rate will be applicable for preferential location charges. Suppose if it is collected separately after sale of flat, then it will be treated as independent transaction and that will be taxable at 18%. Got it? So if the preferential location charges is paid separately independent of construction service, it is taxable separately as supply of service and GST will be at the rate of 18%. Suppose if they collect it at the time of construction itself, treated as construction service, by applying composite supply, it is taxable based on construction service. Whether every sale of flat is covered under GST or excluded from supply. Do we have any flat excluded from supply? Yes. If the entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate, that sale of flat is excluded from supply. So preferential location charge is also excluded from supply. Otherwise, GST will be payable. Again mark this as important because not yet tested in exam. This particular circular not tested in exam so far. Then look into advocate or arbitrator services. When it comes to advocate or arbitrator services, first we need to see whether he is a normal advocate or firm of advocate, senior advocate or arbitrator. First supplier you need to identify whether that advocate is normal advocate or firm of advocate or senior advocate or arbitrator. Sir, will it be given in the question? 100%. It will be given in the question itself. Senior advocate or arbitrator or normal advocate or firm of advocate, it will be given in the question 100%. Okay. Now, if they are a normal advocate providing services to a person other than business entity. Who is person other than business entity? Individual. Then it is exempted. For all three it is exempted. If these three people provide services to individual, then it will be exempted. Okay. If they provide service to government, government authority or government entity, then also it will be exempted. If they provide service to business entity whose turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit, even then it will be exempted. Got it? What are the three exemptions, Pa? To individual, to government or government authority, government entity, or to business entity whose turnover during previous year does not exceed threshold limit. Three exemptions. Now see the fourth point. If they provide services to another advocate or firm of advocate, it is exempted. Okay. If a normal advocate or firm of advocate provides service to another advocate or firm of advocate including senior advocate, it is exempted. But when senior advocate is providing service to another advocate or firm of advocate, please don't see that another advocate or firm of advocate as the recipient. The ultimate litigant, applicant or petitioner will be there. That person will be treated as the recipient. For example, I am the senior advocate. You are another advocate. Now your client is my recipient. Is it clear? If I am providing service to you also, but you are not my recipient, you will have one client na. That client is my recipient. If that client is individual, then it will be exempted. If that client is government, then it is exempted. If that client is business entity whose turnover during previous year does not exceed threshold limit, it is exempted. Is it clear? Otherwise, it will be taxable. Always remember, wherever advocate service and arbitrator service is taxable, who will pay GST? Always recipient will pay GST. It is RCM. So, if they provide service to another advocate or firm of advocate, ultimate litigant, petitioner or applicant is deemed to be recipient, and accordingly it will be taxable or exempted. What about arbitrator providing service to another advocate or firm of advocate? Impossible. Why it is impossible? Arbitrator will settle the dispute out of the court. Advocate will settle the dispute through the court. Why arbitrator will provide service to advocate? Impossible. It is like allopathy doctor going to homeopathy doctor for medicine. Okay. Why will they go? Got it? So, therefore, arbitrator will never provide service to advocate and advocate will never provide service to arbitrator. That is not applicable. Then always advocate or arbitrator service falls under RCM if taxable. And service provided by senior advocate to individual advocate or firm of advocate is not exempted. In such case, the ultimate litigant, applicant or petitioner shall be deemed to be recipient. And advocate or arbitrator is not required to register. Why they are not required to register? Sir, their outward supply will be either exempted or covered under RCM, means they will not have any liability. So, they are exempted from registration. Even though they have some inward supply under RCM, but they are exempted from registration. Is it clear? Next. Miscellaneous exempted services. With this, exemptions is over. Please listen. Transfer of a going concern as a whole or independent part thereof. What does it mean? In capital gains, you might have come across this as slump sale. In income tax capital gains, this word you would have heard, slump sale. Okay. that is transfer of business as it is known as slump sale. In case of slump sale, transfer of business as it is, then we will get a purchase consideration, sale consideration. On that, whether GST payable or not payable, not payable. So on transfer of business as a going concern, there is no GST. Means on mergers, acquisitions, takeovers, we get a consideration now. On that, GST is not applicable, it is exempted. Second point, supply of services. And as the income tax discussion came, I am telling you, GST, whatever you are attending now, this plus revision is sufficient. But income tax also you need to study. You don't skip and go. Please cover the entire portion, at least some revision class, and you have to study that and go for exam, because income tax, if you get 20 out of 50, enough. 20 marks. Because GST, easily you will get 35 to 40. 35 to 40 easily. Because many students who failed also got minimum 30 in GST. Okay. So 30 so definitely you will get. So 30 to 35 in GST, and even if it is difficult paper, very good paper means 40s, 50s, 45, like that also lot of students got. Highest mark, so last before attempt one student got, in GST 50 out of 50. 50 out of 50. They have shared the answer sheet, even I did not know. They shared the answer sheet. MCQ, so they shared, and descriptive part also they shared, and 50 out of 50 in GST. Income tax, somewhere like some 35. So that is where 85 marks or 86 marks. And that student did not write both the groups at a time. Had she written, so she would have got a rank. Okay. And so possible, GST you will get 40, 35 to 40 stamp you will get. But the problem is about that aggregate. That's why I am telling you, DT at least 20 marks if you are able to get, 60 out of 100, and this will take care of your accounting and law. Because accounting, somehow you will be able to get 50s. But law is the only paper where they are choking. So they will give 35, 36, because of which you will fail. Or they will give 42, 43, because of which you will get aggregate problem. Got it? Many students who failed in the last 3 attempts is this place only. That because of law, somewhere if they are getting marks in 30s, fail. So they have to write all the 3 papers. Or it would have happened like 42, 43 they would have got in law, but aggregate problem would have happened, because in taxation also somewhere in 40 plus, and accounting also somewhere 40 plus, because of which they have aggregate issue. In 2 marks and all they have failed. I have seen many students, 2 marks. That is exactly somewhere like 148 failed. So why, sir? Aggregate issue. Okay. So all 3 subjects cleared. 148 means definitely they would have cleared in all 3 subjects. All 3 subjects cleared, but just 2 marks. Applied for re-evaluation also, but no luck. Got it? Again in Jan 26 that student wrote, and they have cleared. Unnecessarily 1 attempt it costed. So the student should have completed in September itself. So exactly with the 2 marks, so failed, and again Jan exam because of it. That's why I am telling you, if in taxation and all, if you are getting exemption, possible, definitely possible. That's why I am telling you. So easily this GST 30 to 35. Income tax also please attend. Okay. Some revision class you attend, or if you have already purchased some classes, sit and prepare, but don't neglect that. Okay. Then next, but when it comes to income tax alone, I am not recommending anyone. Okay. Depending upon whichever faculty you attended the regular classes, please try to get the revision class there itself, because in income tax the approach will change, the way in which the answers needs to be arrived, etc. and all, the approach will change. So because of that reason only. So when you are comfortable with someone, go ahead with that. Okay. So we are also doing some revision classes, etc. and all. We have power prep batch, but even then, when it comes to income tax alone, I will advise the students, it's up to you. If you want to attend our class also, you can attend, but you can attend any other place also, but attend in those places where you have followed from the beginning. Don't change now, because if you are changing now, you will get confused. So you will have learned some way, now you will be learning in a different way, you don't know what is the correct way and all, and because of which you will get confused and you will go to the exam and you will not write anything. That's the reason why I am telling you. Okay, fine. So second point, that is the first one, transfer of going concern as a whole or independent part thereof. Supply of services associated with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan. So that is, I told you, transit cargo, inevitable point I told you, when goods are unloaded in India, those goods will go to Nepal and Bhutan, and this transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, if you provide any service like loading, unloading, transportation, that will be exempted. Both to and fro covered in the exemption, and that is onward to Nepal and Bhutan, return journey also. But the return journey, the vehicle should come empty. So for that, whatever transportation charges you collected, that will be exempted. Then third point, services by way of collecting or providing news by independent journalists. There will be some independent journalists who will not be associated with any newspaper or news channel. They gather the news and they will be selling the news to the newspapers and channels. They get money, that is exempted. Same way, Press Trust of India, United News of India. Press Trust of India, for example, if you want to give some information, and that information should be given in all the newspapers. Got it? Say for example, you are a politician and you went with one actress to one marriage function. Now everyone is linking that actress to your name. Okay. If it is truth, then you will keep quiet. If it is not truth, what you should do? You should tell, condemn this. No, it is wrong. We are just friends. Like that it should be said. But how many papers and how many channels I can go and tell? Because it has went like viral. Till North India it went. So how can I go and tell to everyone? For that I will go to Press Trust of India, and there I will release a statement. That statement will be given to all the newspapers and news channels by the Press Trust of India, for which Press Trust of India will collect some money from me. That will be exempted. Is it clear? That is Press Trust of India and United News of India. Then, but nothing is wrong in that. Seriously, because you know, all the history if you see, so people with one wife and all, they never became CM. So multiple wives only, they became CM, nothing wrong. Okay, so lot of chances there, good only. Okay, even one more also he can add, nothing wrong in that. What is there? Kasa Panama. Then services of public libraries. There are some public libraries by way of lending books, publications or any other knowledge enhancing content or material. So public libraries will be allowing people to take the books, borrow the books for lending charges. That lending charges is exempted, but remember it should be a public library, not a private library. Then for example, ICI is having a library, public library or private library? Private library. And suppose if they are collecting lending charges from the students, taxable or exempted? Exempted under services provided by education institution. Here it is taxable, but we have another exemption. What is that? Any service provided by education institution to its students, faculty, staff. Is ICI education institution? Yes, pa. Yes. Okay. It is not a terrorist organization and all. It's education institution only. Got it? So therefore, the service provided by them to its students will be exempted. Then next, services by an organizer to any person in respect of business exhibition held outside India. There is one person who is organizing a business exhibition outside India. For that purpose, they collected some money. For example, you are a car manufacturer. I am organizing a business exhibition in Dubai to display your car there. and for which you paid some charges to me, that will be exempted. So where the exhibition is held? What if the exhibition is in India? Taxable. Next, services by way of public conveniences such as provision of facilities of bathroom, washroom, lavatories, urinal toilet, public toilet public toilets, they will collect 2 rupees, 5 rupees, etc. That is exempted, okay, where people are using it. So service by way of access to road or bridge on payment of toll charges. What is toll charges means? Usually government has to lay down road, but they don't have money to lay down road. So because lot of money is being spent for some other purpose, some statues, then some buildings, etc. and all. So they don't have money. So when they don't have money, so they will be approaching some builders like L&T, etc. to lay down the road. These people will lay down the road. Why they will do it for free? They are not our father-in-law. Nowadays father-in-law is also not doing anything for free. So therefore they will lay down the road and recover the money from us, correct? That recovery of money is known as toll charges. This toll charges is exempted because it is basically recovery of their investment from the vehicles which are using that particular road. So it is exempted. Suppose if you don't have a fast tag, you have to pay extra charges, even that is also exempted. Some heavy vehicles need to pay extra charges, overloading charges, even that is also exempted. You can see overloading charges at toll plaza is also exempted. Higher toll charges for not having functional fast tag is also exempted. Now some places the people will not agree to pay the toll charges. What they will do? They will protest. This road should be laid down by government. It is their duty. They have to put. If they are not able to lay down the road, why should we pay the toll charges? We will not pay toll charges like that. People will protest. When people protest, government will tell, okay, fine, you don't pay toll charges. I will only pay to the builder. That is known as payment by way of annuity. Got it? In case of payment by way of annuity, who is going to pay to the builder? Government or people are? Government. So that will be taxable other than payment by way of annuity. Got it? Next, this point already we saw 8th one. Look into 9th one. Service by way of training or coaching in recreational activities relating to arts or culture. But arts or culture training should be by individual. Arts also by individual, culture also should be by individual. Whereas if it is sports academies, that should be by a charitable trust, then only it is exempted. Then 10, satellite launch services supplied by any person. Satellite launch service, just remember that. Then electricity is exempted, but when electricity is exempted? Only if it is by electricity transmission or distribution utility. Utility, okay. Utility means it's a company created by government, then only it will be coming under exemption. Not only electricity, but all other services provided by electricity department. What are the other services? Apart from supply of electricity, what else they will provide? Meter rent, correct? Digital meters and all they will install and they will collect rent. Next, shifting of meters. So you are renovating your building, so shift from one place to another place. Increase the capacity. Suppose one phase it is there, they will increase it to 3 phase or increase the load. All these are other services provided by electricity department to people, that is also exempted. Next point, supply of service by way of providing metering equipment on rent, testing for meters, transformers, capacitors, etc., releasing electricity connection, shifting of meters. All these are incidental or ancillary. See, not only these activities, these are all some illustrative list, etc. Any service which is incidental or ancillary to supply of electricity is also exempted. Then 13th point, you are providing some research and development services to government entity or a research association, university or college, for which they are giving you grant. That grant received by you will be exempted. So a lot of people are engaged in doing some kind of scientific research or technology research, etc. And these research people, that is PhD, basically PhD, those who do the PhD. So they will be getting some grant from whom? Either from the government authority or association, university or college. For that, whatever money grant they received, that will be exempted. They don't have to pay GST on that. Because people who do PhD and all in some private universities, they will receive 1.5 lakh, 2 lakhs and all as grants. So 2 lakhs if they receive, 2 lakhs into 12, that will go to 2 lakhs per month. So 2 lakhs into 12 means that will go to 24 lakhs. 24 lakhs means more than 20 lakhs. Are they required to register and pay GST? No, because this service will be exempted. Then services by electricity distribution utilities by way of construction of electricity network up to the tube well of the farmer. So lot of farmers will be paying money to the electricity department to put a separate line until the tube well. For example, you are a farmer having some 5 acres of land, and this land 5 acres, somewhere in one corner there will be water flow. So there will be one motor pump tube well they will put, but from the main road to your land it will be very far away. So in the main road electricity line will be going, but for your farmland there is electricity required. So you have to pay around 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs to electricity department. What they do, they bring the electricity line to your land, and that can be used for extraction of the water, that is borewell or tube well. This 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs which is paid by the farmer to the electricity department to construct an electrical line to his farm will be exempted. That is this last point. Services by electricity distribution utilities by way of construction of electric network up to the tube well of the farmer for agricultural purpose. With this, we completed all the exemptions. Look into some questions related to this. See question number 39, which is Jan 26 RTP question. Question number 39, page number 44. Question number 39, page 44. Examine the taxability of supplies in the following independent cases in terms of relevant provisions of the CGST Act, and brief reason should form part of your answer. Number 1, Mr. Satya, a physiotherapist. Physiotherapist is what? Paramedics. Registered with recognized paramedics authority, provided services to Mr. Dayal for restoring mobility of after his spine surgery and charged 10,000 per month. Service comprises of regular home visit for physiotherapy session of 1 hour. What is your answer? Taxable or exempted? Where? Services provided, healthcare services provided by a clinical establishment or authorized medical practitioner or paramedics will be exempted. But sir, they are not doing it in hospital, they are doing at the patient home. Even then it is exempted? Yes. Nowhere it is given that it should be only in the hospital, then only it is exempted. Not necessary. It can be in the patient's home also. So this will come under exemption. So that is services provided Mr. Satya to Dayal is exempted, because services provided by authorized medical practitioner or paramedics are exempted. Either clinical establishment or authorized medical practitioner or paramedics. If the doctor is coming to our home and provides the treatment and collect money, even then it is exempted? Yes. Yes. So authorized medical practitioner, paramedics, anywhere they can provide the service and the money collected will be exempted. Okay. Next. Second, measures Paustik Ahar provided service to Shishu Raksha and Anganwadi by way of serving of food including midday meals for 6,000 per month. Shishu Raksha served food to students in Anganwadi under midday meal scheme. What is your answer? Taxable or exempted? We saw that circular. Catering services provided to Anganwadi school will come under services provided to education institution up to 12th standard or equivalent. Therefore, it is exempted. Whether the money is through donation from corporates or government grants, whatever it may be, it is exempted. Then third, fee charged by Passport Seva Kendra to Dada Exports Limited. Passport Seva Kendra to Dada Exports means business entity. Business entity. Passport services to individual is always exempted. And passport service to business entity is also exempted under specific services provided by government to business entity. For the issuance of passport to its employees to foreign visit countries for export business. What is your answer? Exempted. Where it will come? Services provided by government to business entities. Fee for birth certificate, death certificate, driving license, visa, passport. Next, look into question number 38. Examine the following independent cases and determine whether the services are taxable under GST law. Dhruv Printing Press, a registered entity under GST, received an order of 1,50,000 from Vishwakarma Technical Institute, a private ITI, providing courses notified under Apprentices Act. Where it will come? Approved Occasional Education. How, sir? I'll show you. So we have seen meaning of approved occasional education, and there I told you approved occasional education means ITI or ITC affiliated to NCVT, SCVT. Say this. Offering courses in designated trades under Apprentices Act. So therefore, Dhruv Printing Press, a registered entity, received an order 1,50,000 from Vishwakarma Technical Institute, private ITI, under Apprentices Act. Means it is an education institution. Okay. For what service? For printing of question papers, OMR sheets, answer booklets required for conducting of examination. What is your answer? Taxable or exempted? Exempted. Why it is exempted? Services by way of admission to or conduct of examination of all three category institution will be exempted. So this will come under conduct of examination, service by way of conduct of examination, so it is exempt. Second, State Board of Education, a registered entity, charged 50,000 per year as affiliation fees from a school run by Dharampal Trust, registered under 12A of Income Tax Act, which gives education from class 1 to class 10. Taxable or exempted? Sir, affiliation fees, one point we discussed. What is that affiliation fees point? Affiliation fees collected by Central Board or State Education Board from school owned or operated by central government, state government, local authority, government entity. But here it is trust. We don't have exemption. Therefore, it will be taxable. So, this will be taxable. Next. We Care Hospital, a registered entity, charged 19,300 for 3 days from Shahil, who was admitted in intensive cardiac care unit due to heart attack. Exempted. Whatever may be the amount, it will be exempted. Correct? Because ICU charges fully it will be exempted. What if it is not ICU charges, normal room charges? Then it will become taxable. Why? Per day you see how much? 19,500 divided by 3. More than 5,000, correct? Therefore, it will become taxable. Then, but in this case, as it is ICU charges, it will be exempted. Next, City Care Hospital, a registered entity, entered into an arrangement with Swadhist Caterers, a registered entity, to supply food to inpatients. So, they are supplying food to inpatients as per the advice of the doctor or nutritionist. Swadhist Caterer sends monthly bill to the hospital for supply, for the food supplied by them to the admitted patients. What is your answer? Exempted. Why it is exempted? Services, healthcare, that is supply of food to inpatients is also part of healthcare service and it will be exempted. What if they are giving it to outpatients? Taxable. What if they supply food to visitors, staff, etc.? Taxable. Only to inpatients it will be exempted. Then look into question 37. Examine whether GST is exempted in the following independent cases of supply of services. Apex Facilities provided civil maintenance service for the upkeep of Municipal Corporation of Delhi head office building, value of supply of goods constitutes 20% while providing such maintenance services. We discussed this. One circular I told you, sir, first of all, is this maintenance, civil maintenance service, is the activity of Municipal Corporation of Delhi as per constitution? No, it's not given in the question, means it is not their work under the constitution. Only if it is their work under the constitution, either if you provide pure service to them or composite supply of goods and service where the value does not exceed 25% of the total, it will be exempted. But in this case, it is not exempted because we have got a CBSE circular also. Say this, this is the circular. Facility management services provided to Municipal Corporation of Delhi is not with respect to Article 243W of the Constitution. Therefore, it is not covered under the exemption, which means this will be taxable. Then number 2, Talreja and Talreja, a firm of advocates, provided legal services to state government for representation in High Court. Exempted. Why? Advocate services to government, central government, state government, government authority or government entity. We discussed that in advocate services. You can see here, advocate services to government, government authority or government entity is exempted. So due to that reason, it will be exempted. BLF Mall, Noida, provides service by way of vehicle parking to general public in basement of the mall. Anywhere we discussed in exemptions. So not covered in exemptions, therefore it will be taxable. Service provided by private transport operators to Scholar Boy Higher Secondary School by way of transportation of students to and from school. Exempted. Where it will come? Transportation services, catering services, security and housekeeping services within the premises provided to category 1 educational institution. Here, transportation service, catering service, security and housekeeping to category 1 educational institution. Here, transportation service is provided to school. School is a category 1 education institution, therefore it is exempted. Then next, question number 36. Determine the taxability or otherwise of the following services provided by Indian Railways. Clock room services provided to passengers. We discussed Indian Railways providing waiting hall, clock room, then platform tickets, that is exempted. Service of transportation of passengers in second class, exempted. If it is first class, if it is second class AC, AC, any AC will be taxable. And next, platform tickets sold to passengers, exempted. Renting of warehouse located in Bengaluru railway station to Paras traders registered in Chennai. We don't have any exemption. For Indian Railways, we discussed exemptions. Either transportation or services to individual by way of platform tickets, waiting hall charges, clock room charges, battery operated, one zone or division to another zone or division, maintenance services to SPV, only those are exempted. But renting, we did not discuss anything. So therefore, it will be taxable. Service of transportation of passengers in AC, taxable. Service of transportation of relief material meant for flood affected area. Is it in the list of specified goods? Yes. Therefore, it is exempted. Service of transportation of organic manure. Is organic manure in the list of notified goods? Specified goods? Yes. Therefore, it is exempted. So, only 1 lakh, 50 and 10 lakhs will be taxable. Okay. And all others will be exempted in this case. Next. So, but in exam, you try to put the amount also, because they are asking determine the taxability or otherwise. So, you put one more column, whichever is taxable, that amount alone you take and add the total value of taxable supply, safer side. Suppose in key, if they have given like that, unnecessarily we will lose marks because of that. This explanation and all is correct, just one more column you add, wherever it is taxable that amount you take, and last value of taxable supply total. Okay. Next, see this question number 32, one last question, enough. Mr. Dhanwan, an individual registered supplier of Ahmedabad, Gujarat, received the following amount towards rendering of intrastate supply of various services in the month of January. Consideration received from security and housekeeping service provided to Holy Foundation, an education institution providing service by way of preschool education outside the school premises in its annual day function. Taxable. So security and housekeeping should be within the premises, then only it is exempted. Here it is outside the premises, therefore it is taxable. Amount received as a honorarium for participation of as guest anchor on Apna TV in relation to a debate. Whether we studied any exemption, so taxable. Some received as hiring charges for provision of non-AC contract carriage for transportation of employees to and from work to Messrs. Siddhi Private Limited registered person. Such hiring is for 3 months. Use of contract carriage is at the disposal of the company, means it will come under renting of motor vehicles. Renting of motor vehicle to company, do we have any exemption? No. So therefore it will be taxable. See, generally non-AC contract carriage is exempted, but here it is renting of motor vehicles, so due to that reason it will be taxable. Amount received from provision of training in relation to activities of music. Training in relation to music by an individual. Any training in arts by an individual will be exempted. Renting of residential flat to Mr. Sahil, proprietor of Messrs. THARUN'S Sons, a registered person under GST, for the purpose of his own residence in personal capacity. Renting of residential property for residential purpose to a registered individual for his own family, therefore it will be exempted. So this first 3 alone is taxable, the next 2 will be exempted. The total value of taxable supply 4,35,000. Got it, pa? And the other questions and all, you please try. This is in these lines only, but what you need to do is that whenever you are reading the question, don't see the book. First close the answer, see what is the answer, like just write somewhere what is the answer, then cross check, so that you will know what is the mistake that you are doing. If required, refer the book, revise book. The provision you can refer, don't refer the answer. If you refer the answer, this answer only you will remember, but when you refer the book, along with that other points also you will remember. Okay, fine. We'll take a break, we'll meet at 2:15 and we will continue with RCM, list of service under RCM. Immediately after that, we are going to spend time on comprehensive questions, because in comprehensive questions we will connect RCM provisions as well as exemptions, everything. Okay. Okay. So we completed exemptions under GST. Now we are moving on to RCM, list of services which are covered under RCM. So please look into page number 30. Page number 30. Kindly take page number 30. Whatever discussion now we are going to have is connected to exemptions, what we have seen, but now we are focusing mostly on the RCM part. That is, when the service is covered under RCM and what are the conditions for RCM. So look into that page number 30. First, section 9 talks about charge under CGST. That is, who is liable to pay GST to government, whether it is the supplier or the recipient. General rule, always liability to pay GST to government is on supplier, but in some cases the liability to pay GST will be on the recipient, that is 9.3 and 9.4. There are some list of notified goods and services where the liability to pay GST is on recipient. Also in case of 9.4, whenever there is a promoter or builder who is making purchases from an unregistered person, the promoter or builder should pay GST under RCM. Then 9.5, neither supplier nor recipient but e-commerce operator will pay GST to government, so that is 9.5. Look into this. GST liability on a person other than supplier. As per section 9.1 and 9.2 of CGST Act, usually the liability to pay GST to government is on supplier. Other than alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products, we know that because on alcoholic liquor and petroleum products there is no GST, so there is no question of payment of GST. However, as per 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, liability to pay GST to government is on a person other than supplier. In case of 9.3, who will pay? Recipient will pay GST to government. 9.4 also, who will pay GST to government? Recipient. 9.5, who will pay GST to government? E-commerce operator. So when 9.3 is applicable, there are some notified goods or services for which 9.3 is applicable. But the list of goods which are covered under RCM is not there in your syllabus that you will learn in CA final level. Whereas the list of services which are covered under RCM is in syllabus, that is notification 13 of 2017. What is notification 12 of 2017? Exemptions. Notification 13 of 2017 is services under RCM. Then who will pay GST? 9.3, recipient. How the supplier should be? Either registered or unregistered. Then 9.4, 9.4, invert supplies by notified registered person from unregistered person. What is it? Notified promoter or builder making purchases. So when 9.4 is applicable, only in one case 9.4 is applicable. You are a builder, you are buying cement, bricks, etc., or any services from an unregistered person. When you buy from an unregistered person, you will not pay GST to them. So because of which you need to pay GST under RCM. That is purchases by a promoter or builder. Who will pay GST? Recipient will pay GST. And how the supplier should be? Supplier should be unregistered person. Then 9.5, supply of notified services through e-commerce operator. What are notified? Total 5 services. I for instant local delivery, housekeeping, accommodation, transportation of passengers and eating food from restaurant. In all these 5 cases, who is liable to pay GST to government? E-commerce operator. In the first 3 cases, the supplier should be unregistered, but the next 2 cases, the supplier may or may not be registered. Then, what is the maximum rate of GST at present? 40%. 40% is the maximum rate of GST, CGST 20 and SGST 20. Specified actionable claims, yesterday we discussed, the rate of GST is 40%. And generally GST payable to government by supplier, therefore if a supply is not covered under 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, if it is not covered under these 3, what is the balancing figure? FCM. FCM, that is, it is always forward charge mechanism. If the supply is covered under RCM, who is required to pay GST to government? Recipient. Recipient is liable to pay GST to government. What if by mistake supplier paid? For example, I am making supply to you, which is covered under RCM. I am supplier, you are recipient. Actually, you should have paid GST to government, but by mistake, I paid GST to government. Whether you are relieved from payment of GST or you have to still pay GST, you have to still pay GST. You are not relieved from payment of GST, you have to pay GST. And for me, it is like excess payment of GST. Okay, by mistake I paid. Got it? So, if a supply is covered under RCM, recipient is not exonerated from payment of GST. If supplier discharges the liability, exonerated means not relieved, that is the meaning. In such case, recovery of tax can be initiated by department on recipient for non-payment of GST. GST under RCM is always payable using electronic cash ledger. Then RCM liability we cannot pay using credit ledger. For example, say this, we have some gross GST payable under FCM. Gross GST payable under FCM, say 90,000 is the gross GST payable under FCM. Then your RCM liability on inward supplies. RCM liability on inward supplies. RCM liability on inward supplies is 20,000. And you have a input tax credit. You have an input tax credit of 1,50,000. Now, in this case, what is the net GST payable? First, can we use 1,50,000 for payment of 20? No. No, we cannot use. Even though 90 plus 20, only 1,10,000 is our liability, but entire 1,10,000 we cannot pay using 1,50,000. This 1,50,000 we can use only for payment of gross GST under FCM. So, gross liability under FCM is 90 minus ITC utilized. How much is the input tax credit that we can utilize? 90. So only 90, and add RCM liability. That RCM liability you have to pay using cash ledger. That RCM liability is 20,000. So now what is the net GST payable? How much is the net GST payable? 20,000, which means GST under RCM should always be paid by cash, even if you have sufficient balance in the electronic credit ledger. And what is the excess ITC that is carried forward? Excess ITC carried forward. How much credit we had? 1,50,000. Out of that 1,50,000, how much we utilized? 90,000 we utilized. So still how much we have? 60,000. That 60,000 will be carried forward and we can set off against the liability. Got it? So inward supply under RCM always paid using the cash. Okay. Next, that is this point. Then look into 9.3, the list of notified services which are covered under RCM. Sir, CG, Go Salads. So this GOT is not there. Sir, CG, Go Salads. The T point is removed for your syllabus. It is not there. That is previously we had TDR, FSI and long term lease. All those advanced topics and all they have removed, because with this topics itself people are not clearing. So then why to keep advanced topics like that? They have shifted it to CA final level. Okay. So it is not there, leave it. Now, what are the list of services which are covered under RCM? First, let's try to understand this mnemonic. Sir, CG, Go, Salads. S for, see there, S for security lending services. Then I for import of services. R for renting of motor vehicles. Another R for renting of immobile property. Okay, once again, S, I, R. S for security lending. I, import of services. R, renting of motor vehicles. Another R, renting of immobile property. Okay, sir. C for copyright services. And G for GTA services, that is goods transport agency services. Then next, GO is government services to business entities. O for overseeing committee services to RBI. Then once again, Sir, CGGO. Come on, S for security lending, I for import of services, R for renting of immobile property, another R for renting of motor vehicles, immobile property. Then next, C, copyright services, G, GTA services, next G, government services to business entities, O for overseeing committee services to RBI. Then salads, S for sponsorship services, A for agent services, then L, legal services, and A for arbitrator services. A, sponsorship, A, agent, L, legal service, A, arbitrator services, then finally D, S, D for director services to company or body corporate, and security agency services. So only these services are covered under RCM. So whenever in question you come across these services, there only you need to apply the RCM provisions, otherwise we don't have to apply the RCM provisions. So in balancing figure it will be FCM. Now for each and every service we will discuss what is the exemption, what are the conditions for RCM, and non-applicability of RCM. Non-applicability of RCM means what? Exception to RCM where FCM will be applicable. Even though this service is in RCM, but in some cases RCM not applicable, FCM will be applicable. What is the first service pa? Yes. Yes for security lending services. Basically in security lending what is happening? I have some securities. For example, I have shares of Reliance Industries Limited, but I don't want to sell that shares. No idiot on earth will be willing to sell the shares of Reliance Industries Limited. Okay. So because right now, so it is amazing shares wherein they are expanding so crazily, and money what they have left, right, center. Even in US they are going for oil refinery. Okay. So that much business they are doing. So no one will be willing to sell. I am not interested to sell that shares, but I have shares of Reliance Industries. What is the benefit that I get? Dividend I will receive, or capital appreciation. That too only when I sell I will get, otherwise I will not get anything. So SEBI has created one scheme wherein these securities whatever I have, I will deposit with the stock exchange, and this will be given as borrowal to some persons who want these shares. There are a lot of investors who do speculation. What speculation means? Buying and selling on a daily basis, thereby the difference gain they will make as profit. So for them I can lend my securities. I am not selling my securities, I am lending my securities. What they will do with that securities? They use in the stock market to make purchase, sale, etc. and all, and for which they will pay me lending fee. Simple pa. I have land, I don't want to sell the land, I will give the land on rent to you na, for which you will pay me rental charges. Same concept. I have securities, I will lend the securities to you, and you will give me the lending fees. On that lending fees I will not pay GST, you will pay GST under RCM. Sir, won't it come under exclusion from supplying? Because securities are neither goods nor services. No, securities even though neither goods nor services, but here we are not selling the securities, we are lending the securities. It is not sale of securities, it is transaction, facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. Due to that reason it will be covered under supply and it will be taxable under RCM. Do we have any exemptions? Whether we studied any exemptions related to this? No. Do we have any condition for RCM? No. Any non-applicability of RCM also? No. Got it? Then next one. See the next one. What is the next one? I for import of services. In case of import of services, supplier of service outside India, recipient of service in India. Whether we studied any exemption for import of service? No. So which means it is taxable. So who will pay GST? The importer will pay GST under RCM. Any condition for RCM? No. Any non-applicability of RCM also? No. Previously we had these points, but again CA Institute has omitted that. So OIDR service, other than OIDR service, like that, lot of confusion was there. Okay, and all those things are removed in the study material, which is not there for you. So simple, import of service taxable under RCM, over, job done. Okay. Then next, R for renting of motor vehicles. In case of renting of motor vehicles, today we studied 4 exemptions. What are the 4 exemptions? Renting of motor vehicle to a person renting of motor vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers to a person. What is that? To whom we are giving on rent? State Road Transport Corporation. That is the first exemption. Next, second, I have a electric motor vehicle that can carry more than 12 passengers. To whom it is given on rent? Local authority. Number 3, I have a motor vehicle that can carry goods. I am giving it to a GTA. Number 4, I have a motor vehicle, that is given on rent to a person who is providing transportation service to educational institution up to 12th standard. These are the 4 renting of motor vehicles which are exempted. All other renting of motor vehicle will be taxable. Wherever renting of motor vehicle will be taxable, who will pay GST? If 3 conditions are satisfied, it will be RCM. Please check what are the 3 conditions. Supplier should be other than body corporate. Who is body corporate, pa? Who is body corporate? Company. Private limited company, public limited company, or body under any law for the time being in force is known as body corporate. Supplier should be other than body corporate, and recipient should be body corporate, and the rate of GST should be 5%. All the 3 conditions should be satisfied. If any one condition is not satisfied, it will be covered under FCM. What are the 3 conditions? Supplier should be other than body corporate. Number 2, recipient should be body corporate, and the rate of GST should be 5%. If any one condition not satisfied, it is FCM. Then next, another R is renting of immovable property. When it comes to immovable property, we have 3 exemptions. We discussed what are they? Renting of residential property for residential purpose to an unregistered person, any unregistered person. Next, renting of residential property for residential purpose to a registered individual for their family stay. It can be any number of families, it's okay, but for their family stay. Got it? For example, if that person is having 2-3 different families, and whether all the renting will be exempted? Yes, his family only, na? Okay, because he has lot of seeds which we will throw, because of which lot of trees will come, but all those trees belongs to him only. So therefore, not necessary 1, 3 also, it's okay, it will be covered under exemption. Okay, but for that person's family stay. Okay, next, so accommodation services. Accommodation services, what is exempted? Accommodation services, continuous period of 90 days, where monthly charges does not exceed 20,000 per month per person, then it will be exempted. And say this, renting of immovable property, residential, these are the 3 exemptions. This accommodation point is common for commercial as well as residential. Now, for residential property, apart from these 3 exemptions, in other cases it will be taxable. Okay, first you need to see, usually property, renting of immovable property, lot of confusion will come in exam. You be clear. Is it covered under these 3 exemptions? Yes, then write it as exempted and leave it. If it is not covered under these 3 exemptions, these 3 are not applicable, then taxable. Just check one condition. Is the recipient registered? Yes, then RCM. Otherwise it will be FCM. Okay, don't break your head. For what purpose it is given, etc. and all, don't break your head. Make it simple. 3 exemptions. If it is covered under the 3 exemptions, it is exempted. If not, balancing figure taxable. What is that balancing figure? Don't break your head. That's what I am trying to convey. These 3 are exemptions. All other cases it will be taxable. Once it is taxable, just check one condition. What is that? Is recipient registered? Yes, then it will be no. That's it. Okay, so if recipient is registered, then RCM, otherwise it will be FCM. Then commercial property. For commercial property we have only one exemption. What is that? That accommodation service point. Continuous period of 90 days, where the consideration does not exceed 20,000 rupees per month per person. Suppose, sir, how many of you are in hostels? Okay, good, super. In your hostel, definitely you will not be in individual sharing, na? 3 sharing, 4 sharing, 4 sharing up. How much rent pa? Per person? 7,000. Now if you see 4, 7 4s are 28, more than 20,000. So taxable or exempted? Exempted. Don't see per room, see per person. You understood? It may be 6 sharing or 10 sharing, whatever it may be. We should not see per room. Here we need to see per person. Per person per month, it does not exceed 20,000. Therefore, it is exempted. But the main problem is with respect to continuous period of 90 days. That's the reason why usually in Chennai hostels and all, they will be telling minimum 3 months you need to pay. 1 month and all we will not give like that, they are telling. Have you observed it? They will ask minimum, because you know we used to have up to that end and all students. So we used to have 600, 700 students and all. Because at that time, Chennai hostels and all, even 10 days also you can stay and accordingly you can pay. But now, no. So because if they offer for 10 days, 5 days and all, they have to pay GST. So they are telling minimum 3 months you have to take, otherwise don't take like that. Because of which, lot of people are not coming to Chennai and staying in hostels. So reason, simple. So for 10 days, 20 days and all, they cannot travel. So if it is like a test stretch for 6 months, 7 months, it's okay. So why unnecessarily I need to pay for 3 months when I need room only for 10 days or 5 days? Got it? So that is with respect to this. Minimum period of 90 days where the value of supply less than or equals to 20,000 per month per person. Sir, why 90 days? Maybe while drafting this provision, 190 would have been consumed. So because of that reason, we don't have any logic behind this and all. Okay. Then what is the condition for RCM? 2 conditions. Supplier should be unregistered and recipient should be registered and not opting for composition scheme. Literally there are 3 conditions. Supplier should be unregistered. Second, recipient should be registered and recipient should not be opting for composition scheme. What if any one condition not satisfied? FCM. Supplier registered, FCM. Supplier unregistered but recipient also like unregistered, still FCM. Sir, how FCM, sir? Supplier cannot pay GST, na, sir. See, first we need to write the charge as FCM. If they are registered, they will pay GST, otherwise they will not pay GST, but the charge will not change. The charge is either RCM or FCM. If not RCM, FCM. If it is FCM, if they register, they will pay GST, otherwise there is no GST. Got it? Then suppose supplier is unregistered, recipient is registered, but recipient is opting for composition scheme, then FCM. So these are the 3 conditions. If any one condition not satisfied, then it will be coming under FCM. So related to this, I gave one flow chart at the end of this table. You see that flow chart on renting of commercial property. First we need to see whether the supplier is registered. If the supplier is registered, yes, then it will not be RCM, correct? What is the first condition? Supplier should be unregistered, but here the supplier is registered, therefore it will be FCM. If the supplier is not registered, then we need to check whether recipient is registered. Suppose recipient also not registered, then it will be covered under FCM. So write there FCM. So supplier is registered, FCM. Suppose if supplier is not registered but recipient also not registered, still it is FCM. But wherever there is FCM, you write no GST here, because why there is no GST? Sir, supplier is unregistered means how they will pay GST? See, it's FCM, but they are not registered. So that's why GST not payable. Here also supplier not registered. You got it? Sorry, pa. Next one. Supplier is registered, so they will pay. Next case, supplier not registered, FCM, but as the supplier is not registered, therefore there is no GST, but the charge will be FCM. Then supplier is not registered, recipient is registered, but recipient opting for composition scheme, still it is FCM, but there is no GST. Why no GST? Because the supplier is not registered. Got it? And in other cases, it will be RCM. Again, I am repeating, if any one condition not satisfied, it will be FCM. But wherever it is FCM, don't write as GST payable, check their registration. if they are not registered, you need to mention it as GST not payable. Okay. Then suppose if they are registered, GST will be payable by them. Then look into this. You understood now? So we will see some questions. There you will get a clarity about it. Don't worry. We will see some questions for application of this. Then look into C, copyright services. When it comes to copyright services, we have total 4 copyrights. What are the 4 copyrights? Original literary, dramatic, musical and artistic works. Original literary means author who is making books, etc. Then dramatic means screenplay, story writer, screenplay writing. Then musical works, composing music, either playback or background score, etc. Then artistic works, paintings, drawings, etc. So these 4 copyrights by an individual is covered under RCM. Okay. Who will pay? Their recipient will pay. See that original literary, dramatic works, musical works, artistic works by individual. Do we have any exemptions in this? No, we don't have. Any condition for RCM? No. But in one place we have an exception. Generally it is RCM, but in case of original literary, if the author opts to pay GST under FCM for the next 1 year from the date of exercising the option, author only will pay GST under FCM. For example, I am an author and I author a book and I give it to the publisher for printing. Now the publisher will give me royalty. On that royalty I will not pay GST, my publisher will pay GST under RCM. But if I opt to pay GST under FCM, then I will only pay GST. But if I opt to pay GST for the next 1 year, I only should pay GST. I should not authorize my recipient to pay GST. Is it clear? RCM to FCM anytime is possible. But FCM to RCM, there is a lock-in period of 1 year. Suppose if the question is silent, the default option will be RCM. Then goods transport agency services. For goods transport agency services, we discussed 3 exemptions now. What are the 3 exemptions? Notified goods. What is it? Notified goods, agricultural produce, food grains, including flour, pulses, milk and salt, organic manure, newspapers and magazines, relief material for natural and man-made disasters, defense and military equipment. Second, if the recipient is individual, HUF, AJP or trust who are unregistered and not having a factory, or the recipient is registered only for deducting TDS. These are the 3 exemptions. Other cases it will be taxable. Wherever it is taxable, we don't have any condition for RCM, but again for GTA there is an option, correct? They can opt for FCM. If they opt for FCM for the next 1 year, that is next one financial year, they will pay GST only under FCM. But here, what is the difference between author opting for FCM and GT opting for FCM? Author opting for FCM is 1 year from the date of exercising option. For example, if they exercise the option on 28th February, from 28th February to 28th February. But GTA, it's not like February to February, it will be April to March, financial year wise. So if GT opts for GST under FCM, lock-in period financial year, option to be exercised between 1st Jan to 31st March of the preceding financial year. Then next one, G, Sir, CG, we completed. Then GO, G for government services. When it comes to government services to business entities, we have discussed lot of exemptions, correct? 13 specific exemptions plus 2 general exemptions we discussed, and in this case it is exempted. In other cases it will be taxable. Any condition for RCM? No. But in some cases government service will not come under RCM. What is that? Listen. Hope you remember the chart. What is the first thing we saw? Department of Post, always FCM. Second, railways, always FCM. Third, transportation, always FCM. Airport or port, always FCM. Then renting of immobile property to unregistered business entity, this is FCM. But please concentrate, pa. Government services to business entity is RCM, general. But there are 5 cases, even though it is government service to business entity, but it will be covered under FCM. What are those 5 cases? Non-applicability of RCM. See there. Renting of immobile property to unregistered business entity, supply of goods or service by Indian Railways, Department of Post, transportation of goods or passengers, airport or port services. Then next, O for overseeing committee services to RBI. See, these exemptions already we discussed. I just gave the reference here, okay, for easily to connect. Then overseeing committee services to RBI. RBI will appoint one committee called as overseeing committee to restructure the non-performing assets, that is liabilities and all. Lot of people will take loans, but they will not make payment. So to restructure that, they will appoint one committee called as overseeing committee. That overseeing committee services to RBI is covered under RCM. We don't have any condition for RCM, non-applicability of RCM, etc. Then sponsorship services. Related to sponsorship, we discussed one exemption. What is that? Sponsorship money collected by recognized sports body is exempted. Other cases, sponsorship service will be taxable. Now see this. There are two conditions for RCM with respect to sponsorship. What are the two conditions? Supplier should be other than body corporate and recipient should be body corporate or firm. Two conditions. Supplier should be other than body corporate. That's it. Other than body corporate. But recipient should be body corporate or firm. Okay. Now, what if supplier is body corporate? FCM. If supplier is other than body corporate, then check the recipient. If recipient is not body corporate or firm, then also FCM. If recipient is body corporate or firm, then only it will be covered under RCM. If any one condition not satisfied, then it will be FCM. Then look into the next one, agent services. How many agents are covered under RCM? See there, total 5 agents. Insurance agent to insurance company. Then recovery agent to banking company, financial institution, NBFC. Then direct selling agent to banking company. Then business facilitator to banking company, agent of business correspondent to business correspondent. These are the 5 agents who are covered under RCM. First, insurance agent to insurance company. Do we have any exemption for insurance agent services? Yes, we discussed today. If the insurance agent is a business facilitator or business correspondent earning commission from rural area, it will be exempted. In other cases, it will be taxable. Am I right? And any condition for RCM? No. And non-applicability of RCM also we don't have. Then recovery agent. Recovery agent, very, very important, only to bank, financial institution or NBFC. And do we have any exemption? No, no exemption. And no condition for RCM, non-applicability of RCM. Then what recovery agents will do? They will recover the loans which are given by the banks. What direct selling agent will do? Will bring in the business to the banks. So direct selling agent services to bank or NBFC, no exemptions, but see the condition. How the supplier should be? Concentrate, don't sleep, listen, listen. What are the conditions? Supplier should be other than body corporate or firm. What if the supplier is body corporate or firm? They only will pay GST. Then business facilitator to banking company. So we have one exemption. What is that? Services by business facilitator in rural area. And if it is urban area, it will be taxable and it will come under RCM. We don't have any conditions or non-applicability. Then agent of business correspondent to business correspondent. Here also we have exemption. What is that? If that agent is working in rural area, then it is exempted. Urban area, it will be taxable and it will be covered under RCM. We don't have any condition for RCM or non-applicability of RCM. Now look into this chart. You need to answer this. There is a banking company. There is a banking company. And this banking company is having rural area branch, and they appointed Mr. A as business facilitator. They appointed Mr. A as business facilitator for rural area branch, and A is providing services to rural area branch and gets a commission. What is the treatment of this commission? You understood the question? There is a banking company which has a rural area branch. Mr. A is appointed as agent of branch and business facilitator of rural area branch. He gets a commission. What is the treatment of this commission? This commission is exempted. Okay. Then there is a agent of business facilitator. Business facilitator himself is a agent. He will have a sub agent. Okay. Agent of business facilitator. Agent of business facilitator. Mr. B. Mr. B is appointed as agent of Mr. A, and Mr. B is rendering services to Mr. A, for which Mr. A gives commission. What is the treatment of this commission? This commission is taxable or exempted? Exempted. That's what I told you. Business facilitator, agent of business facilitator, business correspondent, agent of business correspondent working for rural area branch is exempted. So even this service is also exempted. Understood? Now, suppose if there is a urban area branch, urban area branch, and Mr. X is appointed as business facilitator of urban area branch, and X renders services to urban area branch for which there is a commission. What is the treatment of this commission? Taxable, and it will be taxable under RCM. So who will pay GST? Here, who is the supplier, who is the recipient? X is the supplier and bank is the recipient. So on this, GST payable by banking company under RCM. Got it? So GST will be payable by banking company in this case. Means business facilitator will not pay GST. Understood? Next. Carefully answer this. Mr. Y is appointed as agent of Mr. X, and Y rendered services to Mr. X, for which Mr. X gave commission. What is the treatment of this commission? Taxable or exempted? Taxable. Okay. Whether it is FCM or RCM? FCM or RCM? Very good. FCM. Why? Because in the list we have only business facilitator to banking company, but not agent of business facilitator. Due to that reason, it will be FCM. Means on this commission, who will pay GST? Agent will pay GST. From this chart, what is it you can understand? Business facilitator will never pay GST. Correct? Agent of business facilitator earning commission from rural area branch is exempted. And business facilitator shall never pay GST on their outward supply and inward supply. On their outward supply, bank will pay. On their inward supply, agent will pay. Understood? Now, let's see the same chart for business correspondent. So everything is same except that we have, instead of business facilitator, business correspondent. Okay, instead of business facilitator we have business correspondent. Says business correspondent. Sir, who is business correspondent? See, business facilitator will just do money remittance activities like transfer of money, etc. and all. But business correspondent do various other activities like opening of account, check deposit, check collection, loan processing. All other activities will be done by business correspondent. Now, there is business correspondent, Mr. A, appointed for rural area branch, and A renders services to rural area branch and gets a commission. What is the treatment of that commission? Exempted. And Mr. B is appointed as agent of business correspondent, renders services to A, he gets a commission. That commission is also exempted. Why? Because business facilitator, agent of business facilitator, business correspondent, agent of business correspondent, earning commission from rural area branch is exempted. Then next, suppose if Mr. X is appointed as the business correspondent of urban area branch and he gets a commission, whether that commission is taxable or exempted. Taxable. Is it FCM or RCM? FCM, because business correspondent to banking company is not given in the list. So due to that reason, it will be FCM. Means who will pay GST on this? The business correspondent will pay GST. Then Mr. Y is appointed as agent of business correspondent for rural area and he gets a commission. What is the treatment of that commission? Taxable, because he is rendering services in urban area, and whether it is FCM or RCM? RCM, because it is clearly given agent of business correspondent to business correspondent. So who will pay GST in this case? Business correspondent will pay. Now what is it we can learn from this? Business correspondent will only pay GST on their outward supplies and inward supplies. Exactly opposite chart, correct? Now how can we remember these two informations? Number one, first point, business facilitator, agent of business facilitator, business correspondent, agent of business correspondent, earning commission from rural area branch is exempted. Second point, business facilitator shall never pay GST on outward supplies and inward supplies. Third, business correspondent shall always pay GST on outward supplies and inward supplies. Got it? Then legal services, L, legal services by individual advocate or firm of advocate. What are the exemptions? What are the exemptions for legal service? Just now we discussed. If they provide services to other than business entity, it is exempted. If they provide services to central government, state government, that is government or government authority or government entity, it is exempted. If they provide services to business entity whose turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit, is exempted. If they provide service to another advocate or firm of advocate, is exempted, but that point is not applicable for senior advocate. So these exemptions already we discussed, and wherever it is taxable, it will be taxable under RCM. No condition for RCM, non-applicability of RCM. Same way, arbitrator. For arbitrator, we have only three exemptions. What is that? First one, to other than business entity. Second one, government, government authority or government entity. Third one, business entity whose turnover during previous year does not exceed threshold limit. And in other places, it will be covered under RCM. No condition for RCM, non-applicability of RCM. Concentrate. Last 2 points. Director services to company or body corporate. Do we have any exemption? No. But remember, if the director is providing services, concentrate, if the director is providing services in the capacity of an employee, that is, he is working for the company, means whatever he gets is salary, then it is not a supply, because employee to employer in the course of employment is excluded from supply due to that reason. Is it clear? And how do we know whether the director is an employee of the company or not? TDS. If the TDS is deducted under 192 by the company, then the money received by the director will come under salary and it is excluded from supply. What if the TDS is deducted under 194J? Then professional services, so it will be covered under supply, and who will pay GST? The company will pay GST under RCM. Are you getting this? Either you can see TDS or you can see the contract. If it is contract of service means employer-employee relationship. If it is contract for service, then there is principal to principal relationship. Got it? Next, that is what? If director is an employee of a company or body corporate, then it is not a supply, otherwise it will be supply and it will be covered under RCM, no conditions. But see the exception, please concentrate. If the director is not providing services in the capacity of a director, for example, I am a chartered accountant and I am appointed as an independent director of the company, and for acting as a director, I receive the sitting fees. On that sitting fees, it will be RCM. But in the capacity of a chartered accountant, I may render some services to the company for which the company will give me some professional fees. Is it also covered under RCM? No, that will not be covered under RCM, because that professional services I rendered in my personal capacity, that is not covered under RCM. Is that clear, Pa? So, if the director is providing service in personal or private capacity, that is not always RCM. So, that is the exception to RCM, then it will be FCM. Then, security agency services to a registered person. So, there is a security agency. What security agency will do? They will provide the manpower. They will supply the manpower. So, security agency services. Do we have any exemption for security agency? Yes. Security agency to educational institution within the premises, category 1 education institution is exempted. In other cases, it will be taxable. And we have two conditions for RCM. What are the two conditions for RCM? Number 1, supplier should be other than body corporate, and recipient should be registered. No, not body corporate. Recipient should be registered. They can be anyone. They can be body corporate or anyone. Recipient should be registered, but not opting for composition scheme, or not registered only for deducting TDS. These are the two conditions to be satisfied, and if any one condition not satisfied, it will be FCM. So, this is what we have, list of services which are covered under RCM. Okay, and you should never forget this table. It should be always there in mind, because exemptions also to some extent you will be able to answer, but this RCM application you will make mistake. Okay, now let us see some questions based on this. Please look into your practice manual. Page number 18, take page number 18. Say this, GST is not payable by recipient of services in the following cases. So, you need to identify which of these cases are, GST not payable by recipient, means FCM. If GST is payable by recipient, it will be RCM. Look into that. Number 1, services provided by way of sponsorship to ABC Limited by a social club. What is your answer? Sponsorship to ABC Limited by social club. FCM or RCM? So, go to your book. Sponsorship services, what are the conditions for RCM? Supplier should be, so social club is other than body corporate, and recipient should be body corporate or firm, and recipient is body corporate. So, FCM or RCM? RCM. Okay, Vapa. Both the conditions should be satisfied. Supplier should be other than body corporate. Social club is not a body corporate, other than body corporate. The recipient should be body corporate or firm. Here it is a company, ABC Limited. Definitely it's a body corporate. So, it will be RCM. Then next, services supplied by Director of Galaxy Limited to Mr. Krishna. FCM or RCM? Why FCM? Because it is not director services to company or body corporate. Only director service to company or body corporate is covered under RCM. Here director is providing service to an individual, that is not RCM, that will be FCM. Service by Department of Post by way of Speed Post to MNO Limited. I told you, generally government services to business entities RCM, but 5 service of government will be FCM. What is that? Department of Post, airport or port, transportation of goods or passengers, railways, and renting of immobile property to unregistered business entity. Here it is Department of Post, therefore it will be FCM. Services supplied by a recovering agent to SNSP Bank. Whether recovery agent service to bank is covered under RCM? Yes. So, therefore, it will be RCM. Now, GST is not payable by recipient in the following cases. Which cases? 2 and 3. Option C is the answer. Next. XX registered in Delhi purchased books from PC traders registered in Uttar Pradesh. Books are exempt from GST. XX arranged the transportation of these books from GTA, which charged a freight of 9,000 for the same. GST is payable at 5% on such GTA services. Which of the following statement is correct in the given context? GST of 450 is payable by XX on reverse charge basis. So, is it correct statement? Generally, GTA services, what are the exemptions? Notified goods. Is books notified goods? No. Second exemption. Recipient is individual, HUF, AJP, trust, which are unregistered and not having factory. But here XX is registered, so they will not come. Third, recipient is registered only for deducting TDS. That is also not applicable. So GTA services will be taxable. Wherever GTA service is taxable, it will default option is what? RCM. Whether they opted for FCM in the question? No. So RCM, option A is correct. GST of 450, 9,000 into 5%, 450 is payable by XX on reverse charge basis. This is the correct answer. Why option D is wrong? GST of 450 is payable by GTA. Why that option is wrong? Sir, because they did not opt for FCM. Only if they have opted for FCM, they can pay GST under FCM. Got it? Next, third one. Which of the following services does not fall under reverse charge provisions as contained under section 9(3) of CGST Act? Services supplied by arbitral tribunal to business entity. Arbitral tribunal means arbitrator. Arbitral tribunal means arbitrator. Services by arbitrator to business entity. FCM or RCM? RCM. We have clearly arbitrator providing service to business entity is RCM. Then next, sponsorship provided to any partnership firm by an association. FCM or RCM? RCM. Very good. For sponsorship service, what are the two conditions? Supplier should be other than body corporate. Here it is association, other than body corporate. And recipient should be body corporate or firm. Here it is firm. Therefore, it will be RCM. Then next, sponsorship provided to any body corporate by a trust. FCM or RCM? RCM. Why RCM? Supplier should be other than body corporate. So trust is other than body corporate. And recipient should be body corporate. So it will be RCM. Service of renting of motor vehicles for passenger provided to a recipient other than body corporate. Now, so for renting of motor vehicles, what are the three conditions? Supplier should be other than body corporate, and recipient should be, but here recipient is other than body corporate, so therefore it will be FCM. If any one condition not satisfied, it will be FCM. So in which of the following cases RCM is not applicable? Option D. In case of GTA services, tax is to be paid under forward charge if when GTA, when FCM 18%, correct? But here it is given as 12% because at that time it was 12%, now it is 18%. If it is 18%, by default it will be FCM. Okay, so kindly make the change there. Here 18%, here also 18% with ITC. The moment you see 18%, it will always be FCM. When it is 5%, you cannot tell because it depends. It can be FCM or RCM. But if it is 18%, always it will be FCM. Then next, Look into question number 11. Question number 11, page number 24. Question number 11, page number 24. Please do stand-up comedy event for CS students. For your stress buster, no, you are asking me to undergo the stress. Sorry. Say this. Illappa, I can do stand-up comedy better, but the problem is that post that stand-up comedy, I cannot face the consequences. Okay, so that is the problem, you know, because people will put a case. Then who will go? If they put case in different places and all, I have to take my car and go, keep on going. Okay, like Seaman, I have to go everywhere, you know, for attending the cases and all. Then Ilana, like the Sauk Sankar, I have to go. Then Mr. Jayesh, see this question number 11. Mr. Jayesh, a registered supplier of Mumbai, received the following amounts in respect of various activities undertaken by him during the month of October 2022. Commission received as a recovery agent from a NBFC. What is your answer? First, is outward or inward? Outward transaction, inward transaction? Outward. How you know it is outward? Commission received. So first step is that you should check whether it is outward or inward. It is outward. Okay. What is the service? Recovery agent. For recovery agent, do we have any exemption? My dear Kumutais, we studied now only recovery agent. Do we have any exemption? No, we don't have any exemption. So confidently tell. So no exemption, which means if not exempted, it will be taxable. Okay, first taxable, then only FCM or RCM. Okay, directly RCM. For first marriage, but then only first night. No, sir, I want first night only. First means how? Anyhow, it is called as first night only, but first it is not that. Okay, so marriage, then only first night, like that. First taxable are exempted, then only FCM or RCM. Control, I can understand, age problem. Okay, but no process you need to follow. Got it? For that also you should follow process. Then taxable, and whether it is FCM or RCM. Now it is RCM. So first it is taxable, because when it is exempted, we don't have to bother about FCM or RCM na. So then you will write it as RCM, because of which you wrote correctly only, but you will not get mark, because it should be written as exempted, but you are writing it as RCM. So that's why. Okay, so taxable, and then it is RCM. So who will pay GST? Who will pay GST? Supplier or recipient? Supplier or recipient? Recipient. So don't add it to supplier liability. Got it? So it should not be added to supplier liability. You should mention it as nil. Now you understood why it is nil. Got it? You should not add it to supplier liability, because recipient is going to pay. Next, second, actionable claim. And what is the reason that you will write here? What is the reason that you will write here? Like this only in exam also you will be blank. You don't know what to write. As per section 9, subsection 3, read with notification number 13 of 2017. That's it. Services provided by recovery agent to bank, financial institution or NBFC is covered under RCM. So that is what you will write. Consequently, GST is not payable by Mr. Jayesh, but payable by NBFC. So therefore nil. And don't write these notes below the table. All these notes try to write inside the table itself, because what happens is that I have seen one student who wrote this table first, but mistakes are there. Thereafter he wrote notes, because of which 0 marks they have given. This is like total answer is wrong. Total answer wrong, because if any one point is wrong, also total answer will be wrong. Waterfall effect. But he wrote like this, and he wrote notes, but at least 3-4 points are correct na. 1 mark can be given, 2 marks can be given, but no, 0 marks they have given. But another student wrote the notes in the table, so that here itself they have written 0.5, 0.5 like that, half of mark they gave, and he got 2 marks. For him also answer wrong, but he got 2 marks. You understood? So therefore, what to do for valuation? People who do valuation and all, they might be smoking something while doing valuation. We don't know what they are smoking. So that's the reason why better to write the notes here itself. Both are same answers only. Both are wrong. But one student got 0 marks, another student got 2 marks. Okay, unfair treatment here. And that's why write the notes here, so that if it is correct na, for that step mark they will give directly there itself. Okay. Next, second transaction, actionable claim received from normal business debtor. What is your answer? It is inward or outward? Not a supply. Not a supply. Why not a supply? Sir, actionable claim other than specified actionable claim is excluded from supply. Which actionable claims are covered under supply? HC block, horse racing, casinos, betting, lottery, online money gaming and gambling. Those are only covered. But actionable claim other than that only na, here it is. So what is your answer? Not a supply. Now what is the reason that you will write for this? As per section 7 subsection 2. 7 subsection 2 is exclusion from supply. Read with schedule 3 of CGST Act. Thereafter, actionable claims other than specified actionable claims is excluded from supply. In the present case, this is not a specified actionable claim, therefore excluded from supply, and in the value column it will be nil. Next one, third, amount received from ABC Limited, that's an outward supply. Amount received from ABC Limited for performance of classical dance in one program. Why taxable? 1,74,500. Classical dance is covered under exemption, but the consideration should not exceed 1,50,000, but here it is 1,74,500. Due to that reason it will be taxable. FCM or RCM? Whether dance is anywhere in the list of RCM? No. So therefore balancing figure FCM. And 1,74,500 taxable in the hands of Mr. Jayesh. So that's why in amount column we need to mention. What is the reason that you will write? As per section 11, read with notification number 12 of 2017, services by performance artist in classical art form of dance is exempted provided the consideration does not exceed 1,50,000. In the present case, as the consideration exceeds 1,50,000, it will be taxable. Got it? If it is FCM, don't write reason, because default it will be FCM. If it is RCM only, we need to write the reason. Then 4, business assets, old computers given to a friend free of cost. The market value of all the computers was 51,000. No ITC has been availed on such computers when used for business. Now, is it supply or not a supply? First, is it for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. When it is without consideration, you need to refer to 7(1)(c). In 7(1)(c), it is DRIP. D-R-I-P. D for disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. Is it business asset? Yes. Is it disposed of? Yes. On which ITC is availed? No. On which ITC is not availed. No ITC has been availed. Due to that reason, it is not a supply. Definitely supply chapter and all, you will be like Amazing. Okay, I know that. That's why I did not take that. Because every time when you start indirect tax, GST, introduction, supply, you will read. After supply only, the graph will come down like this. Okay. Even while attending classes also, up to supply chapter, every faculty superbly they will tell. And thereafter, break will come. So other classes, etc. and all, in regular batch also gone. And again, in time when you do revision also, first with super energy you will sit, and thereafter like Mahavishnu, this posture will go, and then you will sleep. Okay, that's why all end topics and all I am discussing now. Got it? Definitely supply chapter also I will cover. At the end I will cover that. Then consideration received for 1 month rent. So it is not a supply. And what is the reason for this? Just 71C point you will write. As per section 71C, read with schedule 1, disposal of business asset on which ITC availed is supply, but in the present case ITC is not availed, consequently it is not a supply. Then next, consideration received for 1 month rent from a registered individual person for renting of residential dwelling for use as residence. What is your answer? What property it is? Residential property. For what purpose it is given? Residential purpose. To whom it is given? Registered individual. For his family only. Correct? Therefore, it will be exempted. So, what is the reason that you will write? As per section 11, read with notification 12 of 2017, renting of residential property for residential purpose to a registered individual for family stay is exempted. Okay. So, that is the reason that we will write, and total value will be 1,74,500. There is one more transaction, you see that. This is inward supply. So far what we have seen is outward, this is inward. Paid to unregistered GTA for various consignment of transportation of goods by road. Each individual consignment in a single carriage was for less than 1,450, that is irrelevant. Now whether this GTA service will be taxable or exempted. What are the 3 exemptions for GTA service? GTA service, 2 for notified goods. It is not notified goods. GTA service to an individual, but who should be unregistered. But here is it registered, correct? And therefore no exemption. This will be taxable under RCM. So by default, GTA will be RCM. Moreover, here it is given unregistered. So how they can opt for FCM? So definitely it will be RCM. So on this, Jayesh will pay GST under RCM. So 15,100 into 5% or 15,100 is the GTA service. Total value on which GST payable including RCM 1,89,600. Got it? Next. See this question, it's an RTP question. Question number 12. Regal Foundation of Commerce organized a business summit in Surat, Gujarat, in which all the startups were invited to pitch their business ideas. Pandit Jewels Private Limited, registered in the state of Maharashtra, sponsored the summit and paid a sponsorship fee of 1,50,000 to Regal Foundation of Commerce. You are required to determine who is the person liable to pay tax if Regal Foundation of Commerce is not a body corporate, Regal Foundation of Commerce is a body corporate. Tell me, who is the supplier? In this question, who is the supplier? The one who is receiving the sponsorship money is the supplier, that is Regal Commerce. Who is the recipient? Regal Foundation of Commerce is the supplier. Who is the recipient? Pandit Jewels Limited. And in case of sponsorship, this is what sponsorship? Is it a sporting event? No, it's a business event, so it will be taxable, correct? And what are the conditions for RCM? Supplier should be other than body corporate. So first case, supplier is body corporate, therefore FCM. Second case, it is taxable, both case it is taxable. but first case it is supplier body corporate, so it is FCM. Second, supplier is not body corporate and recipient is body corporate, therefore it will be covered under RCM. That's what we need to write as the answer for this. So remaining and all are simple questions only, you can try that. And now we are moving on to comprehensive question to understand the way in which we need to present it. You can see Appendix A, page number 173 onwards. Page 173 onwards. I have given the comprehensive question, that is computation of net GST payable, in which there will be consolidated provisions. Whenever, mostly it is 10 mark questions. Okay, the first question, compulsory question. Whenever you get a question like this, please follow these steps. I have given a template, just follow this template. You see that in page 181, presentation format for 10 marks compulsory question in CA Inter exam. First, you need to prepare total 4 statements. The answer should be prepared in 4 statements. Statement 1 is computation of gross GST payable on outward supplies. So take all outward supplies into this. Okay, and then computation of GST payable on inward supplies under RCM. Thereafter, computation of ITC availed and reverse. Finally, computation of net GST payable. Okay, so while reading the question itself, you need to know whether it is outward or inward. If it is outward, covered under FCM, it will come in first statement. If it is inward, covered under RCM, it will come in second statement as well as third statement, because whatever GST you paid under RCM, you can take ITC also. So therefore, it will come in second and third statement. Then normal inward supplies on which you paid GST under FCM will come only in the third statement, that is ITC statement. Once we fill in the data for these 3 statements, you will get the computation of net GST payable. Now, in the first statement also, outward supply, first check, is it supply or not a supply? If it is not a supply, just write the note. That's what we saw just now, actionable claims related to business debtors. What is it we have written? It is not a supply. Got it? Like that. Just write a note. But don't take it in the value, because the activity is not a supply, you should not take it in the value. Then next, suppose if it is supply, then check whether it is taxable or exempted. If it is exempted, then also write a note. No need to add the liability, just write a note, but take it in the value column. Why you need to take in the value column? Because that should be added to the aggregate turnover. So that's why take into the value column. Then supply, which is taxable under RCM, then who will pay? Our recipient will pay, but you write a note here, but don't add the liability, but you should take it into the value. Why? Because when my outward supply is covered under RCM, for ITC purpose, it will be treated as exempted. Got it? Generally, it is not exempted, it is taxable, but while computing ITC, it will be treated as exempted. Treated as exempted for ITC, that's why take in the value column. Then balancing figure, supply which is taxable, whether it is intra or inter, you will mention it in value column as well as CGST, SGST, IGST. Now this will be first statement. What is the purpose of this value column? You have to take all taxable turnover, and if the taxable turnover in a month exceed 50 lakhs, then rule 86B will be applicable. So taxable turnover is useful for checking applicability of rule 86B. And exempted turnover is useful for what purpose? ITC reversal purpose. Then next, second statement. Computation of GST payable on inward supply under RCM. Again for inward supply, you check first, is it supply or not a supply? If it is not a supply, don't take in the amount column, but write the note. Suppose if it is inward supply, which is exempted, again write the note, but don't take in the amount column. If it is inward supply which is taxable under FCM, don't take in the amount column, don't take in the amount column. If it is inward supply under RCM, that only should be taken, but for all others you need to write the note. And remember, whatever inward supply tax paid under FCM or RCM, these two will travel to ITC statement also. Means in two places it will have impact. Here you will write just the note, but in ITC column you will take the amount also for FCM. RCM you will take in this statement, as well as in the ITC statement also you will add the amount. Then suppose if they give any IGST on import of goods, so that also you take into this, inward supply under RCM, but mostly import related transactions will not be tested, don't worry. Then computation of ITC availed. First you will take ITC availed, and from that you remove the blocked credit. If there is any blocked credit or used for non-business purpose, etc. and all you remove, and you reverse the proportionate ITC for exempted supply. So today morning we discussed that GTA na, so proportionate ITC reversal we need to do. So now you will get the net eligible ITC. Finally, you need to compute the net GST payable. As per statement number 1, gross GST payable under FCM that you will take minus ITC utilized. How much ITC can be utilized? If rule 86B is applicable, please concentrate. If rule 86B is applicable, how much ITC we can utilize? Only 99% of the liability we can utilize. If rule 86B is not applicable, entire 100% of the liability we can utilize, and then we need to add RCM liability. Don't add RCM liability before, because if you add RCM liability before, there is a chance that you will reduce the ITC from there. That's why FCM liability minus ITC, then add RCM liability. Now you will get the net GST payable using electronic cash ledger. This is the way in which you need to follow. And here the manner of utilization of ITC and all you need to follow. What is that manner of utilization of ITC? We have 4 principles. We have 4 principles that needs to be followed. What are those 4 principles? Please see this in input tax credit chapter. Take page number 97, page 97, manner of utilization of credit. Manner of utilization of credit. See the first principle, there is no restriction with respect to IGST. Okay, there is no restriction with respect to IGST, which means IGST credit can be utilized for payment of any GST liability. Any GST credit can be utilized for payment of IGST liability. Correct? See this. So we have inward supplies. For these inward supplies, we have CGST credit, SGST credit, then UTGST credit, and IGST credit. Same way for outward supplies. For outward supplies, we have liability CGST payable, SGST payable, UTGST payable, and IGST payable. Okay. Now, can we use CGST credit for payment of CGST liability? Yes, we can. Can we use CGST credit for payment of SGST? No. UTGST? No. IGST? Yes. Then SGST credit? No for CGST payable, but it can be used for SGST. It cannot be used for UTGST, and it can be used for IGST. UTGST cannot be used for CGST, SGST, but it can be used for UTGST and IGST. Then IGST credit can be used for payment of all the liabilities, which means there is no restriction with respect to IGST credit. IGST credit can be utilized for payment of any liability, and any credit can be utilized for payment of IGST liability. But with respect to remaining credits or remaining taxes, respective credit for payment of respective liability. You can also remember it in simple way. Say this. IGST is like Mr. X, and CGST is like Mrs. X, his wife. SGST or UTGST is like parents of Mr. X. Okay, va? Now, he will adjust with his wife will adjust with him, no problem. He will adjust with his parents will adjust with him, no problem. But his wife will never adjust with his parents will never adjust with his wife. So therefore, it is not possible, correct? So IGST can be used for CGST, CGST for IGST. Same way IGST for SGST, UTGST, SGST, UTGST for IGST. But this alone we cannot adjust. Got it? Then what about compensation cess? Compensation cess can be utilized only for payment of compensation cess. It cannot be used for payment of anything else. See this. GST compensation cess can be availed as ITC and utilized only for payment of GST compensation cess on outward supplies. Got it? Next, second principle, priority. Which credit we need to use first? IGST credit. For what purpose? IGST payable. Thereafter, between SGST or UTGST, CGST in any manner, any proportion. Got it? So, IGST is Mr. X. First he should think about his liability. Thereafter, wife or parents are. No priority. Balance it. So, any manner, any proportion, depending upon the situation. Got it? So, case to case basis, depending upon the question, we need to see that. So, IGST credit first for IGST payable, thereafter CGST, SGST, UTGST, any manner, any proportion. CGST credit first for CGST, thereafter IGST. Correct? Your wife will think about herself only first, then only you. Same way your parents also. So, SGST, UTGST first for SGST, UTGST, then only IGST. Then principle 3. First whose credit will be exhausted? Which credit? Whose money will be gone? Correct? Mr. X money only will be gone. And thereafter only other credit. So, before utilizing CGST, SGST credit, credit of IGST should be completely exhausted. Then, for payment of IGST liability, which credit should be first? IGST credit, thereafter CGST credit, SGST or UTGST credit. Anyone appearing for September exam? For September exam, no priority. Any manner, any proportion. First IGST credit, thereafter CGST or SGST in any manner, any proportion. But that is for September. For May exam, strictly follow this order, that is first IGST, thereafter CGST, thereafter only SGST or UTGST. So, this is the way in which you need to utilize and arrive at the net GST payable. We will discuss one question and then take a break. So, look into, we will see one latest question. Old questions and all are easy. Latest question only they are making torturous. So, look into question number 30, last question in this appendix A, which is a Jan 26 RTP question. So, in this book, May 28 onwards questions are there. May 28 onwards, May 18 onwards, not May 28, future poita. So, May 18 onwards questions are there, but 18 to 2020, that questions will never come in exam, because that kind of standard they will not ask again. That's very, very easy, like BCom exam it is, okay. So, at that time and all, somehow people cleared, okay, they went. 2020 onwards, all those people, suppose if ICI brings a notification that all those who completed before 2020, you have to write exams now, everyone will fail, including me, okay. So, therefore, seriously, my subject alone I will clear, other subjects how will I clear? I will not, because the standard is like 2x, 3x times. Before 2020 it was very easy, and afterwards, which is a ranga, got it? So, that is why any questions which you are seeing in this book, after 2020 you see those questions, those are the standard. Before that some easy questions might be there, just for practice purpose I gave. Look into this Jan 26 RTP question. Mr. Prithviraj, registered under GST, is engaged in supplying services as discussed in the table below in Maharashtra. He has also furnished the following information with respect to services provided or received by him during the month of February. Now, we need to prepare the first statement. What is the first statement? Can we do? So, close this book and open one rough note and make note of this. Just I will tell you the format in which you need to do, okay. You take parallelly 3 pages. First page, gross GST payable under FCM. Second page, GST payable under RCM. Third page, input tax credit. Parallelly, you open the statements in 3 pages. So, write in the first page, I will tell you the heading, what to write. Computation of, listen and write. Computation of GST payable under FCM. Computation of GST payable under FCM. Computation of GST payable under FCM by Mr. Prithviraj. Computation of GST payable under FCM by Mr. Prithviraj for the month of February. For the month of February. Now, this is the heading. Below that, particulars, value, CGST, SGST, IGST. Particulars will be half page. Okay, half page will be particulars because we are going to write the note in that itself. Particulars itself will be half page. Thereafter, value one column, CGST one column, SGST one column, IGST one column, because that is just amount column. So, we do not need that much space. So, but particulars alone, like a half a page you give for that. Okay. So, like this particulars alone will be a bigger column. Thereafter, value, then CGST, SGST, IGST. Okay. Don't worry, compared to your notebook, in exam the answer sheet width is big only. Okay. So, the width of the answer sheet is big, don't worry about that. So, space will be there. Okay. So, this is first page, you have written this. Now, second page. Second page, what you will write? Computation of GST payable under RCM. Computation of GST payable under RCM on inward supplies. Computation of GST payable under RCM on inward supplies by Mr. Prithviraj for the month of February. For the month of February. Here we do not need value column, just particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST. We do not need value column. Particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST. Sometimes there may not be data in this column at all. I mean, in this page may become waste also. It's okay. It's okay, because if you don't have any transactions, you may not write anything. It's okay. Then finally we can strike it off. Okay. And sir, why should we waste the paper and all? Already you are giving for every 3 months donation to ICI, and they are already having very good reserves and all. You don't have to save money for them. It's okay. We cannot tear it and go home. At least we will make use of it. Correct? You can go take the answer sheet, because none of the students will fill the answer sheet booklet. I have not seen. Additional and all, if someone is asking, definitely that attempt he is failed. Okay. So additional, I know, definitely we can assume. So something he has written like that. And really, if you need to write information, hardly 10 pages over or 15 pages beyond that, and lot of booklet will be waste. Can we tear that and take the empty pages? No. So already we are wasting. It's okay. So nothing wrong. Okay. Third page will be computation of input tax credit availed. Computation of input tax credit availed by Mr. Prithviraj for the month of February. Computation of input tax credit availed by Mr. Prithviraj for the month of February. Here also same way, particulars and 3 columns, CGST, SGST, IGST. Okay. Now, look into the screen. Carnatic music performance given by Mr. Prithviraj to promote a brand of ready-made garments. It is supply, correct? And it is taxable. Why it is not covered under exemption? Because he is acting as a brand ambassador. It's not covered under the exemption and it is taxable, and we don't have any information about RCM related to this, so it will be FCM. Now, is it intrastate supply or interstate supply? See the note 4. See the note 4. All transactions mentioned above are intrastate unless information for determination of place of supply is given. Do we have any information related to place of supply here? No. So that's the reason why it will be intrastate. Okay. Now, which statement you need to put it? First statement itself. So write. In the first statement you go, in the particulars write down Carnatic music performance. In particulars write down Carnatic music performance. Carnatic music performance. At least one question we will write, just to know how to present it in exam. That's why. Okay. Carnatic music performance hyphen as per section 11 of CGST Act, as per section 11 of CGST Act, read with notification number 12 of 2017. As per section 11 of CGST Act, read with notification 12 of 2017. Services of performance artist. Services of performance artist. Services of performance artist in folk or classical art form, in folk or classical art form of music or dance or theatre. Music or dance or theatre is exempted. Full stop. In the present case, exemption not available. In the present case, exemption not available as they are acting as brand ambassador. In the present case, exemption not available as the person is acting as brand ambassador. That's it. This is the explanation you need to write. Enough. About FCM you don't have to write, because I told you if it is RCM only we need to write. About FCM we don't have to write. And you go to CGST column. In the CGST column you need to take 1,40,000 into Right, 1,40,000 into every computation you need to show in the answer. In CGST column you write 1,40,000 into 9%, because the rate of GST is 9%. 1,40,000 into 9%. What is 1,40,000 into 9%? 12,600. And SGST column also 12,600. And in the value column, how much you need to update? 1,40,000. But this way, when you are presenting, then only your answer will be as per the suggested answer. Okay. Next. Next one. What is the second transaction? Look into this. Outdoor catering service availed. Availed means received. Inward. For marketing event organized for his prospective customers. So inward means it should come in second statement or third statement. Is it RCM? Catering service anywhere in the RCM? No. So FCM, you don't have to put it in RCM liability. So you need to bother only about ITC. Can you take ITC? No. Catering is a blocked credit. So food and beverages, outdoor catering, beauty treatment, including transplantation, hair transplantation, cosmetic and plastic surgery, health insurance and life insurance are blocked credits. Catering is blocked credit. We cannot take ITC. But we have three exceptions. Number one, employer to employee under a statutory obligation. Is it employer to employee under a statutory obligation? No. Is it inward supply, outward supply in the same category? Which means, are they receiving it to sell the food and beverages? No. Inward supply part or component of the taxable outward supply? No. So it's not covered under exceptions, which means ITC is not available. But we need to write a note for this. So go to the third statement. Go to third statement. In the third statement, we will write outdoor catering services. Particulars you write down, outdoor catering services, hyphen, as per section 17 subsection 5, all blocked credits is in 17 subsection 5 pa. As per section 17 subsection 5 of CGST Act, as per section 17 subsection 5 of CGST Act, outdoor catering service is blocked ITC. Outdoor catering services is blocked ITC. And in the present case, it is not covered under exceptions. And in the present case, it is not covered under the exceptions. And in the present case, it is not covered under the exceptions. Therefore, ITC available or ITC not available? ITC not available. In the present case, it is not covered under the exceptions. Therefore, ITC not available. And in the amount column, dash. Next, third transaction you see. Service of transportation of students provided to Subhaskar College, providing education as a part of curriculum for obtaining a recognized qualification. Inward or outward? Outward. Services provided to, outward. And do we have any exemption for transportation services to college? No. Only transportation services to category 1 educational institution is exempted, but not to the college. Correct? So write down transportation services. First statement, not in third statement. First statement, it's outward supply. So first statement. Transportation services, hyphen, same way, as per section 11 of CGST Act, read with notification number 12 of 2017. as per section 11 of CGST Act, read with notification 12 of 2017, transportation services provided to educational institution up to 12th standard is only exempted. Transportation services provided to educational institution up to 12th standard is only exempted. In the present case, it is provided to college, in the present case it is provided to college and it is taxable under FCM. We don't have RCM now. It is taxable, but we don't have any RCM with respect to this, so FCM. Again, do we have any information related to place of supply here? No. So therefore, you will put it under intrastate supply, CGST, SGST. So go to value column 1 lakh, CGST column 1 lakh into 9%, 9,000, SGST column also 1 lakh into 9%, 9,000, and IGST nil. Next, look into fourth one. Legal services availed. Availed means invert. Legal service availed for official purpose from an advocate located in Gujarat. Advocate services. First, exempted or taxable? So advocate services exemption is there, provided their turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit. We need to check that. So see this, Prithviraj turnover during the previous year was 2.5 crores, which means it exceeded the threshold limit, therefore it will be taxable. And now tell me where it will come. As it is taxable, advocate service is RCM. So which statement? Second statement. So go to statement 2. In particulars, write down legal services from an advocate. Legal services from an advocate. Hyphen. As per section 9 subsection 3. As per section 9 subsection 3. Read with notification number. Read with notification number 13 of 2017. Advocate services to business entity. Advocate services to business entity whose turnover during the previous year exceeds threshold limit, is taxable under RCM. Threshold limit for what? Registration. Exceed threshold limit for registration is taxable under RCM. And go to which column? CGST, SGST column, IGST column. Here we have the information for place of supply. Advocate is in Gujarat, where Prithviraj is in Maharashtra. Therefore, it is interstate invert supply. So go to IGST column. CGST column dash, SGST column dash, and IGST column. We need to take 1,75,000 into 18%. 1,75,000 into 18%. How much? That is the GST under RCM. Whatever GST paid under RCM can be taken as ITC also. Correct? So go to third statement. Go to third statement. Legal services from an advocate. In particulars, write down in the third statement, legal services from an advocate. Okay, hyphen. ITC available or not available, Appa? Available. But what is the reason that you will give? What is the reason? Why available? Not in the block credit and used in the course or furtherance of business. That's why you will take ITC. Write down. As per section 16, as per section 16 of CGST Act, as per section 16, section 16 talks about conditions for availment of ITC. There only it is given the inward supply should be used or intended to be used in the course or furtherance of business. As per section 16 of CGST Act, comma, it is used in the course or furtherance of business. It is used in the course or furtherance of business and not in blocked credits. It is used in the course or furtherance of business and not in blocked credits. Therefore, ITC is available. Therefore, ITC is available. And which column? Of course, IGST column. When you put liability in IGST column, how ITC will go in CGST column? ITC also IGST column only. So in IGST column, you write the amount, whatever ITC. What is that? 31,500. Next transaction. Now go to question. See the question here. Services provided to Wealth Bank as a business correspondent with respect to accounts in branch of the bank located in urban area, taxable, and it is not RCM. Why? Business facilitator only RCM, but here it is business correspondent. So which statement? First statement. Go to first statement. Sir, space is not there, sir, in the first statement. If the book is like half book, half page book and all, it will not be there. In exam, one full sheet will be there. Don't worry. In exam, it is possible. Okay, because hardly you will have some 6 to 7 transactions only, and that's why in the first statement it is possible. If not, on a safer side, you give 2 pages for first statement also. But follow this approach, because what we do is that first we read the question, then you will do the answer. 1 point if you miss also, gone. 10 marks you will not get. You will get 5 marks only, because anywhere one mistake happens also, the waterfall effect will be there. So net GST liability, net GST payable will not be correct. You understood? That's why immediately when you put it in the respective statement, this is like single entry. Usually when you do single entry also, you open all the accounts and put it in the respective places, so it will become easy for you like that. So give 2 pages, it's okay. 2 pages you give for first statement, but parallelly you need to put it in the respective places so that you will not go wrong anywhere. Okay. Otherwise, out of oversight, what will happen? This RCM you will take, and on the RCM should come in ITC point, you will miss. You got it? So because of which we will go wrong. Okay. Go to that first statement. Services as business correspondent. Services as business correspondent. Write down hyphen. As per section 11, read with notification 12/2017. As per section 11, read with notification 12/2017, services of business correspondent in rural area is only exempted. Services of business correspondent in rural area is only exempted. Rural area is only exempted. In the present case, it is taxable. under FCM. In the present case, it is taxable under FCM. Value 2 lakhs. Do we have any information for place of supply? No. So therefore, it is intra-state supply. 2 lakhs into 9%, 9%. That is 18,000 and 18,000. 2 lakhs into 9%, 18,000. 2 lakhs into 9%, 18,000. Then look into the sixth transaction. Recovery agent service provided to car dealer. Outward or inward? Outward. But it is not covered under RCM. Why? Only recovery agent services to bank is RCM, but here it is to car dealer, therefore it will be FCM. So in the first statement itself you write down recovery agent services. Recovery agent services. Recovery agent services hyphen. As per section 9 subsection 3 read with notification 13/2017. As per section 9 subsection 3 read with notification 13/2017. Recovery agent services to banking companies only covered under RCM. Recovery agent services to banking companies only covered under RCM. Full stop. In the present case, it is taxable under FCM. In the present case, it is taxable under FCM. Again, go to amount column, value column 15,000 and no information is given. So intrastate 15,000 into 9%, 15,000 into 9%. How much? 2,000, 1,350, 1,350, 1,350. Next, last transaction, general insurance taken on car. Taken on car means inward supply, seating capacity 5, used for official purpose. First, it is not RCM. So it will not come in second statement, but we need to bother about ITC. For ITC, we have one point. Any services received in relation to motor vehicle, that is insurance service, repair and maintenance service, authorized service center or renting of motor vehicles. So if the motor vehicle purchased is eligible for ITC, this service also eligible for ITC. If the motor vehicle purchased is not eligible for ITC, this insurance service also not eligible for ITC. Here motor vehicle is car, capacity 5, which is a blocked credit, correct? So as the motor vehicle not eligible for ITC, consequently insurance service also we cannot take ITC. So but we need to write the note related to that. Go to third statement, write down general insurance on car. General insurance on car. Write down hyphen. As per section 9, as per section 17 subsection 5, as per section 17 subsection 5 of CGST Act, insurance services in relation to motor vehicle, insurance services in relation to motor vehicle is blocked ITC, and in the present case it is not covered under exceptions, therefore ITC is not available. In the present case it is not covered under exceptions, therefore ITC is not available. And in the ITC column, nil, nothing. Now all the transactions are over, but notes also you check once somewhere if we miss anything. Rates of CGST, SGST, all inward outward supply are exclusive of GST, all conditions have been fulfilled, all transactions mentioned above are intrastate unless information for determination of place of supply is given, and the turnover of Mr. Prithviraj was 2.5 crores in the previous financial year. Everything we considered. Now all three statements you do the total. Do the total of these three statements. How much is the first statement ka total? Value, it's okay, but tax you tell me. 4950, 4950 and 0. Correct? See the answer. 4950, 4950 and nil. And see the presentation. Same. I did not do this. This is the presentation as per ICI. They have given everything like this. Correct? Next statement. RCM. RCM total. IGST 31,500. Next, third statement, computation of total ITC. In that, what is the total ITC? IGST 31,500. Now we need to proceed to the last statement. What is the last statement? Computation of net GST payable. Write down. Last statement, computation of net GST payable. Computation of net GST payable by Mr. Prithviraj. Computation of net GST payable by Mr. Prithviraj for the month of February. Computation of net GST payable by Mr. Prithviraj for the month of February. In that, just for particulars and 3 column, particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST. Particulars, CGST, SGST, IGST. In particulars, write down gross GST payable under FCM. So that first statement total you need to put here. Gross GST payable under FCM. What is that gross GST payable under FCM? 40,950, 40,950 and 0, correct? Next, minus, which credit you have? IGST credit. So IGST credit can be utilized for payment of any GST liability. So minus IGST credit utilized. Next line, minus IGST credit utilized. How much is IGST credit? Very less, 31,500 only. So therefore rule 86B don't apply. If you have more credit than the liability and all, you need to apply. Here credit is very less only. So therefore we will set off minus IGST credit utilized. 31,500, you divide it equally between CGST, SGST. So CGST column, what is 31,500 divided by 2? 15,750. So 15,750, 15,750. In CGST, SGST column you put minus IGST credit utilized 15,750, 15,750 in brackets, means that is minus. Next, we don't have any other credit, correct? Add, next line, add GST payable under RCM. Add GST payable under RCM. Which column? Last column, IGST column, because it is RCM liability. In IGST column you write down 31,500. 31,500. Now you do the total. So you will get the net GST payable. What is the net GST payable? $25,200, $25,200 and $31,500. Please look into the answer here. Same answer, $25,200, $25,200, $31,500. Like this if you present, let's see why you will not get 10 out of 10. Worst come, even if the valuer is a psycho also, he will give 8 marks okay. So because this is the way in which you need to present and you will not go wrong anywhere. So every question in this appendix, the 10 marks question you need to try this way only. While practicing itself, you practice it this way so that you will know how to present it in exam. It's okay, it may take time. How much time it took for us? Half an hour it took. Half an hour it took. It's okay. But learning curve, as you start doing, because I gave a lot of explanation and you have written, but when you are doing an exam, this explanation and all you don't have to give anyone, so you will do it on your own. So hardly 20 minutes you will complete this. Okay, fine. We'll take a break and then we will continue with the remaining provision. We'll take a break for 15 minutes. Okay, look into page 37. Page 37, section 9 subsection 4, purchases of a builder from an unregistered person. So this is one area which is not at all tested in exam so far. So first, when 9.4 will be applicable, there is a builder who is making purchases from an unregistered person. Whenever the builder is making purchases from an unregistered person, the builder has to pay GST under RCM. Let's try to learn this with the help of an illustration so that you can remember it better. You can make note of this illustration related to section 9 subsection 4. Please write down. That is, there is a builder who is making purchases. So inward supply from registered person, and from unregistered person. Inward supply from registered person, from unregistered person. Say capital goods are purchased by the builder. Capital goods are purchased by the builder and the rate of GST on this capital goods is 12%. Purchased from registered person is 30 lakhs and purchased from unregistered person is 20 lakhs. Whereas cement, the rate of GST 28%, even though the rate of GST on cement got reduced now to 18%, but under this notification they have not reduced the rate, so still the rate is 28%, and from registered person is 20 lakhs and from unregistered person is 10 lakhs. Then inputs, other inputs, whatever other inputs are purchased from registered person is 15 lakhs and from unregistered person is 5 lakhs. Then input services, 10 lakhs is purchased from registered person and 10 lakhs is from unregistered person. So this is the data we have. For this data, we need to compute GST payable under section, compute GST payable under RCM under section 9 subsection 4. Okay. So first of all, when 9 subsection 4 is applicable, I told you, there is a builder who is making purchases from an unregistered person. Step number 1. First we need to see capital goods. See here. First we need to see capital goods. Capital goods purchased from a registered person, we don't have to bother. We don't have to pay GST under RCM. So only capital goods purchased from unregistered person, we need to pay GST under RCM at the rate applicable to capital goods. So here, capital goods, what is purchased from unregistered person? 20 lakhs. Purchased from registered person, we don't have to bother about it because already we would have paid GST to the supplier. But whenever it is purchased from unregistered person, on that we need to pay GST under RCM. What is that? 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs into what is the rate? At the rate applicable to capital goods, that is 12%. So 20 lakhs into 12%, 2,40,000. Next, step number 2. So step number 1 over. Step number 1, first we need to see capital goods. If purchased from a registered person, leave it. If purchased from unregistered person, on that we need to pay GST under RCM at the rate applicable to capital goods. Then step number 2. Step number 2, we need to see cement. Cement purchased from registered person, we don't have to pay GST under RCM. If cement is purchased from unregistered person, we need to pay GST under RCM at the rate of 28%. So cement from unregistered person. So what is the cement purchased from unregistered person? 10 lakhs. Whatever is purchased from registered person, we don't have to bother about it. Purchased from unregistered person, 10 lakhs. On that, what will be the rate of GST? 28%, that is 2,80,000. Then number 3, we need to see other inward supplies from unregistered person. other inward supplies from unregistered person divided by total into 100. So what are the inward supplies from unregistered person? So here 15 and 10 is registered, 5 and 10 will be unregistered. So 15 lakhs. Don't take cement because capital goods and cement already we considered. So we need to see only remaining inputs and input services from unregistered person. 15 lakhs divided by total. While taking total, except capital goods, everything else you take. That is cement, inputs and input services. So 20 plus 10, 30 and plus 15 plus 5, that is 20. So 50, 60, 70. 70 lakhs. 15 lakhs divided by 70 lakhs into 100. How much? 15 lakhs only na purchase from unregistered person divided by 70. How 70? 20 plus 10, 30 plus 20, 50, 60, 70. 15 lakhs divided by 70 lakhs into 100 is how much? How much percentage? 21.42. You tell me 4 numbers after point. 4 to 85%. 4 to 85%. But how much is allowed from unregistered person? Only 20% is allowed from unregistered person. Remaining 80% we should have purchased from a registered person. But here how much we are purchasing from unregistered person? 21.84 to 85. But how much is allowed? Only 20 is allowed. On that excess, we need to pay GST under RCM at 18%. That is 70 lakhs into 1.4285%. That is the excess beyond 20%. That is the excess beyond 20%. On that we need to pay 18%. What is that? 70 lakhs into 1.4285 into 18%. How much? 70 lakhs into 1.4285% into 18%. How much? 18,000? Exactly 18,000. So 18,000 will be taken as the GST payable under RCM. Okay. Appa, you don't know how to do, that's what. We will round it off to 18,000. Okay. Because this 4 to 85 and all if you take, you will be ending up with rounding off. So 18,000 rupees. So therefore, what is the total GST payable under RCM? Total GST payable under RCM under section 9 subsection 4 equals to 2,40,000 plus 2,80,000 plus 18,000. Please do the total of this. 2,40,000 plus 2,80,000 plus 18,000. How much? 9 lakh? 9 lakh. 5 lakh? 38,000. 5 lakh 38,000 is the GST payable under RCM. This is how you need to do. Clear? Last step alone I am repeating again. Please listen. So we need to see balance purchase from an unregistered person. That is 15 lakhs divided by total. Except capital goods, everything else we need to take. 15 lakhs divided by 17 into 100. So what is that? 15 divided by 70 into 100 will be 21.42857. So actually 4286 you should have said. 42,857 like that. Now minus 20. Minus 20, what is the excess? The excess is 1.42857 something. Correct? So that much percentage of 70 lakhs. That much percentage of 70 lakhs because 20% is only allowed. The excess amount we need to pay GST under RCM. Therefore, so divided by 100 then into 70 lakhs into 18%, exactly you will get 18,000. So when you take this number, full number, you will get exactly 18,000. If you want, you check. 15 divided by 70. You do whatever I am telling. You do, you will get. 15 divided by 70 into 100 you see. 21.4285, 21.4285, 71428, correct? Now, what is the excess? 1.4285, 71428%, correct? Now do again 70 lakhs into, take full 70 lakhs, 70 lakhs into 1.4285, 71428%. 70 lakhs into 1.4285, 71428%. You will get one number. Into 18% you do. Into 18% you do. 17,000. 17,999.9999 like that you will get. So that's where 18,000. Okay. 18 lakhs epidima varum. How it 18 lakhs and all will come? That is what calculator? Casio calculator. So how 18 lakhs and all will come? 18,000 will come, check. So therefore this is with respect to this. Means you are not multiplying percentage. 1.42871428 you would have multiplied percentage into percentage you press, you will get. So 18,000. So 2,40,000 plus 2,80,000 plus 18, 5,38,000 will be total GST payable under RCM. Now that is this. Capital goods purchased from registered person, GST not payable. From unregistered person, GST payable under RCM at the rate applicable to GST. Second step, we need to see cement. Purchased from registered person, GST not payable under RCM. Suppose if you buy from unregistered person, we need to pay GST under RCM at the rate of 28%. Balance inputs and input service from unregistered person divided by total, including cement, but excluding few things. TDR, FSI, long-term lease, electricity, petrol, diesel and natural gas. We have not taken that into 100. If it is up to 20%, leave it because it is allowed. Balance can be purchased from unregistered person up to 20%, GST not payable under RCM. If it is beyond 20%, on that excess, we need to pay GST at the rate of 18%. This much is enough for this because 9.4, not even one attempt they have asked any question related to this. Not even one MCQ also they have asked. So if at all they make a question, that will be like this only. Okay. Next, look into 9.5. Already we discussed 9.5. There are total 5 services which are covered under 9.5. That is I hate, and in that instant local delivery, housekeeping service and accommodation services, the supplier should be unregistered. What if the supplier is registered? Then it is not covered under 9.5. Same way, T, that is transportation of passengers in any motor vehicle. Here the supplier should be either registered or unregistered. But for this also we have one exception. Please concentrate. There is a company which is transporting passengers by omnibus. There is a company which is transporting passengers by omnibus. Both conditions. Company transporting passengers by omnibus. What is omnibus? Capacity more than 6 passengers. 6 passengers means excluding driver seat. Including driver seat, capacity greater than 7. Capacity greater than 7 means 8-seater. 8-seater vehicle is only omnibus. 8-seater vehicle means what? So in the front 2 seats, then in the middle row 3 seats, and in the back row 3 seats. So that is the omnibus. Got it? So usually these big vehicles are there, Innova, then Scorpio, etc. So that will come into the category of omnibus because it will be 3 rows, and in that first row will be 2, middle row will be 3, last row will be 3. So that will come under omnibus category. Capacity greater than 6. Greater than 6 means 7. Greater than 6 means 7. And 7 is excluding driver. If you add driver seat, it will be 8-seater. So if there is a company transporting passengers by omnibus, then it will come under FCM. So 9.5 is not applicable. Okay. If the transportation is through omnibus by a company. Same way, eating food in a restaurant. But in that eating food in a restaurant, if it is If the restaurant is in the specified premises where the value is more than 7,500 per day, then also 95 will not be applicable. So the restaurant only will pay GST under FCM. These points we discussed. Now, don't look into your book, just answer based on this. Restaurant services by registered supplier, who will pay? Restaurant services by registered supplier, who will pay? E-commerce operator. Then accommodation services by unregistered supplier, who will pay? E-commerce operator. Restaurant services by unregistered supplier, who will pay? E-commerce. Why? In case of restaurant, whether the supplier is registered or unregistered, e-commerce operator only will pay. Then accommodation service by registered supplier, who will pay? Supplier. E-commerce operator will not pay, because for accommodation service the supplier should be unregistered, then only ECO will pay. Then next one, consulting services by unregistered supplier, who will pay? Consulting services by unregistered supplier, who will pay? Supplier will pay. 95 is not applicable, because first of all consulting service is not in the list, so therefore supplier only will pay GST. Transportation of passengers in airways by registered supplier, who will pay? Supplier. Transportation of passengers in airways by unregistered supplier, who will pay? Supplier only will pay, because transportation of passengers in motor vehicle does not include airways. Is it clear? So look into the points in the next page. So this table is important part, because mainly to know in which case who will pay GST, supplier or e-commerce operator. Wherever e-commerce operator is paying GST under 95, they have to pay it using the cash ledger. Okay, that point also you keep in mind. Look into these important points. Point number 1. Whenever e-commerce operator is paying GST under 95, there is a concept of TCS that will not be applicable to e-commerce operator. Suppose if e-commerce operator is not paying GST under 95, whether TCS is applicable? Yes. When e-commerce operator is liable to pay GST on above service, they are not required to deduct TCS, that is tax collected source under 52, which means remember section 95 and TCS are mutually exclusive. Sir, what is this TCS, tax collected at source? Whenever you make supply through e-commerce operator, there is a possibility that you may suppress your transaction. For example, I am selling goods through Amazon or Flipkart. No buyer will know about my name, because when you buy from Amazon and Flipkart, do you know who is the seller? You don't know who is the seller. So therefore, you don't know anything about it, but you will make the payment. When you make the payment, I may receive money, but if I receive 10 lakhs, I will tell that I have received only 8 lakhs. Possible? Can I cheat the government like this? Yes. Then there should be some kind of check. For that reason they are telling the e-commerce operator is there a middleman. That e-commerce operator will remit 0.5% as TCS. If 0.5% is 5,000 rupees, if 0.5% is 5,000 rupees, then what is 100%? You got it? If 0.5% is 5,000, then 100% is how much? Okay, so how much? 100 into 5,000 divided by 0.5. Cross multiplication you do. For 0.5%, if it is 5,000, then for 100 it is how much? So 100 into 5,000 divided by 0.5. How much? 100 into 5,000 divided by 0.5. How much? 10 lakhs, which means my turnover is 10 lakhs. Suppose if I show a turnover of 8 lakhs, department will immediately give me a notice. Boss, your turnover as per your e-commerce operator is 10 lakhs, but you are reporting a turnover of 8 lakhs. So on this differential 2 lakhs, pay GST. Mainly to catch hold of the supplier who is evading the tax, they brought in this concept of TCS. Is it clear? But when TCS is applicable? Only when the supplier is liable to pay GST. When e-commerce operator is liable to pay GST, what is the need of TCS? Because supplier we don't have to find now. So because anyhow liability is on e-commerce operator, that's why section 9(5) and section 52 is mutually exclusive. Then only in case of notified services under 9(5), liability to pay GST is on e-commerce operator. What about the other transactions? Liability is on supplier. Can you give me example of other transactions through e-commerce operator? Other than 9(5), other transactions through e-commerce operator, other than these 5 notified services through e-commerce operator, can you give me examples? Amazon, Flipkart, sale of goods through e-commerce operator. Okay, next. Urban company is covered under 9(5) because housekeeping services. Book My Show. Book My Show. In Book My Show, who is supplier? Theatre. And Book My Show is intermediary. You are booking the ticket. Now, in this transaction, is it notified under 9(5) or not notified under 9(5)? Not notified under 9(5). Then who will pay GST? Supplier will pay GST. E-commerce operator will not pay. Is it clear? Then next one, this ticket booking, cleartrip.com, like the ticket, air ticket booking is there. In case of air ticket booking, who is the supplier? Airlines. And Cleartrip is e-commerce operator. You are the recipient. So is it covered under 9(5)? No. So who will pay GST? Supplier. Then next. So ixigo app is there. ixigo app, you can do the train ticket booking. Correct? Train ticket or bus ticket, like that. So train ticket booking we will take. In case of train ticket booking, who is the supplier? Railways. ixigo is the e-commerce operator. You are the passenger. Who will pay GST? Is it notified for 9(5)? No. So then who will pay GST? Supplier. Suppose if you take Red Bus. In case of Red Bus, so who is the supplier? Transporter, travel operator. And Red Bus is e-commerce operator or recipient. Is it notified under 9(5)? Yes. Transportation of passengers by motor vehicle is notified under 9(5). So liability to pay GST is on e-commerce operator. From this discussion, what is the conclusion you can draw? Only in case of notified services through e-commerce operator will pay GST to government. Whereas in all other cases, who will pay GST to government? Supplier will pay GST to government. That is the second point. Only in case of notified services, ECO is liable to pay GST. In other cases, supplier shall pay GST and e-commerce operator shall pay GST on commission. Suppose if I am selling goods through Flipkart or Amazon, I will pay GST on the sale price. What is that Flipkart or Amazon will get? Commission. They get 20%, 25% commission. On that commission, they will pay GST. Got it? Next. Every e-commerce operator who is liable to pay GST or who is liable to deduct TCS is compulsorily required to get registered. So, e-commerce operator is compulsorily required to get registered. Either that e-commerce operator is paying GST under 9(5) or deducting TCS, whatever the case may be, ECO compulsory registration irrespective of their threshold limit. Same way, if I am selling goods through e-commerce operator, I should compulsorily register. Please listen. If I am selling goods through e-commerce operator, I should compulsorily register. But if I am making only intrastate supplies, I don't have to compulsorily register. I need to register when aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit. Okay. So there are 2 points. I am a trader. I am selling goods through Flipkart or Amazon. Should I register compulsorily? Depends. If I am making interstate supplies, I am in Tamil Nadu. If I make sales in other states also, then I have to compulsorily register. If I make sales only in Tamil Nadu, I don't have to register. I will obtain a unique enrollment number, and whenever my aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, at the time I will register. That's the reason why many times in Meesho, Flipkart and all, when you select a product and give your PIN code, the product will not be delivered to your location like that, it will come. Why? Because that seller is an unregistered person, he cannot make interstate supplies. Is it clear? That's the reason. Because the seller might be in some state, Haryana or Punjab or somewhere in Maharashtra, but they are unregistered. being unregistered, they cannot make sales in Tamil Nadu. So clearly that message will come. This product cannot be delivered to your location. Why? Because it is a interstate purchases. Got it? But in Amazon, this problem will not be there. Reason, Amazon always, they will list only registered people. Unregistered persons cannot sell through Amazon. They can sell through Flipkart or Meesho, but Amazon it is not possible. If you are registered only, you can sell through Amazon. That's why in Amazon this problem will not come. Whenever you search the product, so either it will be available or unavailable, that's it. But they will not tell this product cannot be shipped to your location like that and all, okay. Then that is the reason for this. So read the fourth point. Also, every supplier of goods through e-commerce operator is compulsorily required to get registered. However, if the supplier is making only intrastate supply, if the supplier is making only intrastate supply of goods, then they should register whenever aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit for registration. Then supplier of notified services or supplier of other than notified service through e-commerce operator is required to get registered only when aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit. What is this? First, fourth point is for goods supplier, fifth point is for service supplier. Fourth point is for supplier of goods, fifth point is for supplier of services. Supplier of services, there is no compulsory registration. They need to register only when aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit. Okay, these 3 points are related to registration part. These 3 points are related to registration. Again, we will come across this in registration chapter also. Now, whenever e-commerce operator is liable to pay GST, that is under 9(5), they are liable to pay GST. And first we need to check, do they have physical presence in India? If they have physical presence in India, then they are required to register and pay GST. What if they don't have physical presence? Let's take Ola. Ola cabs, whether it is covered under 9(5), yes, because they are providing transportation of passengers. And do they have physical presence in India? Yes. So they will register in India and they will pay GST. What about Uber? Uber don't have physical presence in India. They don't have physical presence in India. They are operating from outside India. But do they have representative office in India? Yes. Then that representative office will register and pay GST. What if they neither have physical presence nor they have representative office? They should appoint one representative and that representative should register and pay GST. That is this. If e-commerce operator is having physical presence in India, they shall register and pay GST. Suppose if they don't have physical presence, their representative in India shall register and pay GST. Suppose if they don't have both, in the absence, they shall appoint a representative. They shall appoint a representative and that representative shall register and pay GST. Then look into this circular on services through e-commerce operator. Generally, restaurant, the rate of GST is 5% without ITC. The rate of GST for restaurant services is 5% without ITC. Please listen. I am just giving you one example here. There is a restaurant, say Geetham Veg Restaurant. Geetham Veg Restaurant. What is the rate of GST? Rate is 5% with ITC or without ITC? Without ITC. Without ITC. Okay. Now, they make sale directly to customers. They make sale directly to customers. Directly. Who will pay GST? Who will pay? Restaurant will pay or customer will pay? Restaurant only will pay. What is the rate? 5%. Now they will have some inward supplies. They will have some inward supplies. On that inward supplies, can they take ITC or they cannot take ITC? They cannot take ITC because the rate is 5% without ITC. Okay, wow. Clear? Now, they make sale through Swiggy or Zomato. They make sale through Swiggy or Zomato to customers. Okay. Now, Directly to customers, let's take 5 lakhs. Directly to customers, let's take 5 lakhs. Through Swiggy or Zomato, let's take 4 lakhs. 4 lakhs. On this 5 lakhs, who will pay GST? Restaurant. On this 4 lakhs, who will pay GST? Swiggy or Zomato, because it is covered under section 9(5). Okay, va? Now listen. At what rate they will pay GST? That is, Swiggy, Zomato will pay GST on 4 lakhs. 18% or 5%? 5% only, not 18%, 5% only. That's why next time when you order, check the rate. Okay, don't blindly order. So we will see only final price is how much after discount. Okay, if it is affordable, order. Otherwise, don't order. Okay, see the rate. The rate is 5% only. Okay, now this Swiggy and Zomato will have some inward supplies. The Swiggy and Zomato will have some inward supplies. Possible na? On that inward supplies, can they take ITC? Yes. On that inward supplies, they can take ITC. They can take ITC. Why like that? Because the restriction is only to the restaurant, not to the e-commerce operator. Even though e-commerce operator pay GST at the rate of 5% without ITC, they can take ITC on their inward supplies. Now, restaurant and e-commerce operator, Swiggy or Zomato. So GST payable, restaurant 5 lakhs into 5%, that is 25,000. Swiggy or Zomato 4 lakhs into 5%, that is 20,000, minus ITC. Here not available. But what about Swiggy, Zomato? ITC available. What are the inward supplies of Swiggy, Zomato? What could be the inward supplies of Swiggy, Zomato? That app development, app maintenance. Next. Procurement of t-shirts for the riders, correct? Then packing materials, because they will be supplying the packing materials to the restaurant. Restaurant will do the packing using that packing materials, that sticker, etc. and all. Okay, so that is also inward supply. Then marketing, mainly you forgot. Marketing. So today, if you see, the Swiggy and Zomato has become so popular mainly because of the marketing initially what they have done. That too, Zomato crazily they will do marketing. Okay, so I am yummy, won't you eat me, like that and all, notification will come. Okay, so we will get confused which app it is sending like that. Okay, so whether it is Tinder or Zomato, confusion and all will come. Okay, and of course general knowledge only, I am not using it. So therefore, vehicle went to garage, waste, over. Okay, so வேலை செய்யாதுப்பா விட்டுருங்க. Therefore no use. And this particular advertisement, the two big billboards, hoardings and all you will see. And Zomato even roped in, Anirudh and all as brand ambassador, so for which they need to spend. All these are inward supplies of the e-commerce operator, on which definitely they can take ITC. Okay, that is with respect to this part. Rate of GST applicable on restaurant service is 5% without ITC. Restaurant cannot avail ITC on inward supplies, but e-commerce operator can avail ITC on inward supply even though they pay GST on restaurant service at 5%. So based on that only I just gave you this clarity. Okay, then how this 9(5) liability will be paid? Always using electronic cash ledger, but not electronic credit ledger. But e-commerce operator will have commission. They will get commission, commission, delivery charges, etc. Example, same Swiggy, if you see Instamart. So Instamart also lot of people will use, because previously, kids at home will be sent to the shop to purchase, because in your childhood you did that only. So your mom will be cooking something suddenly, so what she cook will be upma, but in that upma, that rava she will forget, okay, that soji she will forget, everything will be there, but soji will not be there. She will call, go and buy and come. Otherwise, the upma also not there. Upma with pavaka kolambu, okay. So that is also not available. You understood? So kid used to run to the shop, buy. But today we have Instamart, Zepto, etc. So some kid will be bringing it, okay. And this particular Instamart has become so popular. But on this Instamart, sale of goods, who will pay GST? Supplier will pay GST, correct? But what is the benefit that Instamart, Zepto, Blinkit and they will get? What is the benefit they get? Commission, sir, commission. They get a commission. On that commission and delivery charges, who will pay GST? Instamart. Can they pay using electronic credit ledger? Yes, yes. Only 9(5) liability they have to pay using cash ledger, but the other liability they will have now, that they can pay using electronic credit ledger as well as cash ledger. Say this. E-commerce operator shall also pay GST on delivery charges, platform fee and advertisement charges at 18%. Advertisement charges are, when you open the app, you search for a product, sponsored like that, it will come on the top. Have you seen? For that we need to pay. That is advertisement charges, not you, the seller. Seller will pay. So all these will be taxable at 18%. And they can utilize ITC availed for payment of this GST liability. Then e-commerce operator, if supplies goods along with restaurant services, example Swiggy, through Instamart they supply goods and restaurant service through their platform, they shall issue separate invoices. That's the reason why the moment you open Swiggy app, there will be multiple tabs. Food means separate and Instamart means separate. In Instamart, whatever you search, food will not be reflected. In food, whatever you search, whatever product in Instamart will not be reflected, because they maintain separately, so that accordingly they will raise the bills, okay. Next, look into this. E-commerce operator is having some inward supplies. They pay GST under 9(5) on notified service. They cannot use the ITC, they have to pay only through cash ledger. They will pay GST on commission and other charges that they can pay using credit ledger and cash ledger. Can they take ITC? Yes. Full ITC they can take, but that ITC, see, not proportionate ITC. Ayya, please listen, very, very important point. Not proportionate ITC, full ITC they can take and they can utilize for payment of GST on commission and other charges, not the proportionate ITC. ITC available unless it is blocked ITC, the two full ITC available, not proportionate ITC. Keep that in mind. Don't divide. For example, this GST payable is 60%, this GST payable is 40%. So SAR said ITC not available, only 40% available. So total ITC into 40%. Sabash, we did correctly. No, wrong answer. Absolutely wrong answer. I did not tell that. So I said you cannot use the ITC. I did not tell ITC not available. Got it? I said ITC available, but you cannot use the ITC. You got it? But that ITC you can use it only for payment of GST on commission and other charges. Got it? So with this we completed this chapter. So today we completed 2 chapters, exemptions and charge under CGS, that is liability to pay GST. Now we will see some more questions, and I wanted to discuss this case scenario MCQ. So look into the first case scenario MCQ. So ICI has given in their book around some 33, I think latest some more they have added also. Let me check. Total 50 case scenarios they have added, but total this 50 is there, but out of this 50 I have given some 33 case scenario MCQs. 33 I have given. So these 33 is sufficient okay, if we solve this, that is sufficient. And look into the first one. The page number, page number 221. See, whenever you see the case scenario MCQ, that will run into 1 page, 1.5 page and all. While reading it, lot of thoughts will be running in our mind. This attempt gone. Yes, seriously because tax paper will be paper 3. Accounting would have been over, law would have been over, and by the time itself, so I don't know what I have written like that. The moment DT paper, you see tax paper, so you see that MCQ, everything will be like alien language only, and when you read it, so your mind will be telling, okay, fine, leave it, next attempt onwards, tomorrow onwards, we will sit properly, sit and prepare without wasting 1 minute also, we will uninstall Instagram, everything, and we will buy one book and we will prepare like that, okay. But out of exam hall, if you come out, nothing of that sort, okay, you will become normal only. And therefore, sitting in exam hall, lot of thoughts will be coming. Thereafter, after reading this, nothing will go into your mind because you are reading it without an objective. First, we need to fix the objective. What we should do is that read the question first. That is MCQ first. Don't read the scenario, read the MCQ. So you will understand what is that they are expecting us to do in this question. First, which of the following activities of the trust does not amount to supply? So there is one question related to supply, not a supply. So while reading, you need to keep that in mind. Supply, not a supply point is there in one MCQ. Compute the value of inward supplies on which they need to pay tax under RCM. So one question is there on RCM. Then compute the value of exempt supply made by the trust. So value of exempted supply. So mostly the valuation we need to focus on, that is inward supply under RCM and exempted supply, and also what is the value of taxable supply. Determine the amount of ITC that can be credited to electronic credit ledger. So ITC related question. So these are the 5 MCQs. Now when you read, you know why that information is given for which MCQ. Now read this. The first paragraph is mostly the knowledge of the business, so that you don't have to focus on, read it, but don't break your head, just quickly read. Wherever numbers are there, those areas you need to focus more, okay. Manavata Trust is a charitable trust registered under 12 AB of Income Tax Act. The trust is well known for its educational, charitable and religious activities. The trust became liable for registration. One useful point is that they are registered in the current financial year since it exceeded the threshold limit for registration, and registered in the state of Gujarat in the month of May. So first paragraph is about the knowledge of business. Second, in the month of June, a multinational company, Tharun Limited, gifted 500 laptops worth 50 lakhs to the trust free of cost for charitable purpose, without any intention of seeking any benefit by way of business promotion from such activity. The trust distributed these laptops for free of cost in the same month to the deprived students for assisting them in the higher studies. So this paragraph has got some relevance for this activity. Which of the following activities of the trust amounts to supply or not amount to supply? There it is relevant, okay. Now continue further. So for the trust, is it supply or not a supply? For the trust, not a supply. Why not a supply? Free of cost to whom they distributed? Deprived students, means disposal of business asset. On which ITC availed? No, they have not availed ITC. How you know that they have not availed ITC? Because they got it free of cost. Correct? They distributed it free of cost and they got it free of cost. When they got it free of cost, how they can take ITC? First of all, they have not paid GST. You understood? So it will not come under disposal of business asset on which ITC availed. Okay. Will it come under related party transaction? No. It is not import of service from a related person or principal agent transaction. So consequently, this activity is not a supply. Next. The trust also runs a higher secondary school in the name of Manvata Higher Secondary School in the state of Gujarat. In the month of July, the trust availed security personnel services from Perfect Security Solutions, Gujarat, a proprietorship concern, for security of the school premises for a consideration of 2 lakhs. Exempted. Awesome, pa. Very good. Why? Security services provided to education institution up to 12th standard within the premises is exempted because of that reason. Then it also received legal consultancy service from Mayan Company, a firm of advocates, for the issues relating to the said school for 1,20,000 in the same month. What is your answer? Taxable or exempted? Definitely, you know, whatever your mind is telling, don't listen. Okay, read properly. It received legal consultancy service from Mayan Company, a firm of advocates, for the issue relating to the school for 1,20,000 in the same month. Advocate services received by the business entity. That business entity turnover during previous year, if it does not exceed threshold limit, the said service is exempted. Correct? Now, Manvata Trust is registered only in the month of May, means turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit, because in the current financial year only it exceeded the threshold limit. Then previous financial year it not exceeded the threshold limit. Correct or not? Therefore, these advocate services will be exempted. Got it? Services provided by advocate to a business entity whose turnover during the previous year does not exceed threshold limit will be exempted. The trust furnished the following information regarding the expenses incurred by it. Means it's what? Inward or outward? They incurred expenses, means that is their inward supply. Expenses incurred in the month of August. All transactions being interstate. Services received and used for supplying taxable outward supply, because there is one question related to ITC. For that they gave this. Now tell me, services received and used by for supplying taxable outward supply, can they take ITC? Yes. Why? If inward supply is used for providing taxable outward supplies, they can take ITC. So ITC is available. Catering services received for students of Manvata Higher Secondary School, 2 lakhs. Can they take ITC on this? No, blocked ITC. Catering service is blocked ITC. And nowhere it is given under a statutory obligation they received it, and nowhere it is given that they are rendering the outward supply, for that they are taking like that. Then bus purchased with seating capacity of 25%, including driver, 10,50,000. Bus was delivered in the first week of September. So now, can we take ITC or we cannot take ITC? Can or cannot? Can. Answer is cannot. We cannot take ITC in the month of August. We can take ITC only in the month of September. There is no blocked credit, because motor vehicle capacity more than 13 passengers is not a block credit. We can take ITC. But the problem is that we can take ITC only in the month in which it is received. Right now, they are asking for August. So they received it in September. Means they can avail ITC only in the month of. So for August ITC not available, but for September ITC will be available. Then, so the trust provided the following information in respect of services provided during the month of August. Now we already got one MCQ. What is the ITC that they can take for August? Only 3,50,000. And what is the rate of GST? 18%. Okay, the rate of GST is 18%. So 3,50,000 into 18%, how much? 63,000. Determine the amount of ITC that will be created to electronic ledger in the month of August, assuming the rate of GST is 18%. Option B, 63,000. Understood how we got 63,000? I gave the explanation here. So 3,50,000 alone is eligible. Catering service ITC not available. Bus only in September it is available. So only on 3,50,000 into 18%, 63,000. Next. The trust provides the following information in respect of the services provided by it. Means it is outward supply during the month of August. There is one question related to what is the value of taxable supply, etc. in the month of August. See here. What is the value of exempted supply and what is the value of taxable supply in the month of August. So for that it is relevant. Now, it runs a old age home for citizen aged 65 years or more. Nominal monthly charges of 15,000 for boarding, lodging and maintenance are charged. Total number of members is 20. Taxable or exempted? Exempted. Why? Old age home operated by government or trust, where they are providing lodging to old people. Who are old people? Greater than or equals to 60 years, not 65 years. Not 65 years, 60 years. Check. 60 years, not 65 years. We discussed. Clearly, I told you, I have written. I know that you will forget this point or you will get confused with respect to this point. For old age home, it is greater than or equals to 60 years. For this educational program, only greater than 65 years. Here it is greater than or equals to 60 years. So therefore, it will be covered under exempted. And how much should be the charges per month? 25 or 20 or 25. The charges should be 25,000 per month. Then only it will be exempted. Okay. So now what you should do is that at the end of this book, I gave all time limits and monetary limits as a summary. You have to revise it as many number of times as you can. You can see here in page number, so 189 onwards I have given. Just around 3 pages information is there, 4 pages. In that 4 pages, I have given all the monetary limits. It is like a compilation in one place. So whenever you are having time, you have to just go through these numbers so that you will not forget these numbers. Mainly one day before exam, you need to quickly revise it. Then same way, before appendix, I have given all the time limits. So everywhere where we have the 30 days, 6 months, like that and all time limit, just in 3 pages I have compiled everything. You can see that. So 3 pages, summary of time limits. So wherever we get what is the concept and what is the time limit and from where it should be computed. Clearly I gave this also. So this time limits and monetary limits summary on the day of exam, morning, definitely 1 hour you have to sit and revise it and go. Before that at least 4 or 5 times you revise whenever you have time. Okay. Then one more summary you need to prepare. That is, usually majority of the places, whichever is earlier only will come, time limits. But in some places only whichever is later is there. So that we need to remember, because sitting in the exam hall you will get a confusion. Whichever is earlier or whichever is later or like that. Now you will ask one person sitting next to you. He will pretty much confuse you. So you will think it is whichever is earlier is correct, but he will tell no, later like that. Okay. So wantedly he will tell. So therefore, don't get confused. Usually it is whichever is earlier. Whichever is later, what are the provisions? You write this. So that hardly it will be some 5 or 10, that much only. So that alone you write, so that you will not forget. So these are the cases, it is whichever is later. Okay. Then usually amounts will be whichever is higher. When it comes to tax, always it is whichever is higher. But you make note of whichever is lower. Okay. Again, that also some 5 or 10 will be there. These two lists alone you need to prepare. Can you do it at your end? Yes. So these 4 summaries: time limit summary, monetary limit summary, whichever is later, then this whichever is lower. These are all the areas, if you can remember on the day of exam, you will definitely not make mistake in MCQs. Okay. Then, so this is exempted. Next one. It rents out a community hall situated within the precincts of a temple managed by it on 15th August for a religious function in the first half of 5,000 and for an art exhibition in the second half of 6,000. Tell me, what is your answer? Taxable or exempted? Why? 10,000 rupees per day. Here per day it is how much? 5 plus 6, more than 10,000. Therefore, it will be taxable. Actually, it is less than 10,000 only exempted. Exactly 10,000 also it will be taxable. Okay. That's what I asked you to remember. Remember up to 9,999. Okay. Then it will be easy for you. It rents out the room in the precincts of the said temple to the devotees for a rent of 950 per day. Exempted. Up to 999 rupees per day it will be exempted. All the figures given above are exclusive of taxes. Wherever applicable, aggregate turnover of the trust for the preceding financial year was 15 lakhs. Again they gave this. Actually in this itself that clue is there. But separately also they gave, means legal services received by it will be exempted. Now, we will answer the MCQs. Which of the following activities of the trust does not amount to supply? Free laptops distributed to deprived students, not a supply. Correct? Then, boarding, lodging and maintenance of senior citizens by old age home, that is supply, but it is exempted, but it is supply. Correct? Then, renting of community hall is also supply. Renting of rooms in the precincts also supply, but these are all exempted. But they are asking which of the transaction does not amount to supply? Option A. Compute the value of inward supply on which tax is payable under RCM. What is the inward supply on which they need to pay GST under RCM? Nothing. Correct? They don't have anything, no inward supply, they are required to pay GST under RCM. So the answer will be nil. Compute the value of exempted supply made by them for the month of August. For August, what is the exempted supply? Say this, 15 into 20. 15 into 20, 15,000 per month into 20, how much? 3 lakhs. Again this one, 950 rupees per day, total rent is 35,000. So 3 lakh plus 35,000, 3 lakh 35,000 is the answer. Compute the value of taxable supply made by the trust for the month of August. What is the taxable supply? So total, so they have given 5,000 rupees plus 6,000 rupees, that will be taxable. So 11,000 rupees will be taxable. So the answers A, D, C, 3,35,000, then B 11,000 and 63,000. Okay. Next. So this is one question related to exemptions. Mainly here lot of exemptions and RCM based only they asked. Mostly case scenario MCQs they will ask on this only. Exemptions RCM. Next. This is related to ITC. Say this, case study 3. Case study 3. For the transaction related to renting of commercial space, what is the rate of tax charged by ABC? For renting, what is the rate of tax? Like that one question is there. With respect to hotel accommodation, GST payable by ABC Limited is. Which of the following options is correct with regard to availability of ITC to ABC Limited? Only 3 questions. Now look into the first paragraph. ABC Limited has its manufacturing unit in the state of Rajasthan. Further, it has ancillary units in the state of Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat and is registered in each of these states. Moreover, ABC Limited owns and operates a hotel in Udaipur, Rajasthan. In addition to the aforesaid, ABC Limited owns a commercial space which is rented out to a registered person at a monthly rent of 50,000. The maintenance of the premises is the responsibility of ABC Limited. So basically ABC Limited is having a immobile property. They are giving the immobile property on rent for 50,000 and they are also doing the maintenance and they incurred some expenses and that expenses are recovered from the tenant along with invoice. The rate of tax applicable on the material used for the maintenance was 5%. Now, there is one question. What is the rate to be charged? What is the rate to be charged? Because if you see, the rate applicable to them is 18%. They are purchasing some maintenance materials and that maintenance materials is recovered from the tenant along with invoice and the rate applicable on the material used in the maintenance is 5%. Now, the rate of GST on rent and maintenance material will be 18%. The rate of GST on rent is 18, maintenance material is 5%. No GST charged on recovery related to material. The rate of GST on rent and maintenance material will be 5%. First, these two are like composite supply, correct? Both are taxable. Naturally bundle, how you know? Because it is the job of the ABC to incur, responsibility of ABC to incur, means naturally bundle. And what is the principal supply? If the property is not given on rent, why the maintenance will come into picture? So principal supply is rent. So therefore, it will be taxable at the rate of 18%. Principal supply will be applicable. That is the answer for first question. Then continue further. During the year, ABC Limited agreed to provide the hotel to Mr. X for a business conference. So ABC gave the hotel to X for business conference to be held at Udaipur. Mr. X is an unregistered person residing in Maharashtra. Related to this, there is one question. With respect to hotel accommodation service provided to X, GST payable by ABC is, whether GST is payable or not payable? Definitely payable, yeah. Just because recipient is unregistered, so whether we have any exemption? No, we don't have any exemption. So GST will be payable. Now what is the nature of GST? Where is ABC located? Hotel. Where is the hotel located? Udaipur. That is in Rajasthan only. Okay. So location of supplier also Rajasthan and service in relation to immobile property. What is the place of supply? Location of immobile property. Therefore, it will be CGST, SGST. Again, I am repeating. We have one place of supply provision. Generally, for any service in relation to immobile property, the location of immobile property will be taken as place of supply. For hotel accommodation, the location of hotel will be taken as place of supply. Supplier also in Rajasthan and place of supply also Rajasthan. It will be intra-state supply chargeable to CGST, SGST. For second, option C is the answer. Okay, copy paste Shupa. The above one is copy pasted. Actually, option C is the answer. Option C is the answer because location of supplier and place of supply is Rajasthan and it is intrastate supply. Then next, third one, which of the following options is correct with regard to availability of ITC to ABC Limited in respect of GST paid on procurement of goods meant for corporate social responsibility. Actually, we don't have to read the question itself, because any goods purchased for CSR obligation is blocked ITC. Actually, this paragraph, third paragraph is that only they spent some amount of 5 lakhs on procurement of goods which were distributed as a part of CSR. Can they take ITC or they cannot take ITC? They cannot take ITC. So the amount of ITC related to such procurement is not available to ABC Limited. Option A, because it is a blocked credit. 17 subsection 5. Then next one. Say this. Question number 6, case study 6. That is related to exemptions and RCM. What and all MCQs are there, I am just showing you so that you can understand how they create the questions. But of course, some points related to others also will be there. Measures Delayed Brothers question. First look into MCQ 1. Compute the tax liability. Means completely every transaction you need to analyze. Out of the new orders received by the firm in May, which of the following services are exempted? So there is one exempted transaction. Time of supply of catering service provided to Coral Limited Company. Which of the following statement is most appropriate in respect of next financial year for Delayed Brothers? Rate of GST for service of repairing air conditioner. Now we will see. Delayed Brothers, a partnership firm, is engaged in restaurant business. It is registered under composition levy under 10(1). So they are opting for composition scheme for the current financial year. Its turnover in the state for the month of April was 12 lakhs. So they are under composition scheme. Basically they are what? Restaurant, not trader pa, restaurant. Restaurant means what is the rate of GST? 5%, 2.5% CGST, 2.5% SGST. Then it received new orders in the month of May to run a mess facility for supplying food at Vishwash Public School, a higher secondary school. Taxable or exempted? Huh? Exempted. Why? Catering services provided to category 1 education institution is exempted. Knowledge Institute of Technology Engineering College, catering service provided to college, taxable. Catering services provided to Frontline Hospital, taxable. Only if it is given to inpatient, it is exempted, otherwise it will be taxable. It also provided catering services to Coral Limited Company for their annual general meeting. Service was provided on 3rd July, but invoice was not issued by the firm to the company till end of August. However, payment was received on 25th July. This is for time of supply. The turnover of restaurant business for the current financial year is 48 lakhs. From the beginning of next financial year, they will close down the restaurant and will provide service of repairing of air conditioner. However, the firm wishes to continue with the composition scheme. There is one question related to this. Now tell me, can they go for composition scheme in the next year? They are closing down restaurant and they want to do repairing of air conditioner. Can they go for composition scheme? Yes, under 10(2)(a), because for next year, this is the previous year, and in this year what is the turnover? 48 lakhs, which does not exceed 50 lakhs. So happily next year they can go for composition scheme under 10(2)(a). Which of the following statement is most appropriate for the next financial year? Delayed Brothers can continue to avail the composition scheme under 10(1). No. Delayed Brothers is not eligible to avail the composition scheme under 10(1). Correct. 10(1) not possible, part 10(2)(a) only possible. Delayed Brothers is not eligible to avail composition scheme under 10(1) and 10(2). Not eligible, but can avail the benefit under 10(2)(a). This is correct. Then B is wrong. Delayed brothers can neither avail composition scheme under 10.1 nor 10.2a. That is also wrong. Option C is the answer. Next, look into the liability. What will be the liability for April? 2.5%. Composition scheme, restaurant, 2.5% CGST. So 12 lakhs into 2.5%. How much? 30,000. So option C is the answer. CGST, SGST of 30,000. For the month of April, their turnover is 12 lakhs. They are doing restaurant. So 2.5% CGST and 2.5% SGST. So therefore CGST, SGST 30,000 each. Sir, next one we have now, sir. That is not for April. That is for May. That is for May. Here the question is only for April. Now for May, there is another question. Out of the new orders received by the firm in May, which of the following services are exempted? Which one is exempted? Only first one is exempted. Correct? So option C is the answer. Only one is exempted. Then time of supply related provisions we will see. Look into this paragraph carefully. It provided catering service to Coral Limited Company. Means services. Whether catering service is FCM or RCM? Catering service FCM or RCM? FCM. We don't have RCM. For services FCM, what is the time of supply? If invoice issued within due date, invoice date or payment date, whichever is earlier. If invoice not issued within due date, completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. Again I am repeating, time of supply in case of services under FCM, if invoice is issued within the due date, invoice date or payment date, whichever is earlier. If invoice not issued within the due date, completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. In this case, what is the due date of invoice? Usually what is the due date of invoice? 30 days from the date of completion. Now say this, it provided catering services on 3rd July. So what is the date of completion? 3rd July is the date of completion. What is the due date of invoice? By when they should give invoice? Within 30 days. Within 30 days means by 2nd August they should give invoice. Correct? Because July 31 days 31 minus 3 plus the remaining days in 30. 30 days means exactly 2nd August only will come. So due date of invoice is 2nd August. But the invoice was not issued till the end of August. Means I have not given. If invoice is not issued within the due date, what is the time of supply? Completion date or payment date, whichever is earlier. What is the payment date? So payment was received on 25th July, for which bank account was created on 28th July. Usually what will be considered as date of payment? Entry date or credit date, whichever is earlier, that is 25th July. So 3rd July or 25th July, whichever is earlier. Which is earlier? 3rd July. For third one, option A is the answer. Last. Rate of GST applicable for service of repairing air conditioner. What is the rate of GST? Under 10(2)A, what is the rate of GST? 6%. So option C. So for the first one, CCA, and then C and C. Okay. Clear? So all C only majority of the cases. Therefore, every question if you answer C, then there is a probability that we will get good marks. Your OMR sheet will be disqualified. Okay. Yes, that is there. So ICI will disqualify your OMR sheet, which means 1 mark also will not be given, because always students, many students have already malpracticed this. Their result is withheld. Their result is withheld, and sometimes the OMR sheet will not be counted also. What they will do, see, definitely out of A, B, C, D, one option only will be there. Correct? Why to take chance? For every question, let's give C as the answer. There is 1/4 probability that your question answer will be correct. Correct? 30 marks. 30 marks into 1/4 is what? So at least some 8 marks, 7 marks, 8 marks we will be getting. So like that people will try. That's why the OMR sheet will be disqualified. Don't do all those kind of things. Okay. Next. And taking eraser, writing A, B, C, D, kadavule, like that putting, see, correct answer, that also don't do. If you know answer, answer, otherwise leave it. But try to prepare and go. And sir, 33 MCQ, this case studies, if we learn, enough, sir. If you are not learning this also, it is enough. If you have knowledge on the subject. No need to read the MCQs at all. If you have knowledge on the subject, you don't have to solve MCQs. Trust me. So don't waste your time and effort in solving more and more MCQs just like that. Rather use that time in learning the subject. If you learn the subject, then automatically any number of questions you will be able to handle. Now what we did, we learned the subject and we are applying it and we are getting the answer. This is the correct process. Okay. Fine. Case study 7, you can try. This is again related to exemptions only. You can try at your end. And enough, I know time is over. So today we will stop with this, and in tomorrow's class, listen, tomorrow's class I am going to discuss one very important chapter, that is input tax credit. So I request you to again same, today at least 1 hour, tomorrow morning 1 hour, 2 hours, you quickly revise input tax credit once. So tomorrow morning we will start with ITC and see the questions related to that. Okay. And tomorrow ITC, time of supply, place of supply, we will try to complete. Then all other miscellaneous topics we will see on the next day. Okay.